Members of council, can I please have you take your seats? This meeting is now resumed. Before the lunch recess, council was debating item CC 43.5, the Integrity Commissioner's Code of Conduct Report. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of member holds. Put your name under request to question staff. Councillor Before we do the release of member holds, the mayor would like to introduce the new city manager.
Madam Speaker, thank you. As on there, Madam Speaker. As promised, Chris Murray is here, and we talked all about him yesterday, and I said that the real deal would be here himself today, and he's not here to do anything other than attend to some housekeeping, but also to just be here, and so that he can say hello and so that I can say hello, and on your behalf welcome him to Toronto City Hall. And of course he won't take up his job for some time yet, but he's had a chance to meet some of our senior public servants and some of you. And so Chris, I want to just have you come up and receive a round of applause in recognition of the congratulations on the council unanimously approving yesterday your appointment as city manager on a date soon to come. And there was just one other matter I wanted to take up with you. And that is that there's something I think you'll want to sort of work on between now and August. When you come, you know, I wasn't even going to ask you to put it on today, but you're clearly very adept at this. But when you come from Hamilton, and you had explained there were some loyalties you might have that might cause your entire appointment to be called into question. And so we thought even you could practice at home and put this on a couple of times in front of the mirror and wear it. And as you can see, no expense has been spared to actually have your name put on the back. So absolutely. You do know you have to go back to Hamilton for a couple more weeks.
Yeah, it might be a little tough.
This won't be good.
Look at that.
That's very good, Chris. I hadn't even expected this, but it's a better result than I expected.
Thank you.
But Chris, you may want to just say a few words. We obviously, there'll be more to say at a later time, but we do want to congratulate you and thank you for putting your name forward, and say that we all look forward to working with you, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of both council members and also public servants. So thank you.
Here or where?
Right here.
Right here. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Tory, and to the selection committee, and of course to all of you for giving me what is nothing short of just an incredible opportunity and a real privilege. And having been a city manager for almost 10 years, I have some sense of the challenges that you face. The last 24 hours I've been getting kind of the same question: what do you think your major challenge is going to be moving down to Toronto and working here? And so I think people think in terms of very specific items, and I say, you know, it's exactly what I had said when I started in Hamilton, and that was, is of course building a relationship with all of you. And when I say relationship, I mean, you know, earning your respect and earning your trust, and then ultimately earning your confidence. And that's the first. The second, of course, is with a brilliant civil service that, you know, I've worked for certainly in Hamilton, and I look forward to here in Toronto, is building that relationship with our staff. It's not just our leadership, which do a great job, but it's also that front line that we count on every day to deliver the services they do. And I spend a lot of time making sure that they realize how much I respect what they do. Major institutions are going to be critical, certainly in this community, but also obviously the federal and provincial government. And then third and finally, where I spend my time is helping you formulate and drive strategy. And it's clear in Toronto there are issues related to mobility, housing, modern government, and of course sustainable finances. And so these are areas that are near and dear to your heart. They're complex, they're challenging, but I'm looking forward to that. And finally, I guess on modern government, you know, we all think it's all about technology. I will tell you it's more than technology. It's about the culture of the organization. It's how we deliver services. It's the value that taxpayers get for the services that we provide. And so we go out every day, and we should be earning their trust and confidence with everything we do. So I'm really looking forward to this. I know it's complicated, and I know we have some great discussions here. And I know I've got some great staff, and I know Juliana and the comments that you made about her and what I've heard certainly from my circles about how terrific she is and the rest of this group. You know, you're in good hands, and I'll do my level best to help you achieve everything that is important to this great community. So I thank you all very much for this opportunity. If someone said 30 years ago you'd end up being the city manager for the city of Toronto, I'd say, you know, they'll probably legalize weed as well. So, I mean, thank you very much.
There's a rule, you can't wear shoes. Thank you. So we'll do a quick releases. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 7, item CC 43.18, that's 49 Spadina Avenue zoning amendment application, request for direction. I have an amendment, if it can be put on the screen, or a motion, which is to adopt the confidential recommendations in the confidential attachment, but as well to require a construction management plan as part of the Section 37. And with that, I can move this forward, or I can release it. Thank you.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Cressy, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Recorded vote, recorded vote.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please.
Councillor Layton, when you're seated, please.
The item as amended is adopted unanimously, 35 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am releasing item MM 43.23, Councillor Crisanti's motion with a slight amendment that he's okay with. Councillor Wong Tam has seen it, the mayor's seen it, many other councillors are, and it just tweaks it and adds 2 other.
Okay, so this is on page 8, MM 4323. If you can put the amendment.
Sure. Okay. Do you want me to talk to it?
Or come back to it after we can. No, they're ready. They're ready now.
They're ready?
They're ready. It's ready.
One more good idea.
Sure. Yeah, we're just trying to
Okay,
add
Mayor Tory, do you have an amendment too? I did. Okay, just one moment, okay? Okay?
Sorry, I didn't realize it was coming on so fast, and I just came back, and I had other things I had to do.
Okay, let's put Councillor Coles on first. Okay, so that's the amendment from Councillor Cole. Okay, and let's put the mayor's amendment on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen. Apparently it's not quick, so it will continue to be held down. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 3, I will release EX 35.13, Toronto Community Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting, the 2017-18 audited consolidated financial statements. I sent an email with a bunch of questions to TCHC, and I'm just awaiting the answers from that. Thank you.
Okay. So on page 3, EX 35.13, Councillor Campbell is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Doucette.
I apologize. I need to reopen on page 5, EY 31.4, final report for the Hyde Park Apartment Neighborhood Area Character Study, and put my revisions forward. So item 1 was to make an amendment
No,
to
just a sec, we have to reopen it first.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay, so Councillor Doucette is asking that we reopen EY 31.4. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Doucette?
I'm sorry, it's the same wording, it's just I put it forward in the wrong order. So it's to amend section 5.2, and it is to add some wording under, we were talking about shadows. So it's really, as I say, planning said I just got it wrong.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yes, Madam Speaker. PG 30.7. I have an amendment and then can release this. If you could
That's on page 4.
It's for the Celestica redevelopment. Essentially, it ensures these amendments ensure that affordable housing, that component is built before permits for other aspects of the development are issued.
Okay, so on page 4, PG 30.7, Councillor Burnside. Okay, so we'll continue holding it in Councillor Burnside's name. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bottom of page 6, request for direction on local planning appeal tribunal appeals of official plan amendment 320, healthy neighborhoods. I will thank staff for meeting with me and speaking to me about this.
Okay. On page 6, CC 49.15, Councillor Holliday is releasing. Request for direction on local planning appeal tribunal appeals. It's on page 6. On favor? Carried. Okay, let's, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 4, CD 29.6, Green Ontario Fund benefiting social housing, I have a small motion that was advance circulated that City Council communicate to the provincial government that City of Toronto support the Green Ontario Fund and provincial support for efforts to support greenhouse gas reduction and modernizing social housing. I believe I used support 3 times in that sentence.
Okay, it's on page 4, and it was circulated, it's the blue sheet. On page 4, CD 29.6. You want to continue? Okay, so we'll continue to be held down. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I had held on page 4 of the pink sheets, under Planning and Growth, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair 2017 Annual Report, and I'm more than prepared to release that if no one else wishes.
On page 4, PG 30.10, Councillor Shiner is releasing. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, Councillor Robinson has something.
Councillor Fragedakis wanted to hold that.
Pardon? Councillor Robinson, I didn't hear you.
Councillor Fragedakis wanted to hold that item, and she's not in the chamber, so I will hold it for her. She can't hear me?
So we'll continue to hold it.
Yeah, I didn't hear the title, I just heard the number.
Oh, yeah, we read it. Okay, so if Councillor Fragedakis has an issue, we can reopen it. Councillor Fletcher?
No, they didn't. Oh, thank you. There's page 3, Speaker, EX 35.22, extension to reconvey 444 Logan Avenue to the city. And Councillor Bailao is holding that. I'm not sure when she's back today, but if not, that one, there's a urgency to that motion to get
Okay,
it.
so we'll just wait for when she comes back.
Just to let you know, if we can do
Yes.
that sometime mid-time, that would be very much appreciated.
Thank
It's
you.
in my ward, but she's holding it because she's the chair of Affordable Housing.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Page 5, Striking Committee, item ST 16.7, appointment to fill a vacancy on the Tribunal's nominating panel. Councillor Holliday is okay with this motion. It was drafted by staff that this item be received for information.
Yeah, okay. So on page 5, ST 16.7, Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong is moving receipt.
Denzel, don't you want to nominate someone? How can you not appoint?
Because there isn't going to be any meetings.
Okay, I'm glad you assumed that. The turnover's been huge.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay, just a sec. Deputy Mayor, do you have another one, or is that it? Okay. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I had held EX 35 point. So I want my colleague, Councillor Holliday, to be in tune to this because we've spoken. On page 3 of the pink sheets, I had held item EX 35.1. Sorry, I had held item 35.14, Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting. I had questions of the chair, who was going to be here today and unfortunately is ill. The staff are here, but they can't answer questions on the compensation policies because has to be answered by the chair and members of the board. I've spoken with my colleague, Councillor Holliday, and he'll support us sending it off to the next meeting. And I understand from staff that it's okay if it goes to the next meeting, and then I can ask my questions and get them answered here. So my motion will be to defer this item to the next meeting of council. And I would add the words "with regret" because of how long the meeting's probably going to be, but
And
it's
then,
important enough.
and then the chair would be at the next
And
meeting.
invite the chair, yes.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, you held it, so.
I did?
Oh, no,
Councillor Shiner
sorry, Councillor Shiner held it. So you okay with deferring it? Okay. So we have a motion by Councillor Shiner, EX 35.14, Toronto Hydro Annual General Meeting, to defer it to the next council meeting. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So we'll continue with the item before lunch, CC 43.5, and I believe, Councillor Shiner, you were the next speaker on it. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Madam Chair, I am rising to speak, as I have considerable issues with the judgment that, Councillor Cressy, please, with the judgment that was given in regards to how a friendship might affect the way that members of council work. And I think that's a very tough one to define. So I understand some of the hardship that the Integrity Commissioner might have had. But also often I get phone calls from people in my office, and I've told my staff that say, well, I'm a friend of the councillors. And I've known these people for 20, 25 years in my professional capacity. I get phone calls from people that say, I was a friend of your mother's as well. And they go back 30 and 35 years or more. And you know what? They are friends. We can call, we can talk, we can discuss things. And I have a real problem when there's something that did not affect in any way the integrity that we might have in any other area. And there is no benefit to the councillor in question as to what he's done, as to why this type of report comes out. And let me talk to the report. For those of you that were in the council meeting when we finally brought forward a resolution, there was a real difference of understanding between my two colleagues, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Fillion, on this. And I worked together with the two of them to find a resolution. And at the end of the day, if you recall, I wouldn't let either of them put it forward, because in this case, I found the resolution, and I didn't want it to be where one or the other fixed the problem, because it was a big problem that wasn't fixed. Now, in the last 4 years, I've spent an innumerable amount of time working on development applications, and I get multiple calls from colleagues on council and from people around that say, I have a problem. Can you help with this? Because our process is extremely difficult. And staff have a difficult time internally working. But on top of it, members of council are involved in every one of those development applications. And this one was taking years and years and years to get through the process for various reasons. And when I was asked, I didn't feel that the reasons it was being held up were fair. So I provided some of my time to assist. Now let me tell you what I learned a long time ago on City Council. You cannot help your friends. You're a councillor. But what you can, because you can't guarantee something will get approved. But the biggest strength a member of council has is stopping something from getting approved. Referring it, deferring it, continuing with meetings, sending it off into never, never, never land, because you have a problem with the application. And that, in my opinion, is what was happening in this particular file, because it shouldn't have taken involvement of another member of council to find a resolution. Both of these are my colleagues on council. One was trying to help in another one's ward, which annoyed the one, I'm sure, and the other one was trying to deal with an application which he was annoyed with. But it wasn't right. The application should have never sat for that long or taken that long to be considered and come here. It was delayed and delayed and delayed. And it's not fully a fault of the applicant or the councillor. I don't mean to put anything on either. Because applicants often say, I've given the city everything they want. And they haven't. And they haven't responded. And they don't understand. And things are incomplete. And yet there are times when they do give it. And it still gets held up. Because members of council, and all of us are involved, try to be sure that we think the right thing is done with it. In this case, I understood and I supported my colleague, Councillor Thompson, who was trying to find some ways to resolve this. And I don't think because he was a friend with that individual, and that individual felt they could reach out to him, that this report is just and fair. Because that was an extremely complicated application. It had a numerous amount of issues, and it should have been solved a lot sooner than that. So I cannot support the recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner with my in-depth knowledge of this application.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Fillion.
The story that Councillor Shiner just told, certainly as it regards to me, was 95% fabrication.
Well, Councillor. Okay. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Speaker, am I the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Integrity Commissioner for preparing a very thorough and comprehensive report. While I agree with many of the report's conclusion, I dispute the allegation that I gave special preferential treatment to G Group. I reject the recommendation that I should be reprimanded for providing G Group the same assistance I provide to other businesses and my constituents because I consider the company's principal a friend. Those of you who know me understand that I pride myself on working hard to ensure that the city is helping our businesses to grow and prosper. Under the Prosperity Initiative approved by Council, the city is committed to improving its process, reducing delay, and ensuring that business projects are reviewed and processed efficiently. I take this mandate very seriously. When G Group expressed concerns about the unnecessary delay in the processing this application for development at 5520 Yonge Street, I contacted Councillor Fillion to see why. He said that everything was fine and that any delay due...
Hold on. Yes, Councillor Fillion?
Spoke to me about this file. I just asked the
Okay,
people.
but
just
Counselor
please-
Fillion,
I just want people to tell the truth,
Okay.
please. Like,
Counselor,
people can't keep
Madam
making
Speaker,
up
that is
things
not
about
true.
the
I spoke to the counselor in his office on this
come
file.
on. Counselor Fillion, you had your opportunity to speak.
Yes, I know, Madam
Okay,
Speaker, but
but-
people can't
well-
just make things up in here.
Well,
Madam Speaker, just a point of personal privilege.
yes.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I'd like to ask the counselor to withdraw that. Here's the reason why. When I spoke to himself in his office, I went with my executive assistant who stood outside. I spoke to Counselor Fillion in his office about this matter. And I'd like to ask him to withdraw that fact, that statement that he just made, because that's not true.
Counselor Fillion?
Wow.
So you're saying that meeting didn't happen? Okay, well, I wasn't there, nobody else was there, so I
My
don't know.
executive assistant accompanied me to
Yeah.
the office.
Okay. Please continue, Counselor Thompson.
Madam Speaker, would you please ask Counselor Davis not to heckle?
Yeah, Counselor Davis,
Please stop, please stop, please stop. Everybody's a liar in here except others who are speaking. So, shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. He said that everything was fine and that any delay were due to city staff. He suggested that if I had any questions, I should talk to city staff. From staff, I learned that the slow progress on this file was largely due to actions by Councillor Fillion. I made numerous attempts to engage Councillor Fillion to follow up, but he did not respond. I attempted to have other councillors help with this issue. When this failed, I believe that I had no choice but to assist G Group, friendship or not. G Group deserved to have the same level of service from the city that we expect for all businesses. Madam Speaker, I've had similar situation with Councillor Cressy and Councillor Layton and the late Councillor Pam McConnell. Every one of them took the matter and dealt with it that I brought to their attention. In this particular case, that was not the case, and I don't know why. And it isn't, in fact, about entitlement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the Integrity Commissioner reports notes, my office did not pressure staff to take any actions other than to do their job. I asked for fair and timely treatment for G Group, not special dispensation. Yes, we stayed on top of this file. We do what it takes to resolve issues. And some issues take more follow-up than others. When you're rolling a rock up a hill, you have to apply more effort when the hill gets steeper. And thanks to Councillor Fillion, this hill kept getting steeper. It was reported to me that the councillor directed staff to withdraw the approval of a hoarding sign that had been approved by this council, rejecting rendering on the Mews because he said it didn't have enough people in the Mews. Back to the drawing board. Raise a slow trickle of minor issues, one at a time, and in fact refused to meet with city staff. He told staff and others that he would never introduce the motion to bring this project to council.
Okay.
Defend himself. I'm not going to get up and say anything, but he's just, he cannot get up and say things about me that are totally untrue, that are things he heard from somebody else. He may believe them to be true. He certainly has no direct knowledge of them, and they are not true. And
Councillor Thompson is stating the facts that he knows and what happened during the process.
but he's not clear.
Okay, please continue, Councillor Thompson.
What possible useful purpose do these roadblocks serve? Should our councillors use their authorities to impede business and investment and creation of jobs? Yes, I told people that the G Group were good guys. That's after the mayor's office and staff were told. Madam Speaker, I would like
Councillor
to really
Davis,
speak.
please. Come on.
We're on a point of personal privilege. On a point of personal
Councillor Davis.
I tried not to stand up on a point of personal privilege, and I apologize for trying to communicate you when I wasn't on my feet. But, Speaker, you cannot say, on behalf of one of the people who are being assessed and who are disputing this report, he's speaking the truth, and he's speaking the facts. You must be unbiased, and you cannot judge. Excuse me, Speaker. Speaker, it isn't about whether or not a person can make their statements here. You said he is speaking the truth.
Well, he is-
And you should be unbiased and not
Counselor-
make judgments from the chair.
Counselor
And all I
Davis,
ask is
Counselor-
that you do that.
Councillor Davis, and please
Thank
stop
you.
interrupting. What I did say is that Councillor Thompson is stating the facts that he knows. I didn't say he's telling the truth. And you were not there, so you don't know what the facts are. So, okay, Councillor Thompson, continue.
Apparently there's a point of order there,
Please,
Speaker.
Councillor Mamalidi, let him finish. Councillor Mamalidi.
I just want to point to a particular decision that was made by the courts as it related to the former mayor of the city, Rob Ford. And when Rob Ford was told not to stand up to defend himself in a case in public here in council, it was defended by the courts that he was right, that he had every right to stand up and defend himself over the Integrity Commissioner's reports. The Integrity Commissioner's report lost in the courts. Let him defend himself.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mamalidi. Councillor Thompson, please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. What possible useful purpose do these roadblock have? I think I read that one already, but I have to get back because I got disrupted
Well, you
there.
just have a few more seconds.
Yes, yes, I told people that the G groups are good guys. That was after the mayor's office and staff were told that G groups were mafia. Is it wrong to vouch for someone's integrity when they are being unjustly maligned? G Group told the Integrity Commissioner that if it wasn't for my efforts, this project would still be stalled. I take that as a compliment. That's what I hear regularly from my constituents and businesses that come to me for help. That's what all councillors hope to hear from the people of this city that we served. If Mr. Gaspar was not a friend, none of my actions would have been considered a violation of the Code of Conduct. I don't see why friendship, void of any financial or indirect or direct gains, would
Thank
make
you.
a difference. I
Thank
make no
you,
apologies
Councillor
for my
Thompson.
treatment of the G Group.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Okay, so let's, sorry, I thought Councillor Thompson was the last speaker. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, I just really want to speak briefly. I wasn't here for this debate because I was at a meeting of the Waterfront Toronto Board, but I will say this, and I've seen it happen here at the city, and it's getting worse. I have seen, and I've been subject to a particular file where if you get involved in a development in somebody else's ward, apparently there's something wrong with that. Now, I got involved in a file in the downtown, and I was told, you're not allowed to do that. And then the other thing I hear, then city staff become involved, and it becomes a problem. I have also heard that, that in a lot of circumstances, that if you make a city councillor angry, that they will slow down your file, they won't give you a meeting. And I think that in those circumstances that it is fair for another councillor to step in and break the logjam. In my circumstance, a developer came to me and said they'd been trying to get a meeting to break the logjam on a particular file, and that particular councillor wasn't available for 2 months for a meeting, for an application that was urgent, and that developer was going to lose their financing. So I got involved in that particular file and helped that developer along. The developer wasn't a friend of mine, and the facts aren't exactly the same. But I think it's really important that we know here, that we say here, that we accept here, that any development in any ward, if another councillor wishes to get involved, they're allowed to do that. And they shouldn't be persecuted or criticized because of that. Because every single item on this agenda, every single application that gets approved in this council, each of us is responsible for knowing about it, understanding it, and voting for it. And so because of all of those things, I believe every single member of this council can ask any question they want about any file, and they can advocate appropriately for or against that particular file. They shouldn't be criticized for that. It should just be considered as part of their job, because as we go through this agenda, there are hundreds of applications, and we have to know about all of them.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motion on the screen, please. Okay. Motion by Councillor Mamalidi, recorded vote.
The motion to receive the report carries 24 to 14.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the other motions are redundant. Okay, our next item is CC 43.6. CC 43.6. Do we have questions? Yeah, okay, put your name, if you have questions, please put your name on the screen. Okay, Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. If we could go to page 6, I'll give you a chance to get there. There's a statement down near the bottom that talks about the rumors, allegations, whatever you want to call them, and I'm quoting, is sourced and circulated by campaign rivals or disgruntled stakeholders who have animus towards Councillor Fillion. So the sourced, and I'm going to ask you to elaborate on that if you can. So the sourced and circulated by campaign rivals, are you able to elaborate a bit on that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, in order to assess the allegations in this complaint, I interviewed several people who I believe would have knowledge with respect to the issue, and it became clear that there was at least a rumor circulating, and so I investigated whether there was any truth to it, found that there wasn't, and it was part of my learning and understanding about it to try to figure out who the source was, like where did it come from. It's one of the things I do in all the investigations, to figure out where is this coming from. And so I'm not going to identify particular names or anything like that, but that's my conclusion, that it's people who have had some dealings with the planning matters in the ward, or campaign rivals in other...
Campaign rivals, you mean either people who were running against me or people associated with them? That's what you mean by
yes, yeah.
campaign rivals. And disgruntled stakeholders, would that be pretty much entirely people in the development business? Those would be the disgruntled stakeholders?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can't provide any more information than that.
Okay. Can you repeat it?
Through you, Madam.
I don't know. Can somebody instruct?
Better? I was working this morning.
Okay, put it up a bit. Okay.
So through you, Madam Speaker, is that better? Yeah. I don't have any more comment to add than what it says in the report.
So okay, so I won't belabor it. You're not able to say any more about what your investigation found about who specifically started this and kept it going? Other than that,
through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. It was relevant to me in relation to the other issues in the complaint we just considered also. About, did Councillor Thompson have a role in relation to that? And so, no, the information in this report is all, and the paragraph you've read is all I can say about that.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and sorry, just one more thing. In case people haven't read the report, can you tell me what conclusion, well, I guess that is that your main conclusion, that that's where it came from and that there's no truth to it? Would that be fair?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, the complaint alleged there was some kind of a referral scheme between Councillor Fillion and another developer. This came up in the last case that we talked about. I investigated that, and after interviews with several people, review of thousands of records, I conclude there is no such referral scheme, and that's why I make a finding that there is no contravention of the code.
And the people, sorry, let me just ask the other question another way. The people who made up this story seem to have a reason for doing so that was related to campaigns or applications. Would that be fair?
Yeah, so that was my conclusion, that the source of the rumor was either campaign rivals or disgruntled stakeholders.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just on a point of privilege, the Integrity Commissioner said she's not giving out certain information. It's my understanding that she has the powers of inquiry and has the powers to investigate through inquiries, and that when people are notified to talk to her, she says she has those powers. Can I have legal describe to me what it actually means in the way of evidence in an inquiry? Is in an inquiry, someone who's being accused of something, do they have the right to the information that people are complaining about? In other words, and do they have the right to hear from those that are complaining what they've said? And do they have the right to any information that is being looked at before they defend themselves? And if she's got the right to inquire that way, I just need to know what the difference is legally before I ask my questions. Because I've got some questions she might say she's not going to give me information to. But an inquiry would bring that information out, I would imagine.
Well,
Just the difference, that's all.
No, I just ask your questions to the Integrity Commissioner. That's not before.
But legal's ready to answer the question. She keeps saying that she's not going to give information.
No, I think that, Councillor Mamalidi, just ask. Yeah, Councillor Perks, you have a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What's in front of us is a particular Integrity Commission complaint. If the member has questions relevant to that, of course we should hear them. There is an opportunity when we do the annual review of the Integrity Commissioner to ask more general questions.
Okay, I have the solicitor comment.
As a matter of fairness before the Integrity Commissioner, or frankly, anyone doing an inquiry, reaches a conclusion, the individual who is the subject matter of the inquiry is entitled to know the allegations. However, I want to be clear that that does not mean that anyone who's the subject of an investigation by an Integrity Commissioner or any other accountability officer for that matter is entitled to every piece of information that that individual, that the accountability officer has acquired during the course of the inquiry. In fact, Madam Speaker, all of the accountability officers are subject to a duty of confidentiality under the City of Toronto Act.
Okay, thank you. So now, Councillor Mamalidi, ask your question to the Integrity Commissioner.
All right, I'll do my best. So in this particular case, there was a complaint about Councillor Fillion. Did that complaint go into whether or not one Mr. Belza has been chosen by Councillor Fillion to be the consultant for the files in Willowdale, all planning files? Was that a part of the complaint?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the complaint was about a general suggestion that there was some kind of referral scheme between Mr. Belza and Councillor Fillion. I found that not to be the case.
Okay, so you found that. Did you ask anybody that actually sued Councillor Fillion with respect to this, their opinion, and whether or not they
Through you,
felt
Madam
pressure?
Speaker, I think I'm familiar with the lawsuit you're referring to. I reviewed The lawsuit, the file of the court, I think the one you're probably referring to, I interviewed several people in the North York development community in this investigation.
Did you interview the person who sued?
So I'm not going to provide you with any more information than what's provided in my report, which is what I just said.
Did you go, you determined they're not friends. How did you determine they're not friends? Because they had a falling out?
So through you, Madam Speaker, there's several factors taken into account to make that determination, but I can just give you an overview of the evidence I considered. So I considered evidence given under oath by both Mr. Fillion, pardon me, by Councillor Fillion and Mr. Belza. I interviewed several people who knew both gentlemen and their relationship. I reviewed all of several thousand emails that go into Councillor Fillion's office relating to Mr. Belza, and on the basis of that information, I made that conclusion.
So there's been a ton of developers going through Councillor Fillion's area. This is a pretty consistent complaint that's come to many of us, including in my office, that this was the case, that the Councillor Fillion was in fact, or at least these are the allegations, the Councillor Fillion in fact had said very clearly to developers that you have to hire Belza in order for me to hear this case, this file. You never found that to be the case?
So that, through you, Madam Speaker, that was the very issue I was investigating. I examined the issue thoroughly. There is no evidence to support that.
When you say thoroughly, did you talk to all the developers that have done business in Willowdale that have had those complaints?
I talked to, through you, Madam Speaker, I talked to, I don't have the number right at hand, several either representatives of developers or other people with involvement in the area that relate to land use planning.
How far back did you go?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think, I don't, again, I want to answer your questions candidly. I've given a lot of consideration to what is on these pages, so I'm just being careful just not to be revealing more information that I intentionally don't think is necessary for you to understand the report, so I'm not trying to evade it. I think to be candid, I had learned about information going back to the early 2000s. That was the late...
Not as early as 1991?
No, I don't think I gathered.
So this article that Councillor Fillion wrote to the Star about Mr. Belza, you never got a copy of that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can't see what it is you're referring to. I'm not going to comment any more detail about
a few
the
more
evidence.
minutes. I'll try and read them as much as I can. As chair of the North York Board of Education from 1986 to 1990, I was extremely disturbed by a May 30th Neighbour North story in which it stated that the board paid a consultant almost $600,000 to talk to City Hall about the proposed redevelopment of the Spring Garden school site. The statement is not only incorrect, but defamatory to the parties involved. First of all, the fees paid to the consultant in question, George Belza, were for the 4 projects, not one, over a period of several years. Secondly, it is ludicrous to characterize the very technical work of Mr. Belza did for the board, including preparing the Ontario Municipal Board cases. I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Belza both in my capacity as chair and as trustee for the area in which most of his work were centered. This was complained to by residents in that area that were claiming the same sort of behavior. Did you go back and talk to them as far back as then?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the investigation was thorough. I went back through several years. I spoke to several people. I reviewed thousands of emails, and my conclusions are that there is no referral scheme between Mr. Belza and Councillor.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yes, thank you. Through you, you mentioned you looked at thousands of emails, office emails.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
Do you have access to personal emails?
Janet's saying, I don't have it.
I do, through you, Madam Speaker, I do have the ability to summons those.
Did you?
Through third parties. I'm not going to provide any more information about what the investigation steps I took than what's in the report.
You don't think that would be important for us to know?
I want, through you, Madam Speaker, it's important this council knows that I did an appropriately thorough and professional investigation to arrive at these conclusions. And I've given you information to assess that in the pages of this report.
So then I guess there's really no point in asking questions, because if we can't question you on how you've done things, what's the point?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to answer questions to provide clarification, but I am not able
Okay,
to
I'll
answer
move
any
on.
more details about the investigative steps.
Okay, so my understanding is in terms of this allegation, there's a consistent refrain among those I spoke with was that Councillor Fillion refused to meet with all developers, but the evidence established this is simply not true. Correct?
That's
Okay, so I presume you spoke to developers or their agents?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not going to tell us how many?
I just, through you, Madam Speaker, I am really apologizing because I usually list the number, but I'm just trying to, just bear with me here. I didn't list a number in this case. I think it would be probably about between 8 to 10 people I spoke with, developers or representatives.
Or representatives, okay. How many people did you ask to speak with? Did you ask to speak with 8 to 10 and 8 to 10 agreed to speak with you, or did you ask to speak with 20 and only 8 to 10 agreed to speak with you?
So through you, Madam Speaker, again, I'm not going to get into the details of the investigation details. I didn't face a lot of resistance in this case, to be honest, with people wanting to.
But you understand how I would find that an interesting question to be answered. If some, I actually didn't ask you, Councillor Perks. Your opinion doesn't mean a lot to me. You know, if everyone agreed to speak to you, then I accept that. But if there are certain developers that wouldn't speak to you, then that would raise a question in my mind.
I guess, like, through you, through you, Madam Speaker, I appreciate this is a difficult one, as all these cases are, and I want to just acknowledge, I know that this is a difficult role that you are all in as councillors, and I want to say that and acknowledge it, and I'm very respectful of it. In this case, I summoned people. People did, as I explained in the report, people were calling me even though it wasn't public, so somebody was telling somebody about the inquiry. I did follow all those leads. I summoned people. A lot of people came to my office. They did not want to be there, but they came to participate because they were summoned.
Okay, so let me ask you two simple questions then, without having to give me numbers. Did you summons people to speak to you that did not answer that call? In terms, are there people that did not appear before you when you requested it?
In through you, Madam Speaker, I don't believe so in this case, no.
Okay, and everyone, in your opinion, was forthright when you asked your questions?
Well, everybody, when I summons people and conduct interviews, they tell an oath they say an oath to tell the truth, so I expect them to be. If they're not, I can't go behind their statements.
Okay, thank you. That's it for the questions. Okay, speakers. Councillor Mammoliti.
No, Councillor Fillion was first. Let him go.
You held the item down.
You know, the only thing I can relate to there is a bit of consistency over the years, because I think a few of us councillors have had the same call that Councillor Thompson got, and that is we're struggling with an application in Councillor Fillion's ward, and we're hearing from him that unless you hire Mr. Belza, that we're not going to get this application heard. That's a very consistent message that's been happening for a long, long time, about 20 years, maybe more. And it's not the first time we're hearing about this in this chamber either. So in this particular case, I can't even question the Integrity Commissioner on this, because she's not going to give us the information with respect to who she's asked questions of and who she didn't ask questions of, and where this went as far as an investigation. But I can say this to you. Councillor Thompson, who very clearly said to me that during his deliberation with the Integrity Commissioner, he told me that he had asked her to talk to other councillors that have gotten the same complaints. And we heard today from Councillor Shiner that nobody called Councillor Shiner on this, because I think he's had the same sort of experience. And certainly, most certainly, the Integrity Commissioner has not spoken to me, and I believe Councillor Thompson had asked her to find out how many other circumstances are similar to this one. That leads me to ask a lot of questions, and that is why not? Why won't the Integrity Commissioner speak to other councillors that have had similar requests by others? And in my particular case, you didn't allow me to speak earlier on this, I'll do it now. In my particular case, what happened was the same scenario. I looked into it, only it wasn't a friend of mine, by the way. It wasn't a friend at the time. I inquired about it, and as soon as I inquired about it, Councillor Fillion came to this seat right here when Councillor Miller was here, only Councillor Miller was not in his seat. He sat down beside me and he said, I understand that you're inquiring about this particular application. And I said, yes, I am. I'm understanding that you're asking for Mr. Belza to be the only one paid on this file. Otherwise, it won't be looked at. So he said...
Madam Speaker, this is really
Take point of order,
totally
Councillor Fillion.
inappropriate, and you should not allow it. Councillor Mammoliti can say anything about me he wants, and frankly, I don't particularly care. But when he starts bringing in a citizen of the City of Toronto who the Integrity Commissioner has concluded has done nothing wrong, as not have I, and is not the subject of any investigation. If it's not actionable, it should be. And if Councillor Mammoliti is able to hide behind some kind of privilege here in making these allegations, he shouldn't be able to. And I hope Mr. Belza will look into that.
In fact, I'd hope that somebody does, so that way the real people that had concerns, and those concerns came to councillors,
Councillor Mammoliti.
would actually be interviewed by somebody who can actually do something about
Councillor
this.
Mammoliti, can you just speak
So-
on the report?
So at
that
the
we
end of the
have
day,
before
what
us,
I didn't
please?
appreciate was another councillor saying to me, not your friend anymore, don't ever talk to me ever again, and I'm going to get you back. Those were his words. So those were his words, and I've soaked them in all of these years, and every time a councillor comes to me and says, do you know what happened? Somebody came to me and said that this is what's happening in Councillor Fillion's ward. I have to soak it in because there's no opportunity for us to do anything except the Integrity Commissioner. The Integrity Commissioner has chosen not to tell us anything about this file. She's only saying, you got to trust me, that's the law, too bad. We have to adhere to that. And last meeting, I stood up in my place and I said, so if we don't believe the Integrity Commissioner, or if we think the Integrity Commissioner has actually stepped out of her bounds at all, what avenue do we have? The General Manager said the avenue is her office. I had a complaint this month, and I gave it to the General Manager on the Integrity Commissioner, based on what we heard. The answer from the General Manager is, you got to go to court. It's too bad. You got to spend your $150,000 if you don't believe the Integrity Commissioner. Is that the right process for us to be listening to this? And we are the ones to judge it all right now. We're expected to judge this file based on no information except the Integrity Commissioner telling us, this is what I've written, this is what you have to believe in, and that's it. And every time we try to find out some information, sorry, I can't give it to you, and I don't have to give it to you. And if you want it, go and spend $150,000 of your money out of your pocket in the courts for you to find out why I made this decision. If you think that's a fair system, I would say not. I maintain that there are certain councillors in this chamber that get away with a lot of things. And under the same policy, there are certain councillors that would never get away with anything. If I were in his shoes right now, it would be a completely different recommendation, and it would be a completely different outlook from this council who's supposed to be overseeing the Integrity Commissioner.
Thank you,
Wrong.
Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off, I'm going to sort of begin and end with the conclusion of the Integrity Commissioner that the allegations against me, which, by the way, arrived in the form of a anonymous envelope, and some of you have received those, but that was the source of the investigation, was a brown envelope. So she has concluded that the allegations were sourced and circulated by campaign rivals or disgruntled stakeholders who have animus towards Councillor Filion. And the disgruntled stakeholders means land speculators, developers, etc., unspecified people. So to oversimplify, and I'll have to talk quickly, there are sort of two categories of developers who come into the North York Centre, where there are very specific rules about everything, density, boundaries, height, etc., Section 37. So it's very simple. It's the only place in the city that has clearly defined rules. So you know exactly what you're allowed to do. And certain developers, and it used to be most of them, would take that into account when they bought a project. They do a pro forma on, based on these rules, can I make a profit? If I can, I'll buy the property and put in an application that follows the rules, and everything would be good. And those developers have never had any kind of a problem with me. Then there's other kinds of developers who buy property in an area that has a very specific secondary plan with very prescriptive height and density in Section 37, et cetera, who decide, maybe they didn't know what they were buying, maybe if they're from the 905 or somewhere, they didn't know what they were buying, but then they decide, I'm not following any of those rules. And when I say, sorry, but you have to follow the rules, I'm not helping you not follow the rules. In fact, I will oppose you not following the rules. Those people become the disgruntled stakeholders referred to in this report. And at election time, they become the disgruntled stakeholders who get very involved in election campaigns. And in Ward 23, and I'm glad I can talk about this publicly, this sort of gives me a reason to, in Ward 23, they get extremely involved in election campaigns. And these disgruntled stakeholders, who are the developers who don't want to follow the rules, and the land speculators who make money from not following the rules and then flip it to developers, they have been actively trying to get rid of me for, 20 years. And they have not succeeded in that, but they sort of took a new tactic starting with the election in 2014. And I actually have this on tape. I have an audio recording of these people meeting and saying, well, how are we going to get rid of this guy? We can't give money to his opponent because he's already over his spending limit, so how are we going to smear Filion? And they kind of outlined a plan, and it has been happening ever since. So it has been going on for 4 years now. You just heard an example of it in this room. You see an example of it on the supplementary agenda from the last item. And I'm calling it out, and I'm calling it out here, and I'm calling it out during the election campaign, and I'll be calling it out any place I see it with whatever the connections are, whoever it involves, and because it is completely unacceptable. And it's not just, I have a pretty thick skin, you have to, so, Councillor Mammoliti can accuse me of whatever he wants. But, it is just deeply troubling to me what goes on, the reasons why people choose to smear me, and how it's, it's not that dissimilar to the Russians trying to interfere in the U.S. Election campaign. It's developers and land speculators.
Thank you, Councillor Filion. Your time is up. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, we have a huge agenda today to complete. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I recognize that we do have a lot, but I feel compelled to speak on this matter. Councillor Filion, as far as I can see in my observations, John, I don't believe you and I have ever sat down for a cup of coffee. We haven't over 8 years even gone out for lunch, but I have actually recognize him to be one of the most principled counselors that there are serving in this chamber, and recognizing the development pressures. I have the floor, Madam Speaker. Recognizing the development pressures that exists in North York, I also recognize that there is tremendous pressure for him and the city planners, to be quite honest, to break open the North York secondary plan, which I think we should all be quite envious of, because that's the only document that has been able to keep the unsustainable and reckless development in check for a number of years. And so for sure, of course, when you have someone of such principle who's working with planning staff who have the actual tools in place, people are going to want to take a run at it. And that's not uncommon, and so we might as well just be honest by what it is. What I am really alarmed by, Madam Speaker, is the tone of the comments by some of the members, which I would only describe as gaslighting. Gaslighting by exerting some type of perception that I think is founded in some type of emotional manipulation that our integrity commissioner is really not doing her job, and trying to cast some dispersions and doubt that her job is not only not being done properly, is that she's actually incompetent or there's a vendetta, something to that extent. That is a classic look over there, pivot over there, I'm going to set this on fire, nothing to see here scenario. I can't tell you, Madam Speaker, how, as I sit and listen to these remarks, what it is that is motivating counselors to say what they're saying. And why it is that when Integrity Commissioner brings a report before us, her reputation, her actions, her professionalism, her integrity is attacked. Madam Speaker, that's my problem today as I sit here and listen to 2 rounds of speeches about how it's the Integrity Commissioner's incompetence that we're here, and that she herself is somehow being manipulated or doing this or that. And Madam Speaker, it's anything but the truth. Clearly in her report, she says that Councillor Fillion and Mr. Belz are both independently committed. They are not friends, and nor do they have any business relationship. And yet, out of these speeches that we heard and the line of questioning that we heard, it came nowhere from those reports. So where those comments and where those speeches and where those remarks are generated from, it was not in the report. They're somehow words and concepts that were deposited with different individual councillors in this chamber, and then somehow they stood up and parroted what was told to them. That, Madam Speaker, is what I find so concerning about what I've heard. And so I thank you, Councillor Fillion, for doing your job. I'm sorry that this has become a personal attack upon you, that you've had to endure for these 4 years or however long. That is not your responsibility as a councillor, and it should have never happened to you. Anybody interfering with the business of your ward, trying to intimidate or perhaps bully city staff or yourself to backing down, you've done exactly what you were supposed to do, and that's your job, and I thank you.
Well, we have other speakers. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to put forward the same motion I put on the last item due to the fact that it didn't get voted on because that item was received for information. So it is that City Council requests the Integrity Commissioner, with the advice of outside counsel, if required, to issue an interpretive bulletin or other appropriate document providing just more detailed advice and guidance to members of council on the definition of the term friends in Section 8 of the Code of Conduct, and to provide further guidance and advice on permitted and prohibited actions and interactions involving members of council and friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I have no...
Oh, hold on. There's a question to Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering, do you also want to include in there relatives, maybe? I mean, let's stretch it out. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I think
I think we know what relatives are. And I don't know if you were here for the debate, but there was just a lot of questions with respect to what different counselors thought of were perhaps friends. And there was responses that if it might have even been okay if it happened in the local councilor's ward, or it wasn't. It was a very confusing debate. So that's why I'm just putting this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, do you want clarification of the motion?
So the interpretation of friend, I take it, would be a part of this explanation. What is a friend to a councillor?
I think that's what this asks, yes.
Because the issue with councillor, sorry, I can't hear because there's a lot of heckling. You know,
I could sing the friend song.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
So in Councillor Thompson's case, recommendations were made because he got involved with a friend. And it was the determination of the Integrity Commissioner that that was a friend that he shouldn't have got involved with in this file.
Yeah, Councillor, I think I'm putting this motion forward because, like many of my other colleagues who were asking questions, I was just there was kind of a little bit of back and forth and gray area, and it may even be an exercise here where Section 8 comes forward and there's more clarity in Section 8.
Yeah, and what is a friend? You might consider a friend, and someone that you know might consider you a friend, and you don't consider that person a friend.
Okay, look.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, let's.
Being a councillor for the
Okay.
last...
It's a joke, but I think what you're trying to do is get the Integrity Commissioner to explain what it is she sees as the definition of a friend.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, just some guidance for everyone
Yeah,
here.
thank you. After this, I don't think we're going to have any friends at all. Who wants to be my friend? I don't think so. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting the recommendation of the Integrity Commission on this particular matter. I know, excuse me, I know George Belza well, and I can certainly attest to his knowledge of council policies and his commitment to adherence of council policies. The problem that I have with respect to people who say, well, all you got to do is follow the rules and there won't be any problem. Well, follow the rules means follow the rules as stipulated under the existing zoning bylaw and the existing official plan. Whether there's a secondary plan in place or not, follow the rules. Just say, you know, as long as you build according to those rules, you can build as of right. But that's not what typically comes before us. Applications come that seek a zoning amendment and an official plan amendment. So notwithstanding what the rules are, people are seeking to get an approval for something that deviates from the rules. And they ask for a fair process whereby a decision can be made by council or community council that addresses the planning merits of a particular application, notwithstanding that it seeks an official plan amendment or a zoning amendment, but please make a decision on the merits. And I think that's the problem that I'm having. I'm saying, well, if someone is actually making a legitimate application, why are there obstacles being put in place that are either inadvertent or unfair? And that's where I start to grapple with, is it relevant for someone else to intercede if in fact the process is being tainted in any way? So notwithstanding my concerns, I believe that, as I say, both Councillor Fillion and Mr. Belza do adhere to council policies. It's just that perhaps the wrong council policies. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've been myself in the hands of the Integrity Commissioner, and I've raised some concerns. We do not have clear rules as to what our procedures are, what we can and cannot do. It seems that other people interpret the procedures and the rules that we are engaged with in a different matter, and the Integrity Commissioner can interpret it whichever way she or he pleases. We need to make sure that we have clear guidance on what we can and cannot do. We got to make sure that we have clear guidance on the engagement. I got a written statement from the Integrity Commissioner when I was going through my difficulties, and it says that you cannot engage constituents. Well, if I do not engage constituents, what in God's name am I doing in this place? The only thing that is said that you can bring forward debate in the council. So if we don't engage constituents, I guess when we have the election coming up, we cannot go engage the constituents. The other thing is that where there's smoke, sometimes there's a lot of fire. And in the case of the councillor in Ward 23, there was a lot of smoke. So there has to be some fire somewhere. So I say to you, we have to make sure that we as a council have come up with clear rules and regulations on what we can and cannot do. We cannot allow outsiders to tell us our role. We cannot allow outsiders to tell us what we can, cannot do, when, and where. And that has to be a clear distinction. So, Madam Speaker, I think that when we come back as a new council, we should look at this situation. We should get a committee going in order to look what our clear responsibilities are and what we can engage and when we cannot engage. I wrote to the Integrity Commissioner once and I said, can I do this? No, you can't. Fine. And then a little while later, I got an email that says, oh, because of pressure from other councillors, you can do this. Well, you know, what gives? I couldn't tell my constituents that I'm seeking re-election in the new ward, and I obeyed with the rulings. And then a couple of weeks later, after I had gone to print with my householder, I was told you can do it. So, no disrespect to our accountability officers, but there's got to be a clear guidance. And in this situation, no you can't, yes you can, there was no clear guidance to me. And if I was to recall that job and say I want to stop the printing job, it would have costed me $2,000. I'm sure that I couldn't go back to the Integrity Commission and say, give me the $2,000 that I spent. So I think that we need to get a clear recommendation on what we can and cannot do and give those instructions to our accountability officers when they have to deal in cases that are brought forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ajamari.
Thank you, Chair. I was invited a few years ago to a meeting just outside my ward, and it was to discuss the mayoralty campaign for someone who ended up not running, so this person has never been elected. And I don't want to go into a lot of detail. Just want to speak for 1 minute to tell you what I heard. This is a group of, I really shouldn't have been there. I don't know why I was invited. I was the only elected person there. I was the only woman in the room. Felt very uncomfortable. And as I walked in, this was the discussion that was happening. They were a group of developers and businessmen. And what they were saying was, oh, that Fillion, that John Fillion, all we get is you have to follow the rules and you have to do this and that and you have to think about the Edithvale Community Center and Section 37 and this. We can't take it anymore. But these other guys, you know, what they want is a trip to Florida and so on and their bank accounts, and you can imagine, you can fill in the rest. And what I learned was not about what I learned. I already knew about Councillor Fillion, everyone does. But what I learned, that he's honest to a fault. But what I learned was that for the developers, it didn't matter to them if they gave money to your private bank account or to the Edithvale Community Center. It was the cost of doing business.
Councillor Perks.
So a lot of this conversation has been very distressing, but for me, actually, I view this as a win. It's been a tremendous win. The whole thing worked. I've had the pleasure for the second half of this term sitting on the Planning and Growth Management Committee, and every meeting, the chair of the committee finds cause to say what's really wrong is the OMB never follows our secondary plans. It's terrible. Like, it just means it's all open season all the time. They're always tearing everything apart. with the exception of the North York Secondary Plan, where there are provisions in there that lock it down more thoroughly than any secondary plan we have in the city. So that worked. I'm jealous. I wish I could have that level of rigor with secondary plans in my community. So congratulations to those members of council who participated in getting that done. It worked. The next thing that worked is the Integrity Commissioner got a complaint and investigated it thoroughly. And often these complaints, they come in and there's an accusation and the Integrity Commissioner sort of looks at it and tries to figure out if it's true or not, and it ends there. But this one actually did something a little bit better. And Councillor Fillion quoted it, but I want to quote it again. Quote, "I find that the arrangement scheme rumor is sourced and circulated by campaign rivals or disgruntled stakeholders who have animus towards Councillor Fillion." It is a fact of public life that you will annoy people, you will pick sides in a conflict in a community, and that in the political environment we live in this day and age, people feel free to turn to mudslinging as a way of trying to get what they want. And I think that's terrible because it clouds all of the other conversations we have. It makes it impossible to tell whether somebody's doing their job or whether whatever ugly rumor is being passed around about them is actually true. But in this instance, the Integrity Commissioner went and found, no, the nasty things that are said about Councillor John Fillion are actually the result of him doing stuff that people didn't like and deciding to put rumors out about him to try to undermine his credibility. And I think that this is a tremendous example, and I think it's the first time I've seen it, of the Integrity Commissioner's report, not just settling the facts of the case, but showing that in this instance, the whole debate we're having is the result of some people who couldn't persuade John Fillion to overturn the North York Secondary Plan. And so I think that's a great thing that's happened today, and I hope that people out there are thinking that you can just smear a reputation on this council and put in a brown envelope and somehow advance your interests. I hope they all see this and know it's not going to work. And the third thing that worked today, and a couple of other people have spoken to it, and I think that this is worth us saying again and again and again. It is a rare public servant who will, for years, decades in this case, decades, stand up to the kind of abuse, slander, smears, attacks, dirty election tactics, and some of the awful, awful, awful rhetoric we have heard on this floor today, and continue to do what's right. I'm just so proud to have worked with you, John. It breaks my heart you're retiring. I wish we could have another decade working together.
Okay, if we can have the motions on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor DiCiano, recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please. Thank you.
The amendment carries 33-3.
Okay, and on the item, as amended, recorded vote.
Counselor Sao, please.
Counselor Mamalidi, please. The item is amended, carries 30-6.
Yes, just a moment. Councillor Fragedakis.
Yes, sorry. I've been told that that Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2017 Annual Report, PG 3010 on page 4, was dealt with. There seems to be confusion. Councillor Robinson has told me that she believes that she is holding that item, but I actually would ask for someone on this council to reopen it, because I actually would like to be recorded in the negative in the reopening.
Yes. What did happen, Councillor Fragedakis, we had voted on it, and so what we did say is when you come up, that we would reopen it for you. So, Councillor Shiner?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I know Councillor Fragedakis would like to vote against the recommendations, and I don't think there's any other discussion. I'm more than happy to move a motion to reopen it and call for the vote again now.
Okay. So to reopen page 4, PG 30.10. All in favor? Carried. Now on the item, recorded vote.
Because she doesn't like. Can I get my mic to This is too loud.
PG 30.10, Toronto Local Appeal Body. Chair's annual report.
Counselor Fletcher, please.
We're only voting on the highlights section. This is the one that we had voted on, but we reopened it because Councillor Fragedakis wanted to be recorded in the negative. No, this is on the item.
The item is the item is received 35-1.
Okay. So our next item. Pardon? Okay, our next item is,
Apparently.
is CC 43.7. Okay, so what's happening here? Do we have any questions?
No, sorry.
Councillor Campbell? We're at CC 43.7. Councillor Mamalidi, you held the item down.
Yes,
Well, his name is not on the list.
Why are you singling me out?
Well, because you held the item
Well, I
down.
want to speak. My name's on to speak.
No, but usually, because you held it down, you're the first to ask questions.
What is
It's
it that
okay.
you want me to do in this chamber? Sit
Okay, I
down,
don't.
stand up?
No, just
speak,
sit down,
not speak?
just sit down.
What is it that you want me to do?
Sit down. That's fine. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. You know, I just lost 21 seconds.
Yeah, I know, I'm going to
Thanks for-
reset your time.
Councilor Memley.
I was
So to Integrity Commissioner. You've pointed out on page 7 that Councillor Matlow, you said he appears to accept the auditor's findings that Mr. Byford and his staff did not deliberately mislead City Council. But then in other parts of the report, you have quotes of the interview that he had on Metro Morning, where he said, "Now listen, again, city staff more and more times than not provide great information. The system is supposed to work that way, and then we hire experts to provide advice to admittedly lay people and make policy decisions. But too often, either city staff provide information that is either tainted or politically motivated for one reason or the other." So is it statements like that and that led you to the conclusion that he in fact did not accept the Auditor General's findings?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the latter statements you referred to were prior to the auditor's report.
Ah, okay, they were prior to the auditor. So what was it in particular that led you to the conclusion that he had breached the code of conduct?
So the reason I concluded that Councillor Matlow contravened the code in this case was on the basis of the comments he made on the Metro Morning interview, that because the main topic of the radio interview was the briefing note, the very briefing note that the TTC staff prepared. And in that interview, Councillor Matlow stated that the briefing note was untrue and contained misleading information. And he made other statements in the interview to convey that he was concerned that the public servants in the Scarborough Transit debate had given advice for political reasons. So I understand that Councillor Matlow is of the view that on its face, the comments in the radio interview did not cross the line, and I took that submission seriously. I found it difficult to reconcile with his continued assertion that there was an issue with the briefing note, and then I reviewed the transcript again and again and formed these conclusions.
Is it inappropriate for him to have said, I'm sorry, I'm going to refer to page 6, it's right about in the middle, put pressure on city staff, so councillors will times put pressure on city staff to write reports in a way that will either put the information in there that will support their argument or the destination they're trying to arrive at. Was that inappropriate?
So my conclusion was based on, as I explained on page 12 of the report, the overall meaning of the entire interview and all of Councillor Matlow's comments. So I can't point you to a specific sentence that crossed the line.
So is it, because I know Councillor Matlow referred to something that was factually incorrect, and I was on Metro Morning once talking about a union position that I said was factually incorrect. I mean, it's sort of a way of getting around to say the other person is lying, and I mean, I said it, and I suppose Councillor Matlow said it, but in my case, I was talking about a union rather than city staff. So was it inappropriate for him to say that the position taken was factually incorrect? The briefing note was factually incorrect.
So through you, Madam Speaker, no, I expressly conclude if that was all that was said, that is what the role of this council is, to scrutinize the information that comes before them, but going further and suggesting that it could not be relied upon because there was some other motivation in the giving of the advice, that was what crossed the line.
Did you feel, now this was, the complaint was brought forward by Mr. Byford?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
Did you have reason to think that the mayor's reputation had been impugned as well?
Through you, Madam Speaker, with the outcome of this report? Do you
No,
mean,
with the statements by Councillor Matlow.
Oh, through you,
Because
Madam
there
Speaker,
was
I didn't consider
constant
that.
references to the mayor's office.
I didn't consider that.
You didn't
issue,
consider it?
no.
Okay, all right.
This is a very specific complaint about the relationship between this city council and the professional public service.
Right.
So not relationship between councillors.
Okay.
I have one paragraph in the report that says that's a great debate that city councillors can continue to have. But
I mean, the inference was that the memo that In regard to the LRT and the cost estimate that put it at approaching
That
three-
was your last question. You're way over 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, okay, well, you didn't tell me, you know, I'm good.
I wasn't even. Counselor Fillion.
Fundamental question for me here. If you were of the view that Councillor Matlow was correct in his assertion that the staff were politicized on the Scarborough subway issue, would you still have found against him?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I won't comment on a hypothetical, but what I do say in the report is that if a member of council has a concern about that, then the right thing to do is to go to speak about it with the city manager, or if it's in the case of a different employee, with that person's supervisor, to use the whistleblowing provisions or the disclosure of wrongdoing framework at the city to raise those concerns, not to go on the mass media Metro Morning interview and raise these concerns.
So it's hard to do this without a hypothetical, but are you saying that if someone is of the view that something that shouldn't be happening is happening, and if they are in fact correct about that, they can't go on the radio and talk about it? I'm not understanding.
So through you, Madam Speaker,
I really am trying to understand.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Speaker, your question's quite broad, and I guess what I just like to do and to situate this, the findings in this, in the context that they are, which is this very important relationship between City Council and city staff, and the obligation in the Code of Conduct to respect the professional abilities of city staff. That means that this council should innately be able to rely that all of the advice it gets, because of the Toronto Public Service Bylaw, is neutral and non-political. And so to fail to meet those standards is a serious issue that should be raised through appropriate channels. And so public statements that suggest that kind of behavior on public servants are not consistent with this part of the code, and that's been the consistent finding of me and my predecessors on relation to this topic.
Whether it's true or not didn't factor into your judgment.
No, my assessment of what was said in 2016 is an objective assessment of what was said and what would a reasonable person have heard.
Sure, but I really am trying to understand. Yeah. But it's regardless of whether it's true or not. That's sort of irrelevant whether it's true or not. If you go on a radio station and say, I have trouble with staff being politicized on an issue or question their professionalism in any way, that would be crossing a line in your view.
Through you, Madam Speaker. In this case, yes, it was. I want to be able. I always want to be able to answer your questions so that they can help you, which is I know why you're asking them. It is so important that there be a strong relationship between the Toronto Public Service and City Council, that members of council do need to exercise caution when making public comment about what public servants are doing. And if it veers beyond fair comment and makes suggestions, like I found it did in this case, that there is some other ulterior motive at play that would make the advice unreliable, then that is prohibited.
Sorry, can you say that last part again? There's an awful lot of chatter in the room, and I am having a bit of trouble hearing, and I'm trying to pay attention to every word.
So
Councillor Fillion, the problem is we can't hear you because you're
Oh, okay.
got your back against the mic,
Sure. Okay.
so we can't
my
hear what
apologies.
you're saying.
My apologies, yes.
Okay.
So I think the Integrity Commissioner heard the question, but I'm just trying to get at to what extent was her determination based on whether what Councillor Matlow said was factually correct, or was that totally irrelevant to her in her decision because because you can't go on the radio and say things about the staff or question their professionalism.
Okay, that was your last question, too. So do you want to?
Okay, so through you, Madam Speaker, raising those type of serious concerns on a mass media forum is not an appropriate way to deal with it. It should be dealt with by raising it through the city manager, other mechanisms within the City of Toronto. I said in the report that if all Councillor Matlow had said was that the information was erroneous, that those statements would have been fine, but that because he went further and suggested that the staff, including Mr. Byford, were acting at the behest of a political person, then that's where I think it crossed the line and suggested an improper conduct that, in fact, in this case, was established by the Auditor General, and I reference this in the report, not to be the case. That happened to have happened, but the finding would have been the same.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. Your finding is based on Article 12 of the Code of Conduct?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Article 12, you've got it in your report. You underline a portion. Accordingly, no member shall maliciously or falsely injure the professional or ethical reputation or prospects or practice of staff, and all members shall show respect for the professional capacity. That's on page 8 of your report. So Article 12 does not state that no member shall say that a member of the staff gave us misinformation, but rather that we can never do that falsely or maliciously. Is that what the actual code says?
So the analysis about what Article 12 means is set out on page 10 and 11 of the report.
I'm going to get to them.
Yeah,
I'm just asking you, but the code says falsely and maliciously.
So that's
Is that correct?
That's what the code says, yes.
Yes, thank you. As you're going through your analysis on page 10, you cite Fenn and Siegel. And Fenn and Siegel say that this should be brought to a city manager and never made public. The article by Fenn and Siegel you cite, does it review the City of Toronto Code of Conduct, or is it a general article having to do with how city managers should do their job?
It's through you, Madam Speaker. It's an article written by some very well-respected practitioners, academics in
I understand, but is the article based on the function of the city manager, or does it somewhere reference specifically the Code of Conduct of the City of Toronto?
It doesn't, but it does reference codes of conduct and the municipal legislation.
When on page 12,
Yeah, Councillor Perks, please allow the staff to finish her comments.
yep,
You
on
interrupted
page
her,
12,
but you interrupted her answer, so if I can have the Integrity Commissioner complete her answer, please.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the article is in reference to the same legal framework that the City of Toronto operates under.
so it's in reference to codes of conduct that say that councillors cannot maliciously or falsely make these accusations. Is that treated in the article you're citing?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the specific provision of the code is not addressed in the article.
Thank you very much. You, on page 12, say that the auditor's finding conclusively disposed of any underlying concern that Mr. Byford or his staff prepared the briefing note to advance or prefer the mayor's objectives at the expense of their own professional advice. In conducting her review, did the Auditor General use her powers to compel the production of documents and interview Mr. Byford, Mr. Matlow, Councillor Matlow, the mayor, or his staff under oath?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't speak to what the auditor did, and I certainly did not reinvestigate the issue before the auditor, nor would have been appropriate for me to do so.
So in deciding that the Auditor General conclusively disposed of the issue, you didn't check whether or not the auditor used powers to compel the production of documents or to interview any of the principals under oath. You didn't check that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely not. I did not go behind the conclusive and comprehensive findings of the Auditor General.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti?
Just to follow up on Councillor Perks' questioning, you cited a report that doesn't state anything to do with the City of Toronto in making this argument. It doesn't even refer to us and our code of conduct in that article. Are we creating policy on the fly through your office?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would not characterize it that way. In the writing of this report and considering it, I referred first and foremost to this council's prior consideration of the very issue that's before you. Those reports are referenced in the report. This article I found to be a very timely and on-point consideration of the very issue, and it articulated in a helpful way, I thought, helping us understand the relationship between council and staff.
Sounds like we're creating policy through your office. If we're not creating policy through your office, you made a comment, and I think the comment you made was you can't point to one statement that Councillor Matlow has made, right, in terms of his breach. And that he should have gone through a protocol which included the city manager. Where did we get a memo as councillors suggesting that that's the protocol to follow if we do an interview with a newspaper or a radio station, that we should be touching base with the city manager first?
So through you, Madam Speaker, last term there were at least 3 reports about public statements made in media about public servants, and that is where this council learns about what the obligations in the Code of Conduct mean. It puts flesh on these reports, and so certainly this is not the first time that this issue has been raised. The Toronto Public Service Bylaw came into force more recently. I wrote to council twice about the Toronto Public Service Bylaw to help us understand how it relates to this article.
If I have an opinion on staff, and I don't like what they're doing because of their approach or their technique or how aggressive they are in doing their job, we're supposed to go to the same staff and get their permission to do an interview on a radio? Is that what you're suggesting?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I have not said anything like that.
Well, let's just say that I was to follow this protocol that you're talking about, but I had issues with staff, and I had issues with how they're doing their job, and I wanted to make that public so that the public would know, because I think that's a part of our job as well, is to let the public know how we're feeling. We're supposed to go to the staff that we don't trust to get their opinion first before we go onto the radio?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think you may have I may have misspoken. If a member of council wishes to raise this very serious allegation that a member of staff is substituting their professional advice to benefit somebody else's political interest, that is a contravention of the Toronto Public Service Bylaw. It's serious, and there are mechanisms in place at the city to deal with it. Does not include going on the radio and making that claim.
And one of those mechanisms, I would imagine, in the case of the TTC or anywhere else, would be to go to their legal department and find out whether or not the comments that any one councillor's made has had a bad reflection on their department, and to write that letter. What you are saying indirectly to us is that if we go onto the radio and we want to spell out our true feelings about the bureaucracy or whoever else we have an issue with, that we should be checking in first with them before we go onto that station.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that members of this council have to appreciate the special and privileged role that they have, and to act respectfully toward the professional public service, and recognize that professional public servants do not have the same platform that you each have. And that they don't have the same way to defend themselves, and that's why extra scrutiny has been warranted. It's not just in this case, but in previous ones. Extra scrutiny is warranted for communications on mass media forums.
Okay, so in this case it's the TTC, and you're suggesting they don't have the same platform we do. Doesn't Brad Ross do all of their interviews with radio and interview? Doesn't he respond to everything that councillors say or one person says in the media? Doesn't he regularly do that? Isn't that a forum that they could use to counter whatever anyone else says that might be a councillor?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that is not an issue before me in this report. I'm not going to address it.
Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you just, to the Integrity Commissioner, can you just elaborate for me the process with respect to the whistleblower scenario that's available to counselors if they feel that they're not getting the unbiased advice that they're entitled to?
So it starts with the Toronto Public Service Bylaw. The Toronto Public Service Bylaw is this council's guarantee that the public service is providing this council with its best professional advice in a neutral and non-political manner. That bylaw sets out the provisions and mechanisms for how anybody can raise concerns about a failure to meet those standards.
Okay, so who upholds that bylaw, and who would I complain to as a whistleblower with respect to that
So
bylaw?
through you, Madam Speaker, it would depend on who the conduct was about.
Well, let's just say it was a department head.
So the
Deputy city manager, would it be the city manager? Let's just say it's any department head.
So through you, Madam Speaker, just in general, there is a sort of an identification of the different individuals, different managers within the organization that would receive allegations of wrongdoing from regarding people that they oversee. As a last resort, the office can go to the Auditor General, or anybody can go to the Auditor General. That's the whistleblowing mechanism.
So there is a bylaw that the Toronto Public Service has to guarantee us unbiased opinion, and if we don't like that, because we know files intimately, we need to go back to the Public Service to ask them to uphold the bylaw. That's the whistleblower process? Because just like on the political side, on the public service side, I mean, they form friendships and work relationships, and they have to work with these people every day. So I just, things sound good on paper a lot of times, but then the real world kind of comes in, and I just want to know how that works in the real world, that there's a whistleblower policy where if I have a problem with the public service, I go to the public service for advice. I mean, I can just understand why there might be frustration that a counselor would just say enough of this. If it gets high level enough or political enough, they just go on the radio.
So through you, Madam Speaker, ultimately at the end of the day, every organization is responsible for the conduct of its own employees. So members of council, people have concerns about members of council, they make a complaint, it comes to me, where does it end up? Here, on this floor. The council is responsible for the conduct of its members. The public service is responsible for the conduct of its members. It is the city manager's job, set out in the Toronto Public Service Bylaw, to oversee that.
So, I don't even know if this you don't have to answer if it's not in order, but do you believe that the public believes that politicians are political and the public service are unbiased?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I won't answer that as you permitted me not to.
Fair enough, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madame. I like the way that Councillor Layton pronounces that. Integrity Commissioner. I, too, am trying to understand this conclusion you've drawn about the mass media and whether or not it's appropriate to comment on advice, statements made of our civil servants. Much of what Councillor Matlow discussed on the CBC, as I see from these reports in the Toronto Star, were well within the purview of the mass media long before he commented. So are you suggesting that we should all just say we can't comment on these things that are already in the mass media?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the extra scrutiny, the caution, the reason why it's a code of conduct issue is simply because it is only the members of this council that are bound by the code. So it is, and I believe it's that way because the code recognizes the special privilege and authority that members of council have. So when they make public statements like this, lends it more credibility. than a newspaper article might.
Oh, okay. One of the other questions I have, your advice is based on, or your conclusions about how we should act is based on an article from an expert. But your suggestion is, if we think that a public servant has given us wrong information, that we should go to the city manager or ombudsman. Are you aware that Councillor Matlow, whether Councillor Matlow did go to the city manager or the ombudsman to deal with this issue?
So through you, Madam Speaker,
Are you aware of whether he did?
So all I can say is I have received several submissions from Councillor Matlow in this inquiry, and I've considered all of the things that he told me.
So you're not aware, you did not ask the city manager whether or not he'd offered advice?
So again, through you, Madam Speaker, all of the information about the inquiries that I made are contained in the report. And I could, if I could pause to say, I appreciate this is an unenviable task that members of council are being asked to fulfill in all of the cases today.
There's some other information that was in the Toronto Star that we never got an opportunity to hear about, and that was an email message that was sent from Mr. Byford to Councillor Matlow. Did you have an opportunity to see that or comment on that or consider that in your deliberations?
So again, all of the information that Councillor Matlow provided to me was reviewed and considered, and you have the report before you with my findings.
So you have an email that said that I've never been more politicized in my life, and secondly, that I've been told by the mayor's office that I should use the word express subway because it makes the plan sound better? You didn't see that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, you have before you all of, I can assure you I've reviewed all the information that Councillor Matlow provided. You have my findings, and as is also indicated in the report, the Auditor General's report dealt with this issue. I did not investigate that issue, nor would it have been appropriate for me to do so.
The other thing that was in the Star was that there was an interview with Councillor Burnside where he commented that there was a member of the mayor's staff who was using the briefing note to discuss with him about the actual costs that were being used to justify supporting the subway. Did you have any conversations with anyone else who was noted in the Star articles that were about this matter?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I did not reinvestigate the issue that was before the Auditor General, and it would not have been appropriate for me to do so.
I'm not suggesting you undermine the Auditor General, if that's the word you use, or reinvestigate. I'll just return, if I could, to the other question about the actual code of conduct, which says that a member must where is the reference? I knew when I went to find it. That no member shall maliciously or falsely injure the professional or ethical reputation or the prospects or practice of staff. So where is it that you've concluded that councillor was malicious?
No, her time's up. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, just really the last page is all I'm interested in. If I just need to I'm trying to understand your thought process here. Second last paragraph. In the absence of an apology, I therefore recommend council accept the findings and reprimand Councillor Matlow. So you want us to essentially to take some sort of action because he refused to accept what, in your opinion, he did was wrong.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, I guess I could reframe it, and that maybe wasn't as clear as it could be. Oftentimes, in every prior case that this council has considered, 4 prior times, an apology was an appropriate remedial action as a consequence of a finding. So that's all that reference means. And I guess in other words, had Councillor Matlow been willing to apologize as a remediation, then I wouldn't be recommending a reprimand. but it's not as a penalty for a failure to acknowledge or accept. It's just a thing that has been used as a way to.
So we're saying if you
resolve
don't
the issue.
acknowledge, we're going to comment on it. If you acknowledge, don't worry about it?
No, no, through you, Madam
Sorry,
Speaker, I
I'm
wouldn't
not trying to be
characterize it that
argumentative,
way.
I'm
I
just
wouldn't
kinda
characterize it
confused.
that way. So in prior cases, either before it came to the council floor, the councillor has offered to apologize, and so then in one case in particular, I recommended that no further action was necessary because the apology was sufficient. In
Okay.
other cases, commissioners have recommended that this council request or compel a councillor to apologize. I don't think that makes any sense. So that's why I'm saying the only action, and I think it's something that action ought to be taken for, is a reprimand.
Okay, and the complaint regarding Mr. Notaro and Mr. Byford, there was the same set of circumstances, or same interview, wasn't it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it was the same interview, but it was from a different point of view. Yeah.
So you're suggesting that because it's, if I'm understanding correctly, because it's the same set of circumstances and not two different interviews, that the course of action should be just dealing as if it were one.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't characterize it that way, no. So the apology, the prior report, in that case, the councillor in question, Councillor Matlow, offered an apology to remediate some of the statements relating to a completely different public servant, not to Mr. Byford.
Okay, and so I presume you're in the position, or we have an integrity commissioner, because you are seen, and rightly so, as unbiased, and you would potentially have more credibility than council. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I won't answer. I'd love to answer that question, but I think that's really for council to decide. But,
okay. It's
but
somewhat rhetorical.
Could I say, I could say this, I don't know if this will help
members,
you. But
I mean, it's somewhat rhetorical, so let me just move on then. But you're asking us, you're asking us to reprimand, and that's sufficient.
right, okay, so
But you're asking us to do it because Councillor Matlow wouldn't actually respond to your findings.
Okay,
Doesn't that seem a little bit?
oh, so I see through you, Madam Speaker. No, so so again, in prior cases where a member of council has apologized, I have come to this council and said, I've made a finding of contravention, councillor has apologized in consideration of that, no further action is necessary, and all I ask the council to do is receive the report and impose no further penalty.
Because they understand what they did was wrong.
Fair, for whatever reason, they did that.
Okay.
So I guess on this topic, though, I don't know if this is what you were suggesting, but I hope that I can convey to this council that I really acknowledge that this is not a fun position to be in, to be having to pass judgment on your colleagues. And what I hope you can rely on my office for is to have me here to review in a professional and independent way these circumstances and to give you my best view about what the conclusions are, and to take it away from you so that you don't need to review and reinvestigate and form your own conclusions, to accept the findings because the office exists to depoliticize and to ensure that there's a professional and fair investigation. That's what happened in this case. I've listened to witnesses, I've considered the submissions, I've reviewed the necessary materials, and I've made the interpretations. Your role is to consider whether the penalty, I don't have jurisdiction to impose a penalty. So the report must come here. Yes, it's a
Okay.
recommendation.
Can we stick to the report? You know, I just want to remind members of council, we have a lot of items on the agenda. And, no, I understand, but what I'm saying is that we need to move on with the agenda and try to get the items completed. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, and to the Integrity Commissioner, thank you very much for this report and many reports that you've submitted to us. And I want to make sure that I understand and my colleagues understand that your report would not recommend any sanctions or reprimands if any member of council, Councillor Matlow or myself, was on CBC radio and said, the subway is a great idea, or the subway is a bad idea, or these are the arguments for a subway, these are the arguments against the subway, you have no concern about either of us going on any media interview and giving our opinions and stating the facts as we see them and giving our best advice to members of the public.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would recharacterize it to say it's not my concern or my concern, just the code of conduct. Does the code of conduct concern itself with that? And the answer is no, that it is in the range of a fair comment to make comments about the substance of staff reports or advice. To cross the line and go beyond that is an issue the code of conduct concerns itself with, and that's why you have this report before you.
Yeah, so your analysis really, it doesn't matter if we're talking about subways or streetcars or buses or animal shelters or homeless shelters. Your finding was that Councillor Matlow breached the code of conduct.
Through you, Madam Speaker, you have the report before you and you have my findings.
Yeah, and is your finding that he breached the code of conduct?
Yes, yes.
And is my understanding correct, at the council meeting, when this issue was brought up, that Councillor Matlow was asked to apologize to Mr. Byford at the council meeting?
Through you, Madam Speaker, you have my report on the issue, and that is addressed in the
I didn't understand it when I read it, so I want to make sure that I have my facts correct as we move forward. So what was it, in fact, was there an opportunity for Councillor Matlow to apologize to Mr. Byford at that council meeting?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it is addressed in my report that Mr. Byford himself requested Councillor Matlow to provide an apology.
Is that the same time or two separate times? That's what I don't understand in your report.
It was two separate times.
So Councillor Matlow had an opportunity to apologize at council. He refused to do so. Mr. Byford, I suppose, asked, I'll call it offline or in person, for Mr. Matlow to apologize. Mr. Matlow refused. Did you ask during your report, in preparation of this report, did you suggest to the councillor that perhaps he should apologize and that would be an appropriate thing for him to do?
Through you, Madam Speaker, you have my report and my views about what would be an appropriate resolution.
So my question to you is a very simple one. Did you, again, I don't understand your report, and that's the only reason I'm asking you this question. Did you or did you not suggest to the councillor that he could apologize, and that's what you think would be an appropriate course of action?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and I'm not trying to be difficult, it's always open to anybody, and I did in this case, Councillor Matlow was provided with the findings and an opportunity to make submissions about things he might do to resolve it, and you have the report now about what the outcome of that was.
So during that process, you did suggest he could do that, and he just refused.
So through you, Madam Speaker, all I can tell you is he has refused. He does not wish to make an apology.
Okay, and through Madam Speaker.
Okay, you have 30 seconds. I know I didn't put the clock on, but I have it here, 30 seconds.
Through Madam Speaker, I've read Councillor Matlow's analysis of your analysis. In his 49-point response to you, is there anything in his response that would make you change your conclusion?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I've had the benefit of Councillor Matlow's submissions throughout this inquiry. I've reviewed them carefully and considered them, and you have my report before you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. Actually, Councillor de Bearmaker just segued into my question, but I would just ask that this is the second investigation on, would you say the matter is similar related to the code of conduct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so do you mean on the article or on with respect to?
On the investigation, the two investigations, you're saying there's a breach of the code of conduct. Has that happened twice?
So there have been 4 prior times this council has accepted reports regarding contraventions of Article 12.
4 prior times to these 3 that are before? Oh, before this council meeting.
Yeah, so if your question is about has this council received reports before about contraventions of Article 12 in general ever?
Yes.
Yes, 4 prior.
This term.
Okay, this term there was 1 prior report about Article 12.
So 4 in total?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And again, I'm just wondering about this 49-page document, and is there any mechanism for you to provide a rebuttal on this, or I'm asking a process question. Have you seen this, and is there any mechanism for you to respond to these points?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I have reviewed the response provided by Councillor Matlow. It is the same in substance to the materials that he provided to me, and as indicated, he was very cooperative in the inquiry. I've reviewed that. I've had a chance to speak with him about it, and my report is my report to this council about this case, and it includes my consideration of his submissions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With respect to the contravention and how no member shall maliciously or falsely injure the professional or ethical reputation, what exactly did Councillor Matlow do to trigger that finding?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the main topic of the radio interview was the briefing note that the TT staff prepared. In the interview, Councillor Matlow stated the note was untrue, contained misleading information. His other statements conveyed, in my view, that he was concerned that public servants in the transit debate provided advice for political reasons. Viewing the councillor's comments in the context of the entire interview, in my view, a reasonable person could conclude that Councillor Matlow was saying that Mr. Byford and the TTC were improperly influenced by the mayor's office, and that Mr. Byford substituted his professional advice for that was pleasing to the mayor. This is a very core obligation that the public service has to do exactly the opposite of that. And that is what the Toronto Public Service Bylaw guarantees for this council, and that is what was
So then much of the evidence that you're using to determine this outcome really comes down to the production and the source of this briefing note, and all the activities around who wrote it, who asked for it, when was it produced, how was it being used, the actual integrity of this note. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, respectfully, that is not the subject of this inquiry. The subject of this inquiry is whether those comments were contrary to Article 12 of the Code of Conduct. I did not, and it would not have been appropriate for me to do so, review the findings of the Auditor General, who investigated that issue of the briefing note comprehensively. And it would also not be appropriate for me to make any findings or any comments about the merits of the Scarborough subway debate or the quality of the information available to council. That's a matter for council to decide and analyze.
I'm really trying to follow the logic, and I'm grasping here. But if the comments made by Councillor Matlow, I mean on the record and out in the open, reference the briefing note, and you're drawing the conclusions that his comments created some type of, I mean, obviously breached the contravention of the code based on the comments around the briefing note, but the briefing note in itself seems to be clouded by the production, the motive, how it was introduced, how it was not introduced, the fact that the Toronto Star had to do an FOI in order for that note to become public to them and not to us. I'm struggling, and please forgive me if and I'm struggling to understand how that note, given all the information that's clouding it, and how that note, if it was used in a politicized way, or even the manufacturing of that note was largely for political purposes to extract a certain outcome on this floor of council, how that note, with all the suspicion around it, and Councillor Matlow raised that, how that note is now being, how you're saying that note has nothing to do with his comments, when I think it's at the core of what he's been trying to say, is that something doesn't seem right, and it comes back down to that note. and you're saying that that note had no bearing on what you, no bearing whatsoever.
So through you, Madam Speaker, in this case, there's the facts are that there was a conclusive or comprehensive investigation into the briefing note, a finding by the auditor that there was no political interference, and a comment, I'm not going to read it, about, which is referred to on page 12, about the sufficiency of the briefing note. I did not reinvestigate. It wouldn't have been appropriate for me to do that, reinvestigate the auditor's report. What I have done is give you my view about the comments made in the radio interview and how that interplays with the Toronto Public Service Bylaw and the Code of Conduct. And I've given you my best view about what I think those comments meant and my advice to you about how
My
to
final
deal with it.
question is that I recall in the Auditor General's comments when she was before us to talk specifically about the procurement and the production of that note, is that she did not go as far as she would have liked, and there seems to be new information that emerged, including a Toronto Star article that seemed to unveil a lot more than what she was able to find. Do you recall that comment?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't wish to comment on the auditor, other than to say that, as I've said in the report, the auditor investigated this and made clear findings about the briefing note. That's all I can say about it.
Thank you. That's the end of your questions. Last call for questions of the Integrity Commissioner. Seeing none, we'll go to speakers. First on the speakers list is Councillor Mammoliti. You have 5 minutes. And hold on, let me turn your time on. Turn your mic on.
It's a tough one.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move receipt of this report. And I'm going to move receipt not because I agree with Councillor Matlow, not because I like what he said, not because I believe in what he said. In fact, I think much of what he said was probably inappropriate. He probably didn't have his facts right. And quite frankly, I think he was a little mean. But at the end of the day, I also believe in the democratic process. And I believe that no one in City Hall should have the power to shut us up. And at the end of the day, while I disagree with Councillor Matlow, I agree he has every right in the world to go onto the radio and talk to the people about what his feelings are and what he believes to be the truth. And what's missed out of all of this is that it's what we believe to be the truth is what we are supposed to be doing as politicians. And sometimes it takes a few of us to talk about what we believe to be the truth for the truth to actually be pumped out. And so I disagree with the Integrity Commissioner for a lot of reasons. One of the biggest is that she's creating policy on the fly, that she's interpreting the policy that's in front of her on every individual case and determining on her own whether or not she likes that particular case or doesn't, or that. In my case, I believe that in many respects it's about the person too. And I don't believe that this policy that we've adopted is fair. Because if it was, Councillor Matlow would have had an opportunity to appeal if he thought that this was a little bit too stringent, like the rest of us. It's funny how some councillors, on the left in this case, found it to be quite appropriate that the Integrity Commissioner made the recommendations on Councillor Thompson. It's fine. No questions. Let's defend the Integrity Commissioner. We believe in what she said. Doesn't matter if she wants to tell us how she got there, but we defend her. In this particular case, because they want to defend Councillor Matlow, they're picking this report apart and tearing it inside and out, trying to find what's wrong with the Integrity Commissioner's report in order to support Councillor Matlow. Councillor Mihevc was right when he said our process with the Integrity Commissioner and the rest of them, quite frankly, is political, and it shouldn't be. Yes, he did. He said it's political, and we're starting to see how political it actually is. And so my efforts are going to be made to respect democracy and not have any bureaucrat disrespect bureaucracy because that particular bureaucrat interprets a particular policy in one way or another. And I will never stop going on the radio, just as I'm sure Councillor Matlow will. I'm not going to stop going on the radio and telling people what I think, even though the process that we set in place is also there to try and deter us and scare us from the embarrassment of this process. I'm not going to be embarrassed to talk about what I want. And I don't think Councillor Matlow is either. He's made some comments about me that I hate. I don't like what he said about me, but I defend myself, and I can defend myself. And that's what politicians should be doing, defending their arguments, bringing them public, and letting the public know what they think. And at the end of the day, it's the public to pay the taxes. And so that's how I proceed here. I don't believe there should be anything except a receipt that goes through here in the way of this vote. And I believe in democracy. I don't believe bureaucrats should try and stifle us and decide on which one should stop or not. And by the way, I've just launched a complaint on the Integrity Commissioner myself to the Ontario Ombudsman.
Thank you, Councillor Mammoliti. Next down to speak, we have Councillor Perks. I'll just turn your microphone on.
Now, twice in the same term, I'm going to have to vote the same way as Councillor Mammoliti. It's giving me a headache. It's not because I accept his reasoning and believe that Councillor Mammoliti or any of us should be able to say whatever we want. I mean, frankly, the happiest day I've had all year is when Councillor Mammoliti put a picture of himself out with electrical tape over his mouth. I thought that's a good state of affairs. But I want to turn to what's actually in front of us. We've had 3 reports here today, and I've taken a slightly different approach on each one. With Councillor Thompson, I suggested that we find that he had violated the code, but that we don't reprimand him because it's a section that's newly being tested, and we need to figure out some of the nuances, and that this council, none of us had stepped up as the Integrity Commissioner recommended and taken forward his issues, even though Councillor Thompson had asked some of us to do it. With the issue relating to Councillor Fillion, as I said, I think it worked great. I actually found it a vindication of the process. But I can't find that here. I was very careful in my questions of the Integrity Commissioner. The test is whether or she found that Councillor Matlow violated Article 12. Article 12 very specifically says that none of us can falsely or maliciously make claims about the motives of city staff and the advice that they give us. And yet, nowhere in her report does she speak to the veracity, the truthfulness of the claims that Councillor Matlow made, or make any argument about whether or not it was malicious. In other words, she applied the wrong test. In defense of applying the wrong test, she made her next error. The next error was to rely on an academic paper, not a peer-reviewed paper, by the way, but a presentation to a U of T body, not a piece of jurisprudence, not a court decision, which said that you should never raise these things publicly. And when I asked the Integrity Commissioner, did that report look at the test about falsely and maliciously as described in Article 12 of our Code of Conduct, she said no, it did not. In other words, she relied on a paper that didn't even look at the legal framework we're operating under here. Third, in trying to decide whether or not Councillor Matlow's claims were truthful, she said she felt that that had been completely disposed of. Those were her words, completely disposed of by the Auditor General's findings. I asked then, are you aware whether the Auditor General compelled the production of documents or questions the principles under oath? And she said she wasn't aware of whether that had happened. I don't know how you come to the conclusion that that completely disposes of the matter when you don't know if the full investigative powers were used. To compound this, as was mentioned by one of my colleagues in December of last year, it became public that Mr. Byford texted Councillor Matlow and said that the briefing note was at the request of the TTC chair and for the mayor. And that directly contradicts statements that Mr. Byford made on the floor of this council that the briefing note's origins were within the TTC staff. Now, I do not know which of those two claims by Mr. Byford is true. I do not know which of those two claims is true. I do know that, to my knowledge, he's never been asked under oath which of those two claims is true. Further, in that same article, Councillor Matlow asserts that in a conversation with Mr. Byford said he had never felt as political in his life. I do not know if that's a correct reporting of that conversation because, again, nobody who was involved in this has been asked to stand by their statements under oath, at least as far as I know. So I find myself in the position of having to say the Integrity Commissioner did not apply the correct test. She relied on an incomplete finding as if it completely disposed of the matter, and she relied on an academic paper that was on a different subject. So against all that, I have this question to ask. In those moments when you or I or members of council find ourselves getting advice and we don't know if it's good advice, and we've exhausted all the methods available to us, what is our higher duty? We have a duty to our constituents when making multi-billion-dollar decisions to make the best decision. Was that done in the correct context? The Integrity Commissioner's report does not tell me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, I would like to commend the Integrity Commissioner for the work that she's done. This has got to be very difficult to write these reports on councillors. You're not going to get unanimous consent when you write something like this. She's done a lot of investigative work, and I applaud her, although I did not agree with the findings of the first report on Councillor Thompson. I agreed with the findings that Councillor Fillion had done. There had been no wrongdoing, and I regrettably agree with her findings with respect to Councillor Matlow. When I first arrived at City Hall, or shortly after arriving, I was told, I was with actually Councillor Carroll. We were commissioners on the TTC, and we were presented with a report by the chief planner that said, you know what, if we can get rid of 2 of those stops on the way to Scarborough, we're going to save so much money, we're going to build an Eglinton LRT all the way to the Scarborough Town Centre. So, you know, or to the Scarborough campus of the U of T. So while that turned out to be fantasy, I did not at any time, point in time think that staff had conjured up a report to satisfy my support for the extension to the Scarborough Town Centre. Deleting 2 stops obviously did not pay for the Scarborough LRT. Now, Councillor Matlow has been a very passionate opponent of the transit option to Scarborough, and I've known Councillor Matlow since he was a trustee, and he's always been a very passionate public advocate for things that he believes in, and I respect him for that. He has even acknowledged from time to time that he has misspoken or he's made mistakes, and he's acknowledged that. But I feel in this particular case, I think he has erred. I think that he has impugned the reputation of our staff and of Mr. Byford, and I rather wish that what he had done is when he found things out that he found to be inconsistent, I wish that he had, instead of saying them on the air, I wish that he had said them in private and taken those issues up. Perhaps he's nodding that he did. But I think that certain matters should be kept under wraps. And I know what happens when you get on air, and sometimes you know, your mouth goes faster than your brain does. Although I will never charge Councillor Matlow with that occurring. I know it sometimes happens with me. But I think in this particular case, we have very professional staff. I have confidence in them. I've only been here for 3.5 years. I have confidence that what they present to us at all times is their best advice as civil servants. I had the same confidence in Mr. Byford. And I think this is an unfortunate situation that we have to discuss here today and we have to debate. I do not find fault with the findings in this particular case of the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano?
Madam Speaker, short and sweet, I'm going to be supporting receipt of this item. And it's on a very simple premise that we all have one life to live and we're never going to get this day back. It's 5 o'clock, and all we did today was, what we needed a definition for was, our enemy, political enemies, because if we had definitions of that versus friends, we'd know why all this came here. So it's all politics. I think the Councillor Matlow, the whistleblower policy for starters, I know this is going to win this motion that put forward by Councillor Mammoliti, so I was going to put a motion to review the whistleblower policy because that's broken. And I'm sure Councillor Matlow, in his due diligence, tried to exert some effort to talk to city staff, and when it's broken and he's passionate about something, he goes out there and gives people's opinion. He's entitled to do that, and anything else is, in my opinion, a violation of our free speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too would like to thank the Integrity Commissioner for her report. I suspect that it's not necessarily easy to do the job that she's doing, especially in this political environment and the arena. I have no doubts whatsoever that she chooses each and every single word very carefully, recognizing how we're going to review it and how we may respond to it. So for that, I thank her because I know she's extremely careful. I think that perhaps, Madam Speaker, this particular report and this particular subject matter is not necessarily in a vacuum and not without a very large preamble. And it's not a subject matter that we are unfamiliar with. For years now, Madam Speaker, we have been hearing about the insides and outsides, the working and the politicization around transit planning and decision-making here at City Hall. And Madam Speaker, one of the first things that we did back in 2011, our very first City Council meeting, was essentially declare that the Scarborough the Transit City was dead. And from that day moving forward, Madam Speaker, we have been embroiled in this very large web that has just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's gotten more complicated. And the number of players around who said what publicly, privately, you really have to have this, you really need to be Jennifer Pagliaro to follow it properly, or Ben Spur, because it has been phenomenal what we find out on the floor of council, and then what we find out perhaps in the media afterwards. What was said today is not what was said in the next day or perhaps a year from now. And I know that, when we go back to the days of the general manager of the TTC, Gary Webster, and what he had to endure while he was trying to provide council his very best advice, well, he came and he left. And then we also had, our city manager, Joe Panichetti, who had to say certain things to compel certain people to satisfy certain political masters. Whether he will ever admit it or not, I don't think that $1 billion saving note, the saving of $1 million of efficiency under former Mayor Rob Ford, would have been his own undertaking without a request from the mayor at that time. And so, Madam Speaker, I think what we are seeing here is the Integrity Commissioner's report limited on a very narrow scope of the focus. And because we sit in this chamber and we know all the other activities that have taken place, including the role that the Metrolinx folks have had to play, including now the role that we know that the Liberal government, who is no longer in government, had to play, including the fact that almost half council flipped their vote in 2013 based on certain assumptions and projected numbers that now turn out to be absolutely false. Madam Speaker, this is why this particular report, I think, is very important, but also the fact that it cannot be evaluated on a blank slate. We all simply know too much about what has transpired. And for us to pretend that Councillor Matlow spoke in a vacuum when he spoke that day on the radio, and that there was nothing else surrounding him when he made those comments, would just simply be disingenuous. I think at any given time, given what we now know, any one of us could have said certain things that perhaps might have triggered an Integrity Commissioner's report. And it'd be very difficult to accept findings that would be perhaps a little bit too narrow without the larger context to be considered. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask you all to consider, and I hope many of you, if not all of you, have either read the transcript of the Metro Morning interview or heard it, or at the very least have read my submission to both you and to the Integrity Commissioner. Because I would submit to you that the test of whether or not what I said publicly, and I actually believe that what I said out loud was something that we all know to be true already, is that there is politicization of staff here at City Hall, and I stand behind my words. And I'm actually I have significant concerns about what I've witnessed over the past several years here at City Hall, because it has impacted, influenced decisions that we've made. But, gentlemen, if I may, but I strongly submit to you that I did not say anything either malicious or false. I didn't say anything about Mr. Byford, in fact. If you actually read the transcript, you'll see that the only time that I referred to Mr. Byford was as a supportive witness to the fact that the LRT could be constructed from the north going down to Kennedy, rather than what the briefing notes suggested, which is that the LRT, there'd be problems with the LRT because it would have to be constructed from Kennedy. And I made the argument that it didn't have to be necessarily, and I simply said that Mr. Byford even admitted as much. It was a supportive comment that he made, and I said that. But in no way have I ever actually said, nor have I made a complaint that Andy Byford did anything wrong. Moreover, when I had concerns about the integrity of information within the briefing note, and other comments that were made by other staff, which I believed was misleading and impacted the council decisions, I did go to the city manager. And to my awareness, no action was taken. I also did go to the ombudsman. I did my due diligence, and I'm not aware of any action that was taken by the ombudsman. So when there was a Toronto Star article that came out, I believe it was called the How a Bid to Resurrect Scarborough RT Was Killed analysis, Monday, October 24th, 2016, I was asked to comment on it, and I did. And in fact, you'll see in my comments that much of what I said referenced directly to what was already said. In the article, it said that the cost in the TTC briefing note was misleading. Moreover, with respect to why I believe that a lot of information has been politicized and staff have been politicized, and I'm talking about a general culture. I actually think there's a culture of fear. Some people have called it, Councillor Carroll called it, I think, the Webster effect. But, Ms. Keesmaat characterized the advice given to council on the Scarborough subway as politicized. She actually said, to quote her, it was a politically driven process. I was aware at the time that Mr. Byford had indeed told me that he had never felt more politicized in his life. He was asked to change the name to the Express subway to make it sound better, to sell it better in the public. He had also texted me, telling me directly that the briefing note was specifically requested by the chair of the TTC and for the mayor's office. Subsequent to that, it was exclusively leaked to CP24 and not provided to members of council as the staff code of conduct entails. So what I said, I believed. Now we can maybe debate at some point about whether or not I'm right about how misleading and politicized that process was or not. But I said everything I said with an earnest and honest belief in what I said. I stand by my comments. I said nothing malicious, and I said nothing false. And in fact, there's a lot of supporting evidence to support my conclusion. Now, The Integrity Commissioner has clearly said to you that she didn't investigate whether or not I had reason to believe what I said. She didn't actually investigate whether or not what I said was within the realm of fair comment. She, in fact, said today, though, that I cannot point to a single sentence that crossed the line. So I'm going to spend my last 30 seconds, rather than talk about me, talk about my concern. It has been my experience that if you are on the side of power in this place, you will often get better answers and information that will support the direction that you're going in. And if you're in the opposition of that specific item, it is more challenging. I've seen more and more evidence to support that staff feel pressure from the powers that be, and not just this administration, others as well, that
Thank you, Councillor Matlow.
we need to remedy.
Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Like others, I'm really struggling with this process. On the one hand, I have a very high level of respect for Mr. Byford and his professionalism, and I have a very high opinion of Councillor Matlow and his integrity and his independence and his courage and his willingness to do what most of us don't, which is to go against the powers that be and call things for how he sees them, and certainly without any hidden agenda. His only agenda, I think, being to say what he believes to be true. I also feel a need to support the Integrity Commissioner and the importance of that process, and I agree that staff need protection. So I'm really, wrestling with myself on this one. Where I come down is the wording that I think for Councillor Matlow to be guilty, you would have to believe that either what he said was false or malicious, and I don't think it was malicious, and I don't think it was false. Like when you talk about politicization in this place, is there anything in the history of the city that has ever been more politicized than the Scarborough subway? And I don't blame the staff for that. I blame the politicians for that. The politicizer in chief was former Mayor Ford, who, famously fired Gary Webster because he didn't go along with the subways mantra. So it's and a majority of people in this room, followed him for whatever reasons, mostly political. So we've had a series of awful decisions on this file, not because the staff have misled us, but because we have a majority of people in the room have said, please mislead us. Here's where we want to go to. So I have no doubt that some of that, when you have that extreme level of politicization of a file by the people in this room, I have no doubt that some of that seeps into the bureaucracy. I mean, that's just a fact of working in this place. In fact, I'm looking at the clerk's department as I'm saying this, and I'll say I would completely exclude the clerk's department from this comment because they are like just unbelievably pure. And so shout out to you folks. But everybody else, gets pulled and pushed, and maybe ends up in places they don't exactly want to be. And it's kind of a spectrum. It's not like they go like, oh, I'm going to recommend something that I totally don't believe in. It's it's more nuanced than that. And I think that's what happened on this file. And I'm sure Councillor Matlow could have perhaps worded something a little bit better if he was, to repeat the same thing tomorrow. He might have said it a bit differently. We all face that every day, where when you speak out, you sometimes say, I wish I'd worded that slightly differently. But, is he guilty here? I would have to say he isn't. And I'm really reluctant because I have trouble not supporting the Integrity Commissioner, who I think does a good job, and I hate to be on the side of some people who are just trying to undermine her, but I have to deal with what I think the facts are in this case.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting the Integrity Commissioner and her recommendations on this particular issue. You know, I listened to her and she talked about the Toronto Public Service Bylaw and the options that were available to people, and Councillor Matlow followed all the options that are available under the Toronto Public Service Bylaw. However, I think the one thing that, in my view, is missing here is that professional staff that serve political masters have a certain amount of latitude and a certain amount of discretion to actually be able to formulate or support a particular initiative of the political master, because there are no real certain answers, especially when we're talking about problems that relate to the long term. The reality is that Mr. Byford, I don't think, was necessarily not true to his own professional advice. What I think he did was he basically supported something that could be supported from a professional point of view. Unfortunately, some people didn't like that advice. And council made a determination based on the advice of Mr. Byford. And again, that conclusion drawn by council kept coming back. And I think the fundamental principle that we as councillors need to abide by is that at the end of the day, we need to adhere to the council policies or to the council decisions. And in that context, I think that I have some difficulty accepting what Councillor Matlow did. I think, as indicated by the Integrity Commissioner, there's a certain amount of, I guess, questions that you can ask about whether someone is basing their advice on accurate information, or whether they're, but then to cross the line and say, you know what, you really crossed the line as a professional and you're not being true to your own professional standards. I think when you start saying those kinds of things, that crosses the line. And for those reasons, I'm supporting the Integrity Commissioner's report.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think Councillor Mammoliti stated, and he was right, he said, you know, I can defend myself, politicians can defend themselves, and certainly we all can. Often with our mechanisms, the public civil service cannot. And so I'm just going to use my time. I'm actually going to just read something that Andy Byford sent me on the matter, and I'll just read that as my speech. Good morning, Chair Cole. I'm aware that the Integrity Commission report into the conduct of Councillor Matlow is to be heard at City Council. I'm also aware that Councillor Matlow has emailed all councillors with his view as to why he should not face censure, as is his right. I would like to make the following points as to why I believe a reprimand is appropriate. Number one, this is not, as Councillor Matlow asserts, because he spoke about the Scarborough subway, nor is it about the accuracy or otherwise of the associated briefing note. It is about what he said and insinuated in public about staff, specifically that their advice was not to be trusted. The IC has ruled that this crossed the line, as anybody listening would have concluded that he was primarily talking about me. Councillor Matlow will doubtlessly quote my badly worded text as evidence that the briefing note was generated in response to a political request. In doing so, he ignores not only the findings of the AG, but also the swaths of evidence in her report that clearly show the note was generated by Joan Taylor to prepare me for council. Does Councillor Matlow believe in evidence or not? In any case, these points are red herrings in the charge before council. Did he or did he not cross the line in saying and insinuating what he did? The councillor may deploy an argument that I said I felt politicized. I did. But that doesn't mean I allowed myself to be politicized in the briefing note or any other time. I did not. I took this complaint out on behalf of the TTC and city staff who regularly find themselves maligned in public, and not for the first time by this councillor. To vote against the Integrity Commissioner findings is to vote to allow this sort of behavior to continue, which is a terrible precedent. It is also a vote to disregard the findings of 2 senior accountability officers. Councillor Matlow has already been found guilty and apologized for similar comments made about other civil servants in that same interview. Why is it different here? Why would the same sanction not apply? In summary, I would ask that the councillors focus on the actual issue before them, not the rights and wrongs of the Scarborough subway, rather the issue of adhering to an agreed code of conduct. Will the councillor that regularly implores others to make evidence-based decisions continue to pick and choose when such evidence should be acted upon? I and many TTC staff and city staff shall watch with interest to see if justice prevails. Regards, Andy Byford.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza? No.
No, it's Antonio Perruzza.
Councillor De Beermaker?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting the Integrity Commissioner's report. I would ask my colleagues not to support receipt of the report. Madam Speaker, Tuesday morning, when we were going through the agenda, I made a comment, and I referred to this report as the outrageous or inappropriate behavior of Councillor Matlow. Councillor Perks and Councillor Davis, perhaps rightly so, stood up and said, you know, that's not appropriate. You, as the Speaker of this chamber, said, Councillor De Beermaker, what you said was inappropriate. Please withdraw the remark. You know what? I withdrew the remark, and I apologized. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, we say things that upon reflection, we say, you know what? I don't question, and I do not question then, on Tuesday morning or now, Councillor Matlow's objectives whatsoever. I think we're all elected here, and we all work with our hearts and our souls to make our communities better, to make this city better. I have no question of anybody, and I think it's fair game that I respect the people who do not support the Scarborough subway. They're good people, and they have their points. I disagree with them. I'm on the other side. I apologized and withdrew my remarks when it was brought to my attention that I had perhaps crossed a line. Councillor Matlow crossed a line. At council, the Speaker of this chamber asked Councillor Matlow to do what I did. She asked the councillor to apologize to Mr. Byford for the comments he made. The councillor declined to apologize. Mr. Byford asked the councillor privately, one-on-one, to apologize. Away from the cameras, away from the spotlight, all of that stuff, the councillor refused to apologize. The Integrity Commissioner report told the councillor he had an option to apologize. He declined to apologize. The report is now published. He has another opportunity today to apologize. He's refused to apologize. Well, the Integrity Commissioner has said, in light of all of that, she's given us a recommendation. I think we should support that recommendation. That recommendation doesn't stop any member of this council from going on CBC and saying the Scarborough subway is good or the Scarborough subway is bad or whatever option you want. But when you go after staff, that is not appropriate. I don't think I've done it. I'm trying to think of 15 years where I've tried to say staff purposely misled this council. And if you look at Councillor Matlow's 49-point rebuttal of the Integrity Commissioner's report, which he disagrees with, as he disagreed with the Auditor General's findings, which didn't go his way, and he disagrees with the Integrity Commissioner report of 2017, which didn't go his way, in his final closing paragraph still states that the neutrality required was reasonably seen to be breached by staff through providing inaccurate information and omitting crucial facts in the briefing note on the Scarborough LRT. I do not believe, I don't think anyone else in this chamber believes that staff have purposely misled council, that staff have provided purposely inaccurate information or inadvertently provided inaccurate information. No, I cannot imagine anyone here saying Andy Byford and senior staff have purposely omitted critical facts in their briefing notes. The Auditor General went through all of this and said, no, that didn't happen. So perhaps the councillor doesn't like the result. That's okay. Staff give me results all the time that I don't like, but I don't go after them and I don't cross the line. And if I on occasion do, by error or in the heat of the moment, when a speaker or an integrity commission or even a friend says to me, you know, you went a little too far, perhaps you should just apologize. Withdraw the remark and apologize. And that's what I've done many a time, and that's what I think the integrity commissioner is telling us to do now. And I have to say, I listened to my colleague because I have great respect for him. I've listened to his arguments, and if there's one, I think we've landed perhaps on the same conclusion on one point, that a one-stop Scarborough subway isn't the best option for Scarborough. He doesn't believe that a one-stop subway is the best option for Scarborough. I now, after listening to his facts and figures and information, I also am abandoning support for the one-stop Scarborough subway.
Let's debate it.
And I will be working with all of my heart and soul to make sure we build a four-stop Scarborough
Let's
subway
debate it.
as we move forward.
It all up. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Take the billion from Finch.
Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker. I just wanted to add my my thoughts to the subject at hand. I believe, Speaker, that sometimes you just simply go too far, and when you go too far, you should rein it back. Do I believe that Councillor Matlow went too far? No. Do I believe that our integrity commissioner has gone too far? No. She's doing her job under Code of Conduct, a document which, quite frankly, I'll admit, I've never read. I will admit to that.
Okay,
But you know what? I've sat here, and I didn't know that there were so many Perry Masons in this place. You guys are just simply amazing. Without a legal guide, without a reference and whatever, without a constitution even. Everyone is arguing the legal merits of this thing to the nuance, to the little fine word. You know, I lived another experience. And Councillor Mammoliti lived the same experience. I don't know if he extracted the same thing from it. Bob Ray. Who remembers Bob Ray? When he was Premier of the province of Ontario.
He's history.
He introduced a code of conduct for members. He did. The strictest, the furthest, the hardest, the stickiest code of conduct for members ever.
Thou shalt not speak.
My little guy would say ever, ever. And you know what? Ministers began to fall, one after the other. Peter North, Peter Cormos, Shelley Martel. You went on with suspenders in the Toronto Sun. Boom, you were outside the code of conduct. You're done. Toast, finito. You're gone. Do I believe that those guys were nefarious and corrupt? Absolutely not. Probably the hardest working, most honest bunch of people I'd ever met. Not a single one of them was in it for themselves in any way, shape, or form. Why? Because they never expected to be there. They didn't have the lineup of friends. They didn't have that contact base. They didn't have the power brokers behind them that were looking for a way into government, and these were going to be their facilitators. They were just a sad lot who happened to fall on and become a government at a time when all of a sudden everything just turned over. And they all began to fall. Why? Because Bob Ray brought in a code of conduct that, quite frankly, everybody in the real world, you live in the real world, folks. You do. And then you're going to be offside of it, and we're going to get into this. Come on, James. Every single time. So I believe the Integrity Commissioner is enforcing the code of conduct that that somebody wrote and we passed. Don't know how many of you read it. I'll confess I didn't. Councillor Matlow has every right to question. Because if we're not here, and you can't speak your mind, and I wish he hadn't gone as far as he did, but if you can't speak your mind, then you can't do this job. Look for something else to do. Because that's why you're here. That's why people put you, to basically ask the hard questions. It's not for me to figure out what was in Mr. Byford's head and why he did what he did. I had a lot of respect for the guy. I thought he was a good manager. I thought he was very political, but he was a good manager. I'm not going to try to invent reasons on why he did what he did, because I don't know. I wasn't in his head. I'm not going to invent reasons for what he did, But here's what I know. Every time one of these reports, everybody gets to do the, I'm going to get you back. You're not my friend. That's all this is turning into. You're not with us all the time. You're critical. This is my opportunity to slag you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was the best speech ever for not having rules or laws in society. But I have a very simple observation, and to me this isn't a question, this isn't really about Councillor Matlow, this is more about us. We talk a great game about thanking staff and appreciating staff and holding staff in the highest regard. That is, until there's a polarizing issue like the Scarborough subway, and then those words mean absolutely nothing.
That was it?
That's all you need.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to preface my remarks by saying that I'm a big fan of Councillor Matlow. He's a very bright guy, very articulate, and very passionate, and perhaps at times a little too loose in the expression of that passion. In his remarks, he indicates in item 21 that his underlying concern was the presented to council, and goes on further to say, I'm still very troubled by the evidence cited above that raises reasonable questions about the continued politicalization of staff in regards to Scarborough Transit. I've given the Integrity Commissioner's report and the written rebuttal by Councillor Matlow considerable thought, and here's where I've arrived at. Politics, or argument in politics or political debate, is not always shaped by the use of factual information. And Councillor Matlow, in his remarks on air, said on 2 occasions that he relies on factual information. But politics, Speaker, is more than a debate between various people or organizations or parties based on factual information. A lot of the time, what shapes the opinions of others are visions or a context that goes beyond the immediate present, that looks further ahead. And in the subway debate, frankly, in Scarborough, I think that the worth of the Scarborough lines will prove themselves not in the next 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years, but as a TTC report to the Scarborough Community Council at the beginning of the Miller administration indicated with respect to Scarborough subways that sooner or later the ridership will arrive that will make those lines profitable. But Speaker, even if that didn't occur, my position, and it's a larger economic one, is that every resident in Toronto should have access to rapid transit, because the economic benefits of having that ability to move around the city rapidly, I think, contributes to the potential of every part of the city to become economically profitable.
Moment, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Fletcher?
No, I just wonder what this has to do with the integrity. We're debating the Scarborough subway, not what the remark.
Speaker, the
Come on.
point I'm making is
10
that...
after 5, Speaker.
I know.
Speaker, the
right to speak.
Speaker, the point I'm making is that Councillor Matlow, in his approach to this debate, relies exclusively on what he describes as factual information. And I would suggest to you that relying on that information in the immediate present, frankly, is a limited perspective on the subway issue, which I think should be viewed in a citywide perspective and not in the narrow context that Councillor Matlow and others cast their arguments. So if I had any advice to give to Councillor Matlow, is continue to be the fiery warrior, but try to use language that is less, I don't know what word to use, less open to the feedback that he's getting from certain members of council and from the Integrity Commissioner. There are ways in using parliamentary language, and I've seen it not only here but in another house,
Thank you, Councillor.
that will make your point, but not in an abusive way. And if you want to hammer staff, do it privately.
Thank you. Thank you, and that was Councillor Kelly's point. Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. I will be supporting the motion to receive, and I'll be doing it for the following reasons. I was not satisfied with the report that was before us by the Integrity Commissioner, and it has been rare. In fact, I don't think I've ever drawn that conclusion in the past. And the reason I think it was an unsatisfactory report is that she did not conduct independent investigation of the facts that emerged in the public realm in the press. And until I saw or was able to understand the full facts surrounding the case that were not made available to the Auditor General, then I cannot rely entirely on the conclusions of the Auditor General. There's no assessment of the emails that were exchanged with Mr. Byford. None of the evidence was subpoenaed, and there was no complete set of facts before us. I think that some of the statements that were made in the press we never had access to, and as I said earlier, Councillor Burnside told the Toronto Star that he was visited by the Mayor's Principal Secretary, Vic Gupta, and that he was pushing the costs of the LRT, who said, "You're going to find the costs are about the same." So clearly this briefing note was being used in a political way to influence the outcome of that debate. And what I found particularly distressing as a member of this council, I never got that briefing note. We know exactly who got that briefing note. And it wasn't me as a member of council, and I never got it until a second meeting here at council. There were many facts that we still did not see investigated in this report. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that the Integrity Commissioner demonstrated with any evidence that I believe was solid that Councillor Matlow acted maliciously or falsely. That is the test. That is the test. And she relied on an article, and while that may be good advice, general advice for how to deal with situations that were similar, that is not the test for our code of conduct. Even her advice, which was to go to the city manager and to get advice, he did that. And there was no result that came from that. And for anyone to suggest, and I think Councillor Fillion probably described it best, that this is not a politicized environment in just about the most politicized way possible on the transit file, anyone who thinks it's not politicized has to have been somewhere else. You know, we had a provincial by-election turn on the decision. So the politicization of this issue of the Scarborough subway didn't just affect this chamber, it affected Queen's Park. We had ministers drawing up their own subway lines on napkins. It became the most politicized most politicized public issue in this province. And what did Councillor Matlow do? He tried to suggest that the facts were wrong in the briefing note, that in fact the inflation wasn't considered. He also revealed, and the TTC agreed, that it could have been built starting from the north. He revealed those very important facts that I didn't get, and I'm glad he did. And I'll tell you one of the things that I find shocking today from somebody who suggested that he was treated unfairly, to have Andy Byford send a note to the chair of the TTC with his position on this matter, not put it on the record publicly, not distribute it in advance the way Councillor Matlow did, and had the chair of the TTC stand up and read it. That was unprofessional, and I believe that that should have been distributed well in advance if he had a position to take here. It's a good example of exactly how political the senior staff are in our agencies. So,
Davis.
you know, I'm sorry.
Councillor Davis,
But to
please, now
have
that's
us
inappropriate.
suggest that for
Come
some reason,
Councillor Davis.
we can't comment.
Okay, your time is up. I want to remind members of council, it's 20 after 5, and we have a full agenda. Councillor Karygiannis.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Well, Councillor Perruzza, the problem is that we have a full agenda, and we might lose quorum if we don't get this agenda complete. So you have to promise me you'll stay here for the next 2 or 3 days.
Councillor Karygiannis, your vote, please. Councillor Sao.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor DeBaremaker, could we have your vote, please? Councillor Davis, can we have your vote, please?
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
Councillor Davis, your vote, please. Councillor Davis.
The motion to call the question does not carry. The vote is 15 to 25.
Up this time with that.
Bressie? Yes.
To explain to Councillor Perruzza the rules of the engagement here, And for him to make comments that I can't call the question, and for him to tell you not to give me extra time, I think they're completely out of order and uncalled for.
You should have people have their say.
Calling the question is the right.
You're shutting down debate. I don't believe in closure.
That's fine.
That's what you're doing.
You don't
You're
have.
shutting
You
us
can
down.
vote against it. You can vote against it, Anthony.
And I did.
Good.
And I did.
But making comments that I don't have the right to speak, it's above you.
Well, the thing is council choose to not call the question, so now let's, Councilor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I've listened to the debate in its entirety and read the reports and read the position of Councillor Matlow. And I will admit that I have, notwithstanding what I said this morning, I have agonized, and I've agonized in part because Councillor Matlow is a friend and a colleague, and I know him to be one who is passionate on these issues. But I also agonized because I started today believing that it was critical that we endorse all three reports. And I started on that position because for too many in this chamber, there is a desire to undermine the credibility of our accountability officers for their own reasons in the future. And so I started today with the position of quite frankly, looking at how do I defend the accountability officers as opposed to how do I evaluate each one on its own merits. So I felt it was my duty to dig deeper. And as I said this morning, while I find the process deeply disturbing because it puts us in the position of being a judge, that is the role we are required to perform, so I looked at it. It is my view, and I say this with some regret, that, and I don't think this is an insurmountable issue, but I do believe that Councillor Matlow, as much as I value him as a friend and a colleague, did breach the code of conduct. And I believe that in reviewing the interview that was conducted with the CBC, that he did make a statement that cannot be proven to be true regarding the conduct of staff. And that is a statement that I've looked at and seen, and I believe that to be the case. I will say just in close that in making this, and frankly, I didn't want to speak because I considered Councillor Matlow a friend and a colleague and one who I deeply admire. I didn't want to speak because I didn't want to be seen to be offside, but I felt it was my duty to dig deeper and do him that service. I believe in two observations of this. One, and I will say this with all sincerity, I believe Councillor Matlow is a very good councillor who has informed this debate significantly. And my second observation is that I believe every single member of this council should read the Code of Conduct. Some members of this council have got up to speak about the Code of Conduct and acknowledged that they haven't read it. And so if you are going to cast judgment in any way, then I would encourage every one of you to read the Code of Conduct before you pass judgment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I do have to thank Councillor Cole for reading the message from Andy Byford. The biggest flaw in this entire process today, and this is today, is staff. Andy Byford has not had the opportunity to speak to us. He has not had the opportunity to ask questions other than what has been in the reports. He has not had the opportunity. We have all had that opportunity. So I want to thank Councillor Cole for reading Andy Byford's message to us, because I think that was important. Not only that, it was powerful. This is all political. Everything we've been doing about these last three reports today has been politics at its finest. Don't kid yourself. You can say you've read the reports and you understand the data, the information, and whether you support the Integrity Commission or not. It's all politics at its finest. I've been looking and listening to the conversations, the decisions on the last three reports. I look at all the individuals, and if I had the list in front of me, I could probably sense that there are political lines here. Don't kid yourself. There are political lines, left, right, or wherever they may be. I was looking at, and you know who you voted for. You look at Councillor Thompson, and did you support him or the Integrity Commissioner or not? And you look at Councillor Fillion, did you support him or not? And I'm looking at Councillor Matlow. Are there political lines? I think there are generally, and there are some of us who they're not, but when you're looking at more or less, there's general political lines here, and it's very interesting when you look at the three of them, and we'll see how this vote goes on where we're going to be going. And I'll use the test. Everyone, you probably know how you're going to be going for this particular vote right now with Councillor Matlow. Councillor Mamely brought up a really good point. There is an issue about individuals in this chamber. And what I ask you is to paint the picture. Look at the whole report of Councillor Matlow and everything that has happened, everything that the Integrity Commissioner has done. And you've based everything on the facts in front of you, and you're going to make a decision. I ask you now to put Councillor Mamelides' name in that report. And would you be changing your vote based on that? Would you be crucifying him for the sake of that? I guarantee, from my perspective, there are individuals in here that would have changed the vote if Councillor Mamelides' name was there. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and vote. Put the motion on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion to receive the report does not carry. The vote is 13 to 26.
Okay, so on the item? Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Doucette, please. And Councillor Rosemary, thank you.
The item is adopted 27 to 12.
Thank you. Okay, our next timed item is on page 4, LS 26.2, which is the licensing committee, and on the food trucks. But before we do that, there are some members' motions that we need to introduce now before we have our break. So if we can do that now. Councillor Mamlidi, please, I'm trying to get.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, I thought there were two other items that were timed. One of them was Finch, it was supposed to be after this, and the other one was, I just can't recall what the other
No,
one was.
this one was next.
So when's Finch? Actually, the Finch was supposed to be next.
Yeah, Finch is tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Yes, yes, I'm going to do it. Okay. Councillor Crisanti, members' motions. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, this was a staff-reviewed motion that's urgent because there's a city sewer that has to be built at the same time that a local developer is seeking their above-grade permit. We have to get it done now because they're ready to go and we need the infrastructure.
On favor, carried. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion is urgent as it relates to legal requirements for this development to begin construction.
On favor, carried. Okay. Yes, I'm going to get to it. Okay, so that's it for the two members' motion. I know there's more coming. So we'll do quick releases. And Councillor Cole, if you can put your name up. Councillor Fletcher, quick release.
Thank you, Speaker. This is one Councillor Bailao was holding, and she is gone, given it to me. It's EX 35.22, and it is on page 3.
Page 3.
And it's the extension to reconvey 444 Logan Avenue to the city. And the staff have asked us to change the date from July 1st, 2019 to 2020. And that's what that amendment is, Speaker. And with that, I would move the report in front of us.
So on page 3, EX 35.22, Councillor Fletcher has an amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 3, item EX 35.32, the capital variance report for the 3 months ending in March 31st, 2118. As much as I would love to ask Mr. Farag questions on that, I recognize we have a very full agenda.
Okay. On page 3, EX 3532, Councillor Perks is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Kelly, your vote, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 39 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry. On page 4, Licensing and Standards Committee, LS 26.2, I have an amendment if staff can put it forward. We've had a number of discussions with...
I thought this was a timed item.
it is, but it might be quick, so we could just do it
Oh,
now.
okay, so maybe it's quick. Okay, go ahead.
We've had discussions with Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Kirigianis, Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon, and have come to a compromise, thank you, to remove the words 2032 and replace it with 2026.
So this is on page 4, LS 26.2. There's an amendment on the screen. On favor? Recorded.
Yeah.
Councillor
We will
Crisanti,
get that 'cause
please.
I have to break.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio.
The amendment is adopted 32 to 8.
Item as amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Near the bottom of page 8, MM 43.19, authorization to release Section 37 funds from various developments to fund the Young T.O. Morrow project. And I've spoken to Councillor Wong Tam, and I'm prepared to release the item with a recorded vote.
So this is on page 8, MM 4319. You're releasing?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Fillion. Councillor Troisi. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Robinson, please.
The item carries 35 to 3.
Item is amended. All in favor? Well, that's it. Okay, Councillor Coe.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to try again to release an item that I had added an amendment and Mayor Tory did this morning, and I think, no?
Nice try.
You have questions, or it's just you want to debate it? Okay.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two on page 4, CD 29.6, Green Ontario Fund benefiting social housing. I had a motion. I'm prepared to withdraw that, and my understanding is that the Deputy Mayor is fine with just moving it as a quick item with that change.
Okay, page 4, CD 29.6, Green Ontario Fund. Councillor Layton is releasing on favor. Oh, to withdraw the amendment first, on favor? To withdraw the motion?
Yeah, put it on yours.
Councillor Mammoliti wants a recorded vote to withdraw.
Councillor DiCiano?
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Kelly.
The motion to withdraw the amendment carries 34 to 4.
On the item, on favor? On favor? Okay. Oh, you have another one? Okay, carried. That was carried. Okay, Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. On page 5, the item number is TE 33.7, 822, 838, and 860, 862 Richmond Avenue West. And this is to adopt an amendment and to adopt the staff recommendations.
So this is on page 5T 33.7. There's an amendment on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm not sure if this is the right time, but I was going to ask if this can make an item time specific. No, actually, for tonight.
For tonight?
Well, like, right after we finish these items, can we deal with a
Well,
specific
no,
item?
I believe that we have the item from Councillor Mammoliti. Two of them.
We are?
Yeah.
Sorry, then may I know what item is next?
Yeah, okay, I will. Let's just go through this first.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to try to release PG 30.7, I think. Councillor Robinson had an amendment. I don't know if that's ready yet.
Page 4?
Yeah. If not, we can go to Councillor Wong-Tam and if staff need more time.
Does this, they don't have it ready yet, Councillor Burnside. We'll have to do it a little bit later. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 6, TE 33.104, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I do have a motion. If the clerks can please put that on the screen. We've got some last-minute additions, as we generally do.
Okay, the party clause is on the screen. On the amendment, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor Perruzza, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please.
Councillor Davis.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, may we have your vote, please?
The amendment is adopted unanimously, 39 in favor.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday, did you say you had another one?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I missed one. Top of page 5, ST 16.5, appointment to fill a vacancy on the Employee and Labor Relations Committee. And the motion is with the clerks, and that is to appoint Councillor McMahon.
Or Tweety to her friends.
Thank you.
Okay, so on page 5, ST 16.5, it's here without recommendation. Motion is on the screen. All in favor? Carried. That was here. Okay, so Councillor Mammoliti, the item that you were referring to is on, which page is it? Page 4, correct? The clerk, can I, John, is it page 4? Yeah, page 4, PG 30.3, zoning bylaw amendments for Eglinton Crosstown. Now, yes, the next item. It was a timed item. Councillor Mammoliti?
There were actually two items that were scheduled right now. I just
Well,
want
we
to
have
verify.
to do one at a time. One of them we've already dealt with, I think.
It was supposed to be timed for today.
No, Councillor Holliday, please, okay?
All right.
So, so which one is that Councillor Mammoliti is referring to? It's already been dealt with.
No,
Okay.
you know what? Yesterday I stood up at the appropriate time, and I asked for two issues to be timed. One of them was the Finch LRT, and the other one was the drug strategy one. So when did that change? Because it was time for today.
The drug one,
I'm not listening to you right now. I'm just asking. When did that change?
the drug item was dealt with yesterday.
And how was that? Was that changed procedurally yesterday? Because it was supposed to be timed today. And we voted on the timing for it today.
Councillor Mammoliti,
I'm asking, procedurally, was it changed? Because it was voted on yesterday to time it for today.
The thing is that we had at least 30 items that were timed, and it's all,
I understand
some of
that.
them we've dealt with already.
I want to make sure that we've done it appropriately. If it was time for today, then how did we deal with it without changing the procedural bylaw? We're changing the schedule.
Okay, we'll let you know. We're time for yesterday, and we dealt with them. Okay, do you want to, Councillor Mamani, do you want to start your item or not? Well, I just said page 4, PG 30.3. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering what is next on this, because I understand that we've dealt with all of the items that are listed as time specific.
Councillor Fragedakis, that's what we're trying to determine right now. I just said we're going to page 4.
Are we not going back to the top of the agenda?
No, this, page 4 was a timed item.
So is there another timed item after this item?
No. Which item did you want to time, Councillor Fragedakis?
Oh, no, I'm just wondering about PW 30.5, Vision Zero Road Safety Plan, and wondering if we can actually deal with it at some point tonight. No, because there's something coming after this.
You know, Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm just asking, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Okay, let's just come back at 6:30. Okay, members of council, please take your seats. Okay, so we'll do quick releases. Councillor Mammoliti?
I'm going to try and release some of the ones that I've held. But before that, I'd like to try to defer the item again that I've held, which is CC 43.1. That's the audit for the Integrity Commission, Lobbyist Registrar, and Ombudsman. The reason I want to do this is because they can't answer my questions at the meeting. They can't answer my questions, so that's why. All right. Forget it, then I hold it.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the bottom of page 5, TE 33.42, I can release that. Thank you.
On page 5T 33.42,
I have another.
Lower Young Public Realm.
Yeah, pardon me, Lower Young Public Realm Concept Plan Final Report.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor McMahon, please.
The item is adopted 29 to 1.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have one more on the same page, bottom of page 5, TE 33.80, traffic control signals, Bay Street and Grenville Street. Prepared to release that, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
On page 5T 33.80, traffic control signals at Bay and Grenville, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item is adopted 29 to 2.
Okay, so are there any further releases? Councillor Burnside.
I'm going to try to release PG 30.7 again, and I think Councillor Robinson's amendment has been completed.
You're going to give it a whirl?
Let's give it a third shot.
You're so calm.
I'm sorry, what is it you're releasing, Councillor Burnside?
PG 30.7, I believe it was.
What page?
Oh, this, I don't even have it in front of me. It's Celestica.
Here it is.
Thanks. Page 4. Page 4, 844 Don Mills Road, 1150 and 1155 Eglinton Avenue
I
East.
think Councillor Robinson had,
Yeah, that's what I said.
She has a quick
oh, so you're okay, Councillor Robinson? Okay, so you're releasing it then?
recorded.
Okay, page 4, PG 30.7, record. Okay, there are 2 amendments. We'll put the amendments on the screen.
A trail that's been almost a decade without a connection. Yeah, it's been terrible for the neighborhood.
Okay, recorded vote. Okay, Councillor Burnside's motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Holliday, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Put Councillor Robinson's amendment on the screen. Okay, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Robinson.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
The amendment carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Item is amended. On favor? Recorded.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Palacio, please, and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shan, thank you, and Councillor Davis.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request that we do, after quick releases, we do members' motions.
They haven't been circulated yet. The ones that you introduced before our break?
Well, there's a number of them. No? No?
Yeah.
The ones that we introduced before our break, they haven't been circulated yet. That's the one you're referring to, right?
Yes, that cluster of members'
Yeah, they
motions.
haven't been circulated
Okay,
yet, they're
fair enough.
printing.
I was just requesting that we do them
Yeah.
at the top end of this evening's session,
Yeah.
rather than try and wait till.
Counselor Mamalidi.
MM 4327, page 9. Councillor Shan has explained to me it's section $37, so I'll release that.
Page 9, at the top of the page, MM 4327. Counselor Mamalidi is releasing it. All in favor? Carried. Mayor Tory.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page 5, item TE 33.56, I'm prepared to release that.
You're releasing it?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 5T 3356, the mayor is releasing. On favor?
Councillor Troisi has an amendment.
Oh, Councillor Troisi has an amendment.
I
Go
do.
ahead.
I believe it had to read loading and not parking, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, this is a poison pill.
Okay. On the amendment, on favor? Carried. Okay, well, I can't hear when everybody's talking. Yeah. Recorded vote. The amendment.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Troisi, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Item is amended. On favor? Recorded.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong-Tam, thank you.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. And Councillor Ford, thank you.
The item is amended, carries 33 to 1.
Okay. Okay, so members of council, I would suggest that we start at the top of the agenda. You want to do the LRT? All right. So Councillor Mamalidi would like to deal with page 4, PG 30.3, the LRT. All in favor? It was timed. Okay. Okay, so we're on page 4, PG 30.3. Questions to staff? Councillor Mamalidi, do you have questions?
I want to pass and I want to speak quickly. I'm not going to take up everybody's time on this.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, do you have do you want to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know what this report's about, but I need to try and pass a motion. After the other night, thank you, by the way, for allowing Ward 7 to have its first consultation meeting on the LRT. And after, it took about 15 minutes to kind of clear the air of people that came from the downtown part of the city to tell us what we want in our community. There was a lot of yelling for the first 15 minutes from people that didn't live in Ward 7 but lived outside of Ward 7. But after things settled down, we actually had a real constructive kind of conversation that very clearly pointed to the fact that my community doesn't want the LRT. But if we're going to build an LRT, there are a number of things that the community does look for. And this motion is actually staff's motion. This is exactly what we passed for Eglinton, word by word. And so it helps with business, it helps staff understand the needs of business. And I want to thank staff, by the way, for helping with this motion. So this is exactly what we've done with Eglinton. And so I'm just going to move it. I don't want to take everybody's time with it. I want to thank you again. It was our first opportunity to actually talk to staff, and I think staff have a real understanding of about what Ward 7 frustrations are. And right now, Ward 7 is going through, on Finch Avenue, they're burying the gas pipes. So they're experiencing their first real hiccup with respect to traffic. And if you were to get off the 400 on the Finch right now, as we speak, over to Islington, it will take you about 45 minutes. No kidding. And this is just the gas pipes that are being buried at this particular time. All of the businesses along Finch are really worried about their business. And all of them were there the other night saying, please protect us, please do something, make the city aware of what could potentially happen to us. This motion doesn't do anything that you're not already aware of. It does what we've already done for Eglinton Avenue.
For you, Councillor Perks, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I see Councillor Mamlidi is just busy for a second. I'll wait. Are we signing the motion? Okay. Right. So, Speaker, through you to the councillor, I have maybe the second best seat in council. You sit next to the mayor. I get to sit next to a bunch of general managers who all are just now getting the copy of the motion that you say that they helped you with for the first time. Can you tell me who in staff worked on that with you?
Ashley?
Pardon me?
Ashley?
Ashley.
Let him respond.
No. So you worked with someone named Ashley? On transportation. Okay. No, you can't answer. Okay. And how much does it cost?
This is questions to Councillor Perks and Mamlidi, not
yeah.
the staff.
No, but his,
you've answered my question. Thank you for that. I have another question now, Speaker.
He'd indicated that nobody there knew what they were talking about. There were two people at the meeting. One of them was Ashley. The other is our head director for transportation.
I have another one.
This was done in collaboration with both of them, and they helped us write this down.
Thank you.
This is exactly what we did in Eglinton Avenue.
Okay, so
thank you. I appreciate your answer. How much will it cost?
Well, why don't you ask them now?
Because you're on the floor and you know the rules. Well, maybe you don't, but assuming that you do.
Point of order.
Okay, well,
Maybe you know the rules and maybe you don't. That is unparliamentary.
What did he say?
You're letting Councilor Perks get away with words. Either rein him in, kick him out.
Hey, I had to apologize.
So how much will it cost?
but first, no, hold on, Councillor Perks. I have to respond to Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Perks did not say anything that was inappropriate. He's asking Councillor Mamlidi a question. He has the right to ask it. So it's not unparliamentary, his questions. Well, I don't agree, so please. Okay. Okay, continue.
Thank you. How much will it cost?
So one of the things that we learned at the meeting was that there was never a business analysis done on Finch Avenue. Metrolinx conceded that there was never an analysis done on Finch Avenue to talk about how devastating this is actually going to be for those mom and pop shops on Finch Avenue. So if you expect me to answer that question, Councillor Perks,
yes, I do.
I can't. And you know why? Because Metrolinx hasn't taken the time to even do a study to help the businesses understand how crippling it's going to be to them.
So if I understand the answer you've just given me, you need to know the effect on business before you know what the cost of implementing these measures will be?
So staff implemented a number of measures on Eglinton Avenue after Eglinton Avenue's businesses were up in arms with respect to what was happening down there. If you're expecting me, Councillor Perks, to not expect the same thing that we're doing on Eglinton Avenue up in Finch Avenue, then I would say to you, who are you representing? Yourself? Because is it fair to implement a measure on Eglinton Avenue to help defend the businesses that are on there and say, forget it to Finch Avenue?
Councillor, I'm delighted that you care about your constituents. I care about mine as well. And in order for me to be able to help you serve your constituents,
I don't need your help.
I would like well, I'm about to vote on this. I would like to know how much it's going to cost.
Councillor Perks, that was your last question, sorry.
I don't
Okay.
effectively need your help, Councillor
Okay,
Perks, at
Councillor
all. In fact,
Councillor-
I wish you weren't even in the chamber, to be
Councillor
honest with you.
Mamalidi, please. Councillor Jameri, you have a question to Councillor Mamalidi?
Madam Speaker, we haven't seen the motion, right?
Well, he did put it on the screen.
So are we going to get a copy?
Yes, yes.
Okay. There was something in it about hat, something hat. Hat. What does, H-A-T. Thank you.
Which page was it on? Because I don't recall hat. Hat? I don't see hat in here.
Can someone help me find it?
Yeah, just be more specific, maybe.
Construction hat specials to incent those working on, oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, why don't we elaborate on that? Just, is it for the workers?
I didn't.
So you have a question on why the workers need hats?
Because it's hot outside?
Oh, okay.
No, it's not for the workers.
All right.
George, it's not for the workers.
What's that? Yeah, okay. Okay.
I don't
was
see
the
the word
answer?
hat in this motion.
Item E.
Oh, construction
So
hat
it's about
special.
municipal property assessments? E? That's what you're talking about?
Item E, construction hat specials to incent those working on,
Maybe I have the wrong sheet. I've got my motion here that the clerk's given me, and E is Municipal Property Assessment Corporation.
No, you got the wrong one then.
okay, 2E. Okay, we need time to look this over. I just didn't know what special that is.
So I would assume,
Here, it's here.
yeah, yeah. It's about the shops, yeah, it's about the shops along. I would imagine that this is the same that we did down on Eglinton, which means that you want to encourage people that are working on those sites to buy the goods from the shops that are there.
If you wear your construction hat, you gotta be. What's your problem?
It's a good try, though, Maria.
Councillor Davis, question?
It's clear what it is. Why did you ask the question?
Now,
Yes, it is. It's very clear.
okay, come on, are you, Councillor Davis, question? Yeah, go. Councillor Davis?
What I don't understand is,
There's more to this.
this morning, or earlier, you said our staff had seen it.
No, what happened?
And they're all looking at it now. Would you be willing to let us ask questions of staff? You seem to indicate...
Yeah, I would actually hope you would, because they'll give you more clarity in terms of how they wrote it up for me, and it's exactly the same as they've written up for Eglinton. And I really wish that the Speaker would allow that to happen.
Here's the pen.
They seem very puzzled. Maybe we can just stand this down for a bit.
Councillor
the story.
Davis, Councillor Perruzza?
Thank you, Speaker. So, Speaker, I'm just scanning the motion, and I just wanted an explanation from the councillor on what the essence of the motion is. But as I read some of this, I just want to ask him to provide a little clarity. So this really is a motion that deals with just sort of some of the possible economic impact that the construction activity can have on the businesses along Finch Avenue, by and large.
There were two main issues at that meeting. You were there and you heard them. The first one was that the community does not want the LRT. They'd rather the subway
Oh, I know, but this doesn't say don't do the LRT.
Councillor Perruzza, if I can just
I'm just trying to help him, Speaker, but he's always confrontational.
No,
I
but
don't get
Councillor
it.
Perruzza, if I can just interrupt for a minute. This motion is out of order, so we don't need to ask questions on the motion, because this motion is pertaining to zoning, and that's not what's before us. So it's out of order. Oh, that's my ruling. That's my ruling. Yeah, yeah, the item. Okay. Okay, we'll get. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, I see. So this is not in order because
Yes.
what we're dealing with is the zoning.
Yeah, so it's out of order. So does,
So I'll introduce it at the next meeting as a...
Councillor Perruzza, did you still want to speak on this? Yes, Councillor Mamalidi?
May you allow me to introduce this then as an emergency notice of motion at this meeting?
It has to be an emergency.
If I were to get us, I know that he likes the chair from that seat over there, but if I get a seconder to this motion, will you allow me to move it as an emergency motion?
Okay.
Yes? All
We'll
right.
present it.
I'll do that.
Now, Councillor Perruzza, did you still want to speak on this? Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
So, Speaker, I have a motion which I'd like to put on the screen. So I'm not trying to do anything here other than to move the report, the zoning reports forward. However, within that report that you have in front of you, it deals with a number of sites along the Finch Avenue corridor, from Keele Street all the way to Humber College. And there are several sites that are being rezoned, that the report speaks to, that are being rezoned in my ward. And while I've had some concerns, I've communicated a letter with one of them. The other one I'm absolutely okay with. This one here that I'm moving the motion on, here's what it would do. I'd like to put that. I'd like to put this on the overhead. I would like to do a holiday here and put it on the overhead. If I can ask the techies up there to put my little sketch. So this is the corner of, this is Keele, Finch. As you know, we just invested extensively in a subway here, in a subway station. There's a bus terminal here, right here. And this, marked with an X, is a subway entrance. It's a big box, a very, very nice subway entrance. The mayor's been to it, a number of other folks have been to it. So this is the corner of Keele and Finch. At this corner here is a bank. So what Metrolinx is doing, wants to do, right here, on this side here, behind the subway entrance, is build one of their big transformers. We currently have a big, what's called Keele Finch Plus planning study, because as you can imagine, the subway, with the future LRT that's going, the station that's going here, you can understand that this is, the planning department is hoping will be a major regeneration site for growth. Given that this is Finch Avenue, Finch, as Councillor Mamalidi was trying to allude to, in this area goes through some of the poorest neighborhoods in the city of Toronto. Jane Finch, Rexdale, and so on and so forth, Weston and Finch. What's in the report is Metrolinx, once this site here, which is owned by a condominium corporation that has a building back here, to do a transformer box. As you know, they're going to be digging from, some of you may know, some of you may not, they're going to be digging from a street called Romfield all the way to Tangiers and digging a big hole in the ground to build their station underground. The LRT station here is underground. So I understand that they need a transformer in this area somewhere, but this isn't the best place for it. I understand too why for them this was the path of least resistance. But I believe in our staff, our planning staff, I've had extensive conversations with them. They helped me draft this amendment. They would be happy that if they're so directed, to continue to work with Metrolinx to find a more suitable place for this transformer box that won't encumber a future regeneration site or a potential site where you can have some future growth. That's all my motion is doing, is taking this particular site. It's allowing the other ones to go through, even though I had some questions and I communicated those questions. They're in writing in your report. But it's taking this one out and it's referring it back to staff and saying, asking our staff to continue to work with Metrolinx to find a more suitable place for this transformer to go into, so that we don't encumber a site right next to a subway entrance.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, it's an amendment, Councillor Perks. It's not a procedure motion. It's an amendment.
I'm sorry. Could I have his motion put up on the screen?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. We can have the motion put up on the screen. So,
I'm sorry, Speaker, if I could just get some clarity. The councillor's motion removes an item from the Planning and Growth Management Committee. My understanding is that's a procedural motion which is debated separately? No?
No. He's deleting one of the recommendations.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Yeah. Okay. So, Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I was just going to speak on the motion that's now been withdrawn, just to, reintroduce it. Yeah. I was just going to say, whoever wrote this was really wise and smart. Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah. So I'm fine. I'm fine.
Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I rise first to move a motion to adopt a supplementary report, which has been circulated to us, and I've been asked by staff to do that. But on the second part, Madam Speaker, at the committee, we had a discussion and a request by Councillor Perruzza to relocate a transformer in this general area. I understand this is a slightly different request. We had some discussion with it. And I would, with Council's permission, ask for the staff just to come back to the floor and explain whether this is the one that was, I'm not getting anybody's attention there. So.
Okay, but
I'm
first of all,
I'm asking, but I'm just so, I don't want to have to ask it and waste my time. I'm asking if council will give us permission to allow staff to get back on the floor and answer the question, is this the transformer that we were dealing with, and is this a major problem to them? And I would move to allow them back on the floor for that purpose.
So there's a request by Councillor Shiner that we allow the staff on the floor to answer the question. We need 2/3 vote.
You recorded.
Recorded vote.
Sorry, ma'am.
Because we did ask for questions and nobody had any questions. No, I know. I got it already. Can you give that to them? Yeah.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Perks, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Filion.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Mamalidi, it's only for that one. We're not. You didn't before.
The motion to waive the requirement to ask questions earlier carries 34. It's unanimous.
Councillor Shiner?
So my question is, again, to staff. At the committee, there was a request to relocate some transformers by my colleague, Councillor Perruzza, which staff did not support and committee did not support. My understanding that this is in the same general area, and is it the same request, and is there a concern with allowing us to not permit Metrolinx to have the site at the present and possibly revisit this later?
Through the speaker, it's a rather technical question. I'm going to hand it off to my associate to give you a clear technical answer.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor.
Can you give us a clear technical answer?
Clear technical answer. Okay. The motion is more or less the same thing that came to Planning and Growth Committee to look at one element of the Finch West LRT project and inquire as to whether it could be relocated to some other place. And the likelihood of that happening is rather small, but it is something that we could bring up again with Metrolinx to explore further.
And does us approving this today have any significant impact on the project going forward? Or does approving the motion here today have any significant impact on the project itself going forward at present?
Not really. The project will proceed forward. The zoning compliance for that element, where it is intended to be now, would remain an outstanding item to be dealt with at a later time.
Thank you. That is all of my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi?
I guess my question is, we've already started, or at least Metrolinx has started the process of expropriation on Finch. Are any of those sites a part of this zoning package?
Through the chair, yes, these sites that are the subject of this proposed zoning bylaw amendments are also the sites that are up for expropriation, some of them.
So even the ones that they've actually taken over and are starting to tear down buildings with, that's a part of this?
It would be, yes.
Yeah. Okay, just a clarity motion, just with respect to the businesses along there. The motion that I tried to pass, I'm sure somebody can answer that question now. This is something that we've done along Eglinton Avenue. It's not unique, right?
So many of these same items were part of a motion brought to council by Councillor Cole. Staff have updated but not had a complete answer. Many of these items we found were not practical and not within our scope. Some of them, though, were. And we'll be happy to work with you, Councillor, to discuss the pros and cons of each of them.
And could it be that maybe along Finch, some of them might be within a scope that it's reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shiner to speak.
So, Madam Speaker, I move the motion to bring the change in the additional report, and I believe it's reasonable to allow our colleague to work through the issue of the transformer if it's at all possible. He understands the area, and I believe he's trying to get it either relocated or possibly underground. But we have seen areas in the city where these transformers pop up and then we have to live with them forever. Staff have said it won't stop the work at the present, and they understand they'll be reporting back next year, and if they're able to resolve it, that would be great. If they're not, then council will have to make the decision at that time whether it forces Metrolinx to not permit the transformer there. But for now, I see no reason not to support my colleague's motion.
Okay. So we have Councillor Perruzza's motion. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. Okay, just one sec. I'm sorry. John. Okay, yeah. So on Councillor Perruzza's motion, we voted on, and then Councillor Shiner is moving the supplementary report on favor and okay, recorded vote.
That's what I asked for.
Okay. Wow. The item.
Councillor Filion, please.
The motion carries 34-1.
Thank you. Now we'll go, item is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cressy, please, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Troisi.
The item is amended, carries 34-1.
We're going to go, okay, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Cressy, I'm sorry, like I'm trying to speak and I've got everyone speaking and it's very distracting for me. Okay. We're going to go to the top on page 3, which is EX 35.3, which we've had staff sitting here for the last 3 days, on enhanced security measures at Toronto City Hall. Now, Councillor Mihevc held it down. He's not here, but do we have questions to staff? Councillor Perk, do we have staff here? Right there. Okay, Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you very much. My questions are actually of the city solicitor. So, in thinking about this report, I came across a recent decision by the Ontario Superior Court having to do with public access to public meetings at the Toronto Police Headquarters. And while I realize there is a very different legal framework, and the decision in that case turned on a fact that doesn't apply in this case, there were some things raised in there that are of concern to me. And I just wanted to ask, is my understanding of that decision correct? And would it apply here that there is an issue, if I could just have a little quiet, there is an issue when we ask members of the public to volunteer for warrantless search and seizure, that could be an impediment to their charter rights to free expression.
So the court in that decision did not make a finding about the reasonableness of the limit on the freedom of expression.
And I understand that.
Or whether there was an infringement on the right to be free from search and seizure. However, we're not disputing that those limits would exist. The question is whether they would pass the Section 1 test under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
And could you explain to me, I believe, what those tests are?
Certainly. The first part of the test is, as you have mentioned, the prescribed by law test. And that was the basis for the decision about the police, Chief of Police's search measures. But, Madam Speaker, the second part, and just to backtrack a little, if council makes this decision, in our view, it would be prescribed by law.
Yes,
so that test would not
I accept
be
that part.
problem.
It's the other parts of the
Madam
test I'm
Speaker,
curious
the
about.
second part of the test was not addressed in any detail in that other decision. However, it's about whether the objective is pressing and substantial and whether the limit is proportional to the objective. And while the court didn't actually make a decision on those points, the court did acknowledge that in other similar situations, in other similar buildings, these sorts of searches do occur. There are perimeter searches, and did refer to a recent Court of Appeal case that upheld a search in a similar fact situation.
So the test that would remain for us to turn our minds to here, and that would have to pass if there was any kind of a charter challenge of what we do, are the limits pressing and substantial, or the reason for the limits pressing and substantial, and secondly, are the limits proportional and proportionate and something?
Minimally impaired.
And minimum. Okay. Thank you very much.
Proportionality test, Madam Speaker. Yes.
Thank you very much. No, you don't have.
Councillor Doucette, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, in the report, thank you. Good to see you. In the report, you mentioned that you went out to consultation. Can you tell me generally what you heard during the consultation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we did 6 consultations with various groups and 27 agencies represented in those groups. What we heard, if you give me 1 second, I'll just turn to it.
Can you hold my time, Madam Speaker, or give me a few minutes at the end? Whichever.
Sorry, Councillor, just give me one
Just
second.
a short synopsis of it. Don't have to go through every item. I just want to hear generally what you were hearing from the different groups.
Well, Councillor, generally through different groups, there was some different responses. What we took from the responses was there was some individuals that were represented that were in favor of some measures, knowing that there was protections. What we heard as well greatly is that if this is going to be implemented, there needs to be specific pieces put in place. So policies and procedures need to be checked. If we were going to do patron screening, there would need to be a supervisor available. That we would need to be still consulting with the other groups like Indigenous peoples on particular issues that that community faces. to be able to best still do the screening and serve them.
The consultation you did with the public, did you get different results or similar results when you consulted with city councillors?
Through Madam Speaker, so we didn't do consultations with the public. What we were asked by council was to survey members of the public and city employees on patron screening. So we did 5 different things. We did 4 surveys, 3 public, 1 for city employees. And of the 2 of note public ones, we used a professional polling firm to do that, who surveyed a sample size of 1,000 people, 1,000 respondents. And then we did something called intercept surveys. So over 3 days, someone from that firm is stopping individuals coming into City Hall who actually come in there and asking them those similar questions.
This is the second report. You were asked to go away, come back with a new report. So can you just give me very quickly how this differs from your first report?
Absolutely. So in the first report, the primary recommendation we made was to put walk-through metal detectors, the kind that you would find at a rock concert or ACC or Rogers Centre, by the front doors of City Hall. Instead, what we are recommending now is to move those to the council chambers only for the council wings. Where we have baggage checks that we do for secure purposes in the chambers, we've done those for 12, 15 years. We want to move those near the security desk downstairs. That would still allow a number of individuals to come into the building, to use the library, the cafeteria, permit alley, but not be subjected to that. But if you wanted to come further into the building, you would be. In the council chambers, we originally asked to increase the glass height. All we're asking now is to replace the glass ropes by continuing the glass. And in the committee rooms, we initially asked for a barrier in that sense. And now all we've said is all we want to do is when the room may be charged or where they may be full of people, that we would pull this kind of stanchion zip tie across to provide a delineation of space so our security staff had time to deal with something.
In the 2018 budget process, we eliminated some of the receptionists at A Street, B Street, and C Street. Do you feel that by not having people there, signing people in, actually I think everyone has to go to A Street now, but we actually don't always have a physical body at B and C Street. Do you feel that we should have someone there to watch people if they sneak in following someone else into the second floor? Would that be one suggestion also to, as I say, so we don't have strangers wandering around the second floor?
Councillor, certainly I would support from a security perspective that setup that you mentioned, yes.
So going back to what we had in 2017, not what we voted for with the budget cut in 2018?
I would support staffing of that desk during the business times of City Hall, yes, of all 3 desks.
And last question, so do you feel that these recommendations don't just protect city councillors and staff when we're in this chamber, but they protect the staff and the visitors in this whole building?
Madam Speaker, that's an excellent point. Not only the members of the public, not only the daycare, not only employees and city councillors, but the iconic building of City Hall itself.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Davis?
Maybe I could just ask quickly about, again, if you could confirm where you'll be checking baggage, just really quickly.
So if you, through you, Madam Speaker, if you drew a line across from the security desk, across the rotunda, past the official elevator to Service Canada, it'd be past that point.
Okay.
Now, we don't exactly define that point because it could be different for different events in the rotunda.
So you are screening everybody who comes in the front doors?
No.
We'll go through their bags?
No.
Except if you are staff?
No, Councillor.
Councillor Davis, please allow the staff to answer.
Excuse me, Speaker. I am
No, you're not.
genuinely attempting
No,
to
you're not. You're attacking staff, so please allow the staff to answer.
You know what? Forget it. The bias here is ridiculous.
Councillor Mamalidi. Okay, I'll give you time. I thought you said forget it. Okay, go
I
ahead,
would
Councillor
appreciate,
Davis.
I would appreciate if there was, you allowed me to ask my questions.
Well, I will, but just allow the staff to answer. That's all I'm asking. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Davis. Ask the staff a question.
I'm just waiting for some quiet. So the intention is to have bag searching, as I just heard, across by the security desk in the main rotunda. That's what I heard. Is that correct?
Not entirely, Councillor. So near the security desk,
Yes.
but that can also change based upon events happening in the rotunda. So it could move all the way to where you come to the east and west tower elevators or the stairs to the second floor.
I guess what I am really trying to understand genuinely, are people's bags going to be checked in the rotunda except for those who are employees of the city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in most cases, the screening area would be near the security desk, so anyone passing that security desk area would be screened.
Okay, that is what I was trying to establish. People coming into the rotunda will have their bags searched. Excuse me, that is, if you would let him answer. Could you please clarify once again, my time is going, there, people coming in to the rotunda, while where they are checked may change, their bags will be checked if they're not employees. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to be very, very clear, in the report, we did not say exactly where, because that will change on a basis of what's occurring in the rotunda for events and et cetera. Sometimes, after hours, for instance, after business hours, it would be by the security desk, and other times during the business day, it may be by the tower elevators.
I'll ask again. Where they're checked may change, but are you saying that depending on what's going on, it'll be in a different location, potentially, but people entering the rotunda will have their bags checked?
People bypassing the security screening area will have their bags checked if
Right.
they're carrying bags. That's correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. They will. The second thing I wanted to understand was if you come to the chambers, you will now go through a metal detector that is in the corridors right there. There and there. Is that correct?
In the glass wings, that's correct.
In the wings. So people will be coming up the main elevators that go up the towers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we're going to have people who we want to go through metal detectors, who are simply coming to the chambers, not going to work, going up the elevators with all of our employees.
That's correct. They'll be using the 10 elevators. That's correct.
Why would we not, if we were going to do this, do it in a way that separated employees? Because we will have all these people then going up the main tower elevators, the work elevators, where they could go up to whatever floor.
So,
why would we encourage that?
Madam Speaker, that's a great question. So when you do like metal detector checks and baggage checks, you need to have a secure door on the other side. And that door is only opened once somebody has passed through the check. If we were able to do it up in the council chambers in here, we would not have the secure door. That is the only area that allows us to have the secure door.
Okay, and finally, it looked to me, of the people who answered the survey, who actually come to City Hall,
That's correct.
that it was about 50-50. In fact, there wasn't a high degree of support. It was 48 somewhere around there on either side. Is that correct? Those who
No,
come to City Hall.
I don't believe so, Councillor. I don't know
right
which one
here.
you're referring to. The intercept survey of people that were coming into the building where the professional polling firm was questioning them, that was 67%.
This one.
Okay. No, actually, Counselor Davis, what I did is I set your clock, so you actually had an extra minute. Counselor Mammoliti.
Initially, I remember the original report that came forward on security. The federal government had some input with respect to, I think the intelligence in the federal government had some input with some of the recommendations here, did they not?
To you, Madam Speaker. The recommendations came from two sources of reports. One was from Public Safety Canada, which is a government organization, the Canadian government, and the other was the Toronto Police Service in a report, a vulnerability assessment signed by the Toronto Police Service.
And they determined that out of many of the city buildings and monuments, that this was a must for security.
What they've determined and what most experts would say is City Hall is a very iconic building that means a lot to the citizens of Toronto, and that if something occurred at City Hall, that has an effect on the public psyche. If you can't be safe at City Hall, where can you be safe?
So if something were to happen in the city of Toronto, the thinking of the worst, the chances of being City Hall is probably higher than other places.
I can't professionally speak to that, but I would imagine that'd be the case, correct?
All right, so the next to our building is the old City Hall, and we use it for courts, do we not?
That's correct.
It's owned by the city?
That's correct.
Do people that go in there have their bags checked?
Yes, Councillor, on both sides of our building, there's courthouses, and on both sides, the bags are put through an even more scrutinous X-ray machine and walk-through procedure on both sides.
But that's owned by the city.
The court on one side is, the other is not.
What about the York Civic Center, where we have our courts? Is that owned by the city?
It is, yes.
And there's courts in there, and people have to get their bags screened there, don't they?
They walk through a walk-through metal detector and have their bags screened, that's correct.
So why is it that we do that in our court system, and where the professionals seem to think that something might happen if it happens first at City Hall, why is it that we've waited so long?
Councillor, what I can say is I have brought numerous reports to City Hall in the past. What has happened since the terrorism level has raised was other areas, other legislatures, other cities have reviewed their security posture. In the report, I provide the example of Calgary and Edmonton, who have implemented metal detector wanding prior to entering to their chambers, and we're trying to do the same thing in Ketchup.
In the legislature, you can't walk in without getting your bags checked, right?
In most provincial legislatures, there's a very high degree of security, including armed staff and metal detectors.
So in the legislature, you have to go, if you want to get into the legislature, you got to get your bags checked, you got to leave your cell phones, that sort of thing. And you also have to wear a badge if you want to walk around as a visitor and get yourself checked in, if you want to walk around as a visitor in the legislature.
I would say that's correct, Councillor. You have to show ID as well.
Now here's one, because I worry about this one, even with this pack. I'm going to be supporting the package, but in fact, I wished it was a little more safer for everybody. But if the alarm goes off in this building, the elevators don't work, correct?
That's correct. That's a fire code law.
So if somebody comes up with a machine gun or a gun up in the gallery and someone pulls that lever, how do we get out of here?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'm going to try not to make this an in-camera response. What I can tell you is that we've given councillors guides for their offices that included the council chambers, which had detailed procedures.
I only got a minute. How do we get out of here if that scenario happens?
I can't speak to that exactly, except to say that in that case, evacuation is always the key piece. And there's reasons that I spoke about in the confidential section of the report that speak of why this council chambers is a different piece than other areas of the building.
Okay, you can't speak to it, but would it be a safe evacuation if we're successful in getting people out in that scenario?
Councillor, that would be a hypothetical issue. I can't speak to it.
People, council was full in their seats. Someone pulls out a gun and that lever gets pulled. The elevators stop. I still don't know how we're going to get out of here.
So Councillor, just to be clear and not to speak on camera, the piece is in an active attacker situation of any type. The number one thing to always do is evacuate. We don't use elevators to evacuate. We use stairwells to evacuate.
Okay, thank you. Your time. No, your time's up. Councillor Mammoliti. Okay, before we continue, because it's 7:45, we just need to do little bit of housekeeping here. So we have a couple members' motions to be introduced. Pardon? Okay. Yes, Councillor Cressy?
I was wondering if I could move a motion to complete tonight.
No.
No, but I'd like to move the motion. I'm aware of 12 people who won't be here tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, I think this council meeting's been scheduled for months, and people know what their obligations are. But you can move the motion.
like to
You
move
can
the
move the motion. Let's have a vote.
We've got lots of fast stuff. There's like 20 items there. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm voting yes. You got me. I believe my first duty is to work, not to getting home on time.
You know what I didn't get a chance to ask you?
Sure.
You answered 4 times and still didn't answer my question.
I think I was confused about where you were talking about.
The motion to complete the agenda this evening carries. The vote is 22-9.
Well, then, members of council, then, like if you want to finish the agenda, then you need to be in your seats. Councillor Cressy, people need to be in their seats, and we can get the council agenda moving. Yes, so there's a couple members' motion to be introduced. One is from myself that I'm introducing. Okay. It's to do with 20 Rockcliffe Court. On favor? Carried. Councillor Mammoliti, you have one to introduce. Yeah, just a sec till they put it on the screen. Okay, there's yours.
So I do have one to introduce, and so I'll introduce that notice, or the motion without notice that I introduced earlier.
Okay.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, on favor? Carried. No, that's the only one we have. We only have the one. Okay. So, Councillor Troisi, you wanted to release your member's motion? Yeah. No? So we're going to do quick items. Because what's going to happen is that the people that voted to stay and finish the agenda are going to leave the council chambers, and we're going to lose quorum. So, Councillor Troisi, you want to just move your member's motion?
Please, Madam Speaker, MM 43.54, King Street.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, you said you needed to move yours?
Yes, thank you, Madam
MM
Speaker.
4355.
Yes, I'd like to move 43.55, technical amendment reviewed by staff on a development.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so quick items, Councillor Mamalidi in the middle, request to question.
I understand that now I can defer this, that the two councillors that wanted to hold it are okay. I'm going to move that City Council defer item CC 43.1. You have the motion in front of you. Till next meeting. Recorded vote, if you don't mind on that.
Okay, recorded vote. Okay, just a sec. I just know that we're going to lose quorum, and that's why I'm trying to get these items dealt with.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Palacio. Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor Perruzza as well, please.
Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Davis, when you're seated, please. Councillor Kelly, please.
The deferral carries 31-2.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi.
So I could keep, I guess I can keep going with a debate on this university, York University Downsview thing, but I'm gonna release it. I just want to vote against it.
What page?
PW 30.6.
What page? What page?
Page 5. You want to hold that?
No, I don't, but I want to vote on it specifically.
Yeah, I want to vote against it.
What number are you?
Okay, but I don't know what item it is. What page?
Page 5, I said that.
Page 5.
30.6.
30.6, okay. So you're releasing?
Yes.
I want to vote,
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote on that, please.
Okay. Councillor Holiday has a problem with it.
I don't, if I may have the floor for a moment to explain. On a point of order, I'd like to vote very specifically against one of the streets.
Yeah.
As I did in Public Works, and that's my only request.
That's fine.
Okay, fine.
So tell them which one it is.
Shoreham Drive.
What recommendation? Oh,
It would be the first item under recommendation
Recommendation.
3.
yeah. First bullet point, please.
Yes. 8.
That one. Yep.
You want rid of that bike lane, Anthony? You want that bike lane gone? No.
So you want to vote on that separately?
Correct, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Okay, so we'll take that one first, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor de Bearmaker and Councillor Cressy, please. We're in the middle of a vote. I don't know why members wanted to finish the agenda if this is the way we're going to finish the agenda. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The amendment carries 27 to 5. What is it?
It's part 3.
Oh, sorry. Well, yes, it's yes, exactly. Part 3 as it pertains to Shoreham Drive.
Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Okay, please. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Maybe we need a recess. Okay, well, no. Councillor Fletcher, can you stop disrupting? I'm sorry, but you're being really rude now. You are. So on the item, recorded vote. The balance of the item.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The balance of the item carries 31 to 2.
Councillor Mammoliti?
So I'm going to do the same thing with MM 43.6. I'd like an opportunity for a recorded vote, so I can vote no. Page 8.
Okay, top of page 8, MM 43.6. Councillor Mammoliti is releasing, wants a recorded vote.
Yes.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Layton.
The item carries 27 to 4.
MM 43.10 on page 8.
Can I have the hold?
Or you want to hold it? I'll give the hold over to Councillor Holyday.
Okay.
MM 43.13, page 8.
Okay, that's to amend the 2018 Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Capital. Councillor Mammoliti is releasing.
Just a quick question, is this section 37 money? Or no?
No, Parkland Reserve.
It's section 42. Okay, recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Troisi and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Shiner.
The item is adopted unanimously, 31 in favor.
Okay, your next. Pardon? Yes?
MM 43.14.
You're releasing?
Wrong choice of words for this particular item. I'm releasing it. I want a recorded vote on it, please.
Okay. Recorded vote.
Counselor Robinson and Counselor Troisi, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item is adopted 21-7.
Okay?
MM 43.15, I'd like a recorded vote so I can vote a big tampon no on that one.
MM 4315.
A big tampon?
Okay, Councillor De Bearmaker, is it necessary to interrupt? We're in the middle of a vote. And Councillor Fletcher?
Counselor Palacio and Counselor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Okay, I believe that's it.
The item carries 30-1.
Okay, so we'll go back to the item we were dealing with. Oh, Councillor Shiner?
So I have a quick release. It was MM 43.48. It was the development charges for Leslie Nymark.
Yes?
There's a motion which I was working on with Councillor Bilo, but she's not here, which I'll place, which staff actually appreciate, and it does and provides the same benefit to TCHC, but in a proper manner. I'll move the motion if you can put it up on the screen. So I'm moving the motion as it is on the screen. 43.48. This provides, there is some difficulty on the site where TCHC may incur some costs in excess of $1 million because the development proceeding through slowly and they may have these costs on it. This allows them to have that item considered by the Budget Committee to make them whole, but it doesn't permit the entire development to have the same benefit. So it will not provide any benefit to the private sector. And it'll be up to the Budget Committee to recommend this back to Council.
On the amendment? Okay, so this is not a quick item then? It's not a quick item?
It's, Councillor Bilo's aware of it?
Why don't you circulate
Sure,
it?
no problem at all.
Okay. Okay, Deputy Mayor Minawong.
Yes, page 8, MM 43.8.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
MM 43.8 on page 5, request to examine the intersection of Bloor Street and South Kingsway.
Yes?
I'll release that.
Okay, on page 8, MM 43.8. It's been released, recorded vote.
Doesn't really make sense, but.
Counselor Palacio, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor Perks.
The item carries 28 to 1.
Yes, I'll release 43.18, requesting the Government of Canada to suspend the Safe Third Country agreements, given the massive costs this would put on the city and our previous debate. I thought we should have a recorded vote on this.
It's true.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Filion, please.
No?
The item carries 21 to 8.
Okay. Councillor Mammoliti?
Sorry, I neglected the notice without, or sorry, motion without notice. MM 43.57, recorded vote, if you don't mind. It's the one I introduced earlier, 40.
Okay, recorded vote. The one that was just circulated, MM 4357. Yeah.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Filion, please.
The item carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Councillor Fragadagas, how do you vote? We close the vote. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. And I'll release MM 4356, recorded vote.
Thank you, Speaker. I found one here that I can release. MM 43.26, affirming support for a minimum wage in Toronto. I'd like a recorded vote on that, please. It's the bottom of page 8.
Okay.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Mammoliti, when you're seated.
Councillor Kelly, your vote, please.
Like,
The item carries 22 to 7.
okay, if we can clear the inside screen, and we'll continue with questions to staff on that item. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first would like to apologize to Councillor Davis. I was impolite, to say the least, while interrupting her line of questions, and I do apologize to her and other members of Council for that. And I would like to follow. Thank you. And I would like to follow up on Councillor Davis's questions, because I thought the answers you were giving to her were different than what I understood. So let me ask through you, Madam Speaker, to staff. If I'm outside of the building at the Toronto sign and I have a backpack on, and I want to go to the public library, and I walk in through the main big wood doors, will my backpack be searched if I walk in, turn right, and go to the library?
Through Madam Speaker, no. The areas excluded, just to be very clear, the areas to be excluded would be the library, the cafeteria, down Permit Alley, in the whole front of the area of City Hall, and then if you pass the official elevator, past the security desk, that's where it would be checked.
Right, and we have public washrooms both on the main floor and down in the basement. So again, if I walked in as a tourist and said, you know, me and my kid have to use the public washroom, either the one on the main floor by the cafeteria, would my backpack be searched?
To you, Madam Speaker, no.
And if I went, there's a larger men's and women's washroom, so if I was with a group of tourists from somewhere and we wanted 15 of us to go down the stairs and use the men's or women's large washrooms down there, would we be searched or have our backpacks checked?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no.
So to make sure that I understand, is it the intent that if, however, I come in with a backpack and I want to say I'm a tourist, I'd like to see the council proceedings, I'd have to go past that desk, and would my backpack be searched if I want to come and watch the council meeting?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it would.
If I have to pay a ticket or my tax bill or my water bill, would I, again, coming in with a backpack and I want to pay my water bill or pay a ticket, would my backpack be searched?
To you, Madam Speaker, that depends. And I'm sorry to say that, but in most cases, no. It would be by where the elevators are up to the stairwell. In some cases, after hours, for instance, at 4:30, it comes to where the security desk is. The exact location moves a little bit, depending upon what's happening in the rotunda.
And I think perhaps that's where Councillor Davis was going with her questions as well. So on say, a normal business day, if I come in to pay my water bill or get a marriage license or pay a ticket, are you saying in general, it's very likely that you will not search you or security will not search my backpack?
That's correct.
But if I come in at 10 o'clock at night for some reason, would you search my backpack? At 10 o'clock at night if I walk in the building?
If you came before the building closed at 9:30, after business hours at 4:30, yes, you would be searched.
Okay, so after business hours.
That's correct.
So at one level, there's no reason for me to go pay my ticket after business hours because technically I can't pay my ticket.
That's correct.
So then the intent, because that's what my understanding was, the intent is the only people being searched are people who would come to the council chambers, or say if they're going up to the 16th floor on business, would their backpack be searched if they want to go to the 16th floor?
So through Madam Speaker, to be, I hope, very clear, if you went to the second floor or above in any area, you would have your bag searched before you did that.
Okay, so then I'll say in general, most people with a backpack walking through the front door as a general member of the public just looking around or doing something, 95% chance they would not have their backpack searched.
That's correct.
It's the 5%, as an example, who would want to come and see Councillor de Bearmaker on the second floor or come to the council chamber or do some other activity that passes, I'll call it a sensitive spot.
That's correct. And if I could just add, Councillor, again, the baggage check is something that we've done in every council meeting. I think for at least 12, 15 years, we have received 0 complaints.
But you're moving
time.
it downstairs.
To come into the council chambers in here. For a member of the public coming in council chambers here, they are subject to a baggage check, and that's been happening for the last 12 years at least.
Okay. And again, if somebody wants...
And that's the exact same check that would be moved downstairs.
And if a resident just walks in off the street, says, I want to see my local councillor on the second floor, and they wanted to come and see me to get a signature, no appointment, they just want to come and talk to my staff about something, their backpack would be searched before they came up to my office?
That's correct, Councillor. And the search is really what you would come to a sporting event or anything. It's a looking in the bag. It is not an invasive piece. There's no wand used after that. There's no metal detectors on the ground floor or anything.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Can I have a quorum call? Because people that voted that they wanted to finish the agenda are not even in the council chambers. Quorum call. Counselor Cressy? You voted, you need to sit in your seat. Yes. We can't have members of council vote to extend the agenda and then just leave the council chambers. Well.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Rajamari, please. Councillor Rajamari, you press one of your buttons.
There are 30 members present, Madam Speaker. Quorum is in the chamber.
And I would appreciate it that if any member of council is deciding to leave, that if they please let me know, because I have to keep track of quorum. Okay. No, but if anybody decides on leaving. Okay, Councillor Fletcher to ask questions.
I'm just going to ask some very quick questions, and I'm going to ask you to put that up there. But my first questions are, if kids are coming in a school group to the second floor, through their bags, not through their bags?
Councillor, one of the things that's incredibly important is once this is approved, if it's approved, we go through policy procedures with an equity lens as well, and we look at those issues of what happens at other municipalities and that kind of piece.
Yep.
In general sense, yes, the bag is looked into.
So the kids are coming, school groups coming, they're going to be checked. If you have a reception, we often have large receptions for Music Week, checked or not checked?
Through you, Madam Councillor, through Madam Speaker, it would not be checked if it was in the rotunda.
Not
Again,
checked in the
that's
rotunda.
moving the area back and forth.
Getting married.
You would be subject to check. I hope you're not carrying
Coming
too
in
much
the back door, so you can go, excuse me, Mr. Speaker,
Come on, quiet.
could you stop my time and stop this noise?
Councillor Mamalidi, allow Councillor Fletcher to ask her questions.
Thank you. So back door building, north door, coming in there to go to the daycare, checked or not checked?
Through Mr. Speaker, that is an employee-only door. You're not checked. Daycare parents would not be subject to checks.
Daycare parents not subject to checks. Elections office,
Through Mr. Speaker, if you were coming in through the back door, you'd be subject to a check. There's a security guard there.
okay. So any tours on the second floor would be subject to a check, or anybody visiting the second floor.
Through Mr. Speaker, that is correct. In most cases, tour groups, you work with a tour operator. They're not bringing their bags in. They're leaving it on the bus.
Now, could you please come and show us?
Yes, absolutely.
I asked our security head to take the rotunda and draw in on the map. It's very helpful for me to see where we're talking about these stations, so
I've held your
hopefully-
time till the setup is done.
And can you flip it around so its main entrance is, there we go. The other way so we can read it. There, keep going. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Can you show us where they are, please?
So during the business hours, it's along here before you come up to the stairs or before you come up to the tower elevators. This is the front doors. This is where the security desk is. After business hours, it comes to the security desk across.
Okay, so there's just two at each of the elevators, and will it be a wicket or something there? What would it look like?
So there would be a stanchion, a pull-tie stanchion on one side, and on the other side, there'd be an opening on each side where staff would pass through with their access cards, and visitors would be subject to check.
So you'd have an access card that would identify?
As long as you are wearing your access card, that's correct.
As long as you were wearing your access card. Thank you very much for
You're welcome.
showing me that.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Next to ask questions of staff is Councillor Shan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. In terms of, is there any randomness associated with this, or everybody that is going into the areas that you're going to be looking at will be checked? But is there any discretions in there?
Through Mr. Speaker, absolutely not. There's not a randomization. There's not a picking individuals. Everybody has to go through the same check.
Okay. And in terms of the size of the bag that you check, what constitutes a bag? Is there any randomness on that, or is it specified in some way?
Through Mr. Speaker, it is actually specified. There are best practice documents and standards that are adhered to. I can't give you the exact size. In the councillor's case in showing her purse, that's probably around the first size that would be checked.
Now, in terms of concerns from community members, one of the concerns that continues to be the case in many of these places, especially when randomness or discretion is involved, is profiling or additional scrutiny. How have you taken steps within your recommendations to eliminate any form of bias that could exist both in the implementation of this?
Mr. Speaker, incredibly important. So we've used our partners in the Equity, Diversity and Human Rights Office who will be and have applied a equity lens to this and will be to the policy procedures. One of the other pieces that we did is we're not done consulting as well. We certainly intend to continue to consult in those groups as we implement this.
The question about events in the rotunda. So am I correct in assuming that regardless of what type of event it is, when an event happens, those folks who are in the rotunda will not be checked? Or would it be determined by the nature of the event?
We have yet to determine that exactly. That will be in the policy procedures, and again, we'll apply the equity lens to that as well to make sure that we are not depicting any type of group or specific event.
In terms of the metal detector itself, if that was not the case, I understand one of the questions Councillor Davis wanted to ask at the end was to ask if that wasn't the case, there would be some proposal to have some sort of a wall behind
Yes, thank you very much. Through Mr. Speaker, I didn't fully give an answer when Councillor just said because I missed two very important pieces. One piece that Councillor Davis raised to me was if in the proposals, what we've said adopted by Executive Committee was if we choose not to go with the metal detectors, then we are asking to increase the height of the glass by 30 centimeters. The second one that we were asking for was to report back next year on the measures that we've implemented and provide feedback at that point.
Now, in terms of identification of the staff, are you expecting all staff to wear visibly an identification, or is it based on if the security guards are familiar with some staff, they would not need to show their ID, and if there are people who are not familiar? Again, I'm trying to remove any form of bias in terms of who a staff person typically looks like in this place.
So to you, Mr. Speaker, it is city policy now that all city employees must visibly wear their cards at all times while on city property, so that doesn't change at all in that case.
The last question is that is it in any form going to increase the number of uniformed folks in the front, or is it going to be the rearrangement of the staff? Would we still have those friendly faces sitting behind the desk, smiling, and then you have additional? Like, how would this look like in terms of human resources?
So thank you for that. That's an excellent, really important question about our in-house staff and our contracted staff. So our contracted staff under this, we would not have the contracted staff anymore. These would be done by in-house staff. That's why we're asking for 4 bodies. Those staff that you're talking about would still remain the same way. And the smiling, friendly one is what we are trying to accomplish with the bag checks as well. We want this to be customer friendly. We want this to be focused and friendly.
Since I have some time, I want to throw in one more question. So the metal detector itself, when you walk in, what's the procedure? Like, what are we looking for, and how does that interaction? If you hear something, what does it mean? Like, what would you hear from, and how do you react to that situation?
So to be very clear and try to be short in that, in a walk-through metal detector, typical throughput is 8 to 12 seconds for an individual. In most cases, it does not go off. We are not setting it to the highest level of scrutiny. It's set for something much larger as a weapon. And in most cases, it doesn't go off in that case. And if you looked at a line from outside from the Rogers Centre, you would see. So you're walking through something, and if there is metal there, it shows where the metal is, so the security guard can ask, what do you have in that area? You forgot to take out your cell phone, whatever the measure might be.
And that is also going to be very standardized, not random in terms
That is
of
that is a
so
very
it's the same kind of reaction from the metal detector, same kind of response from us.
for everyone, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Next to question is Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there, in your plan, is there anything random about who you check?
Through Mr. Speaker, no.
No. So everyone's going to be checked, other than the exceptions of city staff or whatever they may be?
Everyone without an access card, that's correct.
Okay, so male, female, white, black, Asian, doesn't matter, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I would presume that if you're, you would have males and females at these checkpoints?
That's correct. A very important piece that came out in those consultations was to ensure in certain communities that we were using female to female, male to male.
Okay, so I guess being a white male, I may not be so sensitive to the various forms of bias, but what would you envision, given all the, I'll say, parameters in place of how something could be bias against any person or group, given what the plan in place? Because you said you're going to look through it with an equity lens, but if there's nothing random about it, you have a male and female there, everyone's being checked unless you're a city employee. Where would the bias come in? I'm just trying to get my head around that.
So to you, Madam and Mr. Speaker, my partners in the equity, diversity, and human rights area would be better able to answer it. Unfortunately, they couldn't come now. They had been waiting the days. But one of the things they would talk about is that certain groups feel different ways about law enforcement, and that some additional measures were required to satisfy, through training and through an equity lens and policies, procedures, that what you were saying in a targeted piece was happening.
Okay. Is there any evidence that you've been able to, because I'm sure you've studied this quite substantially, where these sorts of measures, whether it's metal detectors, bag checks, is there any evidence that people go to fewer major events, such as concerts where they're used, public buildings, or otherwise?
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay. Now, in terms of where these checkpoints are going to be, and we're talking, I think we heard questions about, I'll say, major, like concerts on the main floor. Is there going to be some level of fluidity to this? That is, where there could be potentially a major event on the main floor. You know, it's not necessarily a hard and fast rule, or is it a hard and fast rule?
No, through Madam Speaker, there has to be some fluidity to it, some reasonableness in what is happening in the rotunda.
Okay, and just in the city of Toronto, let's just forget about any acts of, well, I guess not necessarily forget about acts of terror, but have there been? Are you aware of any random serious attacks that have nothing to do with, I'll say, any sort of organized group?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, I believe on page 5 of the report, I listed a number that were Canadian domestic terrorism incidents.
Well, I'm talking more about people getting pushed in front of trains, people
crime,
being stabbed with screwdrivers, someone being killed in the path. I'm talking about those sorts of things where they're not only random, but these people aren't part of an organized group, and there are no necessarily warning signs ahead of time.
I would say that would be correct.
Okay. So there are multiple examples of that in the city?
I have my police colleague beside me who may want to add to it, but I would say that's correct.
Well, actually, I'd love to get his perspective.
So I'll just introduce Steve Irwin from the Integrated Security National Enforcement Team.
Good evening, Councillor. Certainly, what comes to mind most recently through Madam Speaker is certainly the van attack in North York, We had a recent case where people apparently unrelated, an individual, an older gentleman, got pushed in front of a subway. Outside, in the area that I'm responsible for, is Southern Ontario, GTA and Southwestern Ontario. There's events that we've seen where there were individuals acting as lone actors that had intended on doing attacks, including down in Strathroy back in August 2016.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong? No?
He left, but I'm not sure.
Councillor Shiner. You don't have any questions? Oh. Okay, so to speak, Councillor Mammoliti?
Other questions? Thanks, guys. We do have lots of comments.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti to speak.
Yeah, I think this is we've waited way too long for this. You know, as horrible as this was along Yonge Street, just north of Shepherd, just a few short months ago, weeks ago, something happened that should have never happened. And so that was very spontaneous, but it happened. And then after it happened, we all start to wonder, what should we do to help prevent these kinds of things from happening? In this particular case, we've had our staff telling us that it's in our best interest to protect those that work, use City Hall on a regular basis. And in order to protect them, they've come up with a number of different areas where they feel comfortable in asking us to approve it. There were a number of people that objected to this for a number of reasons. But I'm glad that this is in front of us, and I'm glad that we're hopefully going to approve this tonight, because it makes me feel a little more comfortable knowing that we've got some control in terms of what might happen in the future. I'm still not 100% happy. I still think that we can be doing a lot more. I even think that we should be checking staff, quite frankly. I think that anybody that comes into the building, even us, need to be scrutinized and checked. And one day that's probably going to happen. But for now, it's a start, and I'm going to vote in favor of this package. I understand it's a compromise, so I'll vote for this compromise. I commend the mayor and everyone else that's worked this equation in so that everybody, I think, is satisfied with it. And I hope to God that nothing drastic does happen in the future. But I think that we're feeling a little more comfortable, at least, that in this chamber, those people that are around watching a council meeting might feel a little more protected in knowing that at least we've checked bags and we've checked people that come around the chamber. So for what it's worth, our staff have done a marvelous job. I commend our security staff, who have had little resources to protect the people in this building. Now we're giving you a bit more resource, and I hope you feel a little more comfortable in doing your jobs.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do actually have a motion, if clerks could please put it up. City Council directs city clerks, in consultation with facility management and security, to review the feasibility of reinstating receptionists on the second floor council offices during business hours, Monday to Friday, and report through the 2019 budget process. So I do want to thank staff for this report. I want to thank you for going back and coming back with a second report. I do believe in this day and age we have to take security seriously. For me, we need to protect everybody who works in this building and the people who visit this building. We are an iconic building, and unfortunately this is the sort of building which people are looking at these days. The reason I'm putting this motion forward is in the 2018 budget, we cut the budget for our 3 receptionists. Our receptionist is there to smile, to greet people, to let a councillor know that there's someone waiting at the front to come and meet with them. The receptionist is able to let a councillor know if someone sneaks through a door to follow someone to go and visit their office. Some councillors upset residents. Some residents threaten councillors. We have councillors in this chamber who have received death threats. So I think we do have to take that seriously, and that's why I'm putting my motion forward. I do support checking bags. When we go to other buildings, we get checked. When we go to Osgood for lunch, we walk through a metal detector. When we go to Queen's Park, we go through security. The time I went into the chamber to hear my MPP speak, I wasn't allowed my purse, I was not allowed my cell phone, and they made me take my city pin off. What was I going to do? Stab someone with my city pin? But that is their security. So I will be supporting this recommendation, and I'm really looking forward to hearing back how it's working. Is it working? Is it enough? Is it too much? But I think this is something which, as I say, in this day and age, it is our responsibility to protect the people who come to visit their building. Because this is not our building, it belongs to the residents of Toronto. So thank you, staff, for your advice. Thank you for your recommendation. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm going to sit down so we can try and get this agenda done.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Doucette, oh, you have a question, Councillor Doucette? Okay.
Yes, I briefly saw that, and it is to add all 3 receptions back.
To reinstate the 3 we had in 2017.
And you're doing that because there it is there. You believe that actually having a person there is more effective than simply going through a bag. So if somebody's, when you press the accessibility, the door stays open for quite a long time.
Correct.
And anybody could get in.
Correct.
So that this is a good system that was put on the 2nd floor, but we've stripped it down a little bit. You want to bring it back to its full capacity.
I think it's got the friendly approach. You've got someone there rather than if someone comes to visit a councillor right now, they can pick up a phone and just dial to the councillor's office. Our staff don't actually know who that person necessarily is, and therefore they could just follow someone else in, and therefore we don't know who's coming around the 2nd floor. Right. And as I say, because we don't always make every resident happy, I think this is just that front line, nice customer service, not intrusive. So yes, I want to see the people back.
It's not electronics, it's live human beings.
In this case, it is live human beings.
Right. Thank you very much. I'll certainly support that.
Thank you.
There you go.
Councillor Kelly.
Well, Speaker, I'm not going to support these recommendations. I entered public life in 1975. Haven't served continuously, but I remember vividly what it was like at that time. No locked doors, no cards to get into elevators, no bag searches. And what I have, based on what I've seen since my reintroduction or my re-entry into public life, is a slow, incremental distancing of government and bureaucracy from the people that they serve. There are ways of coping with the threat that we perceive out there. But when you look at it, when you look at this threat and attempt to cope with it, you have to realize the ironic premise on which these recommendations are based. Now, here we are, municipal government, the order of government that's closest to the people, and yet we're saying through these recommendations that we are suspicious of every one of them. And there are so few people out there that wish to do us harm that you don't have to do these things out of fear that some of them out there, somewhere in a cloud, are going to realize their objective of harming us one way or the other. We have intelligence agencies, Speaker, that are hard at work, doing their very best to monitor and catch the official terrorists that scare the heck out of a lot of people. But, Speaker, we don't live in a society that's comparable, frankly, to that of our southern neighbor. We don't have, or we have in Toronto, what we brag about all the time to the world, and that's an inclusive society, a society that embraces diversity, that tries to do its very best to make everyone feel a part of the system. And yet, we're looking at recommendations that belie that, belie those other messages that we send out to the general public. Mayor Tory and other leaders insist that this is the safest city in the world. And yet here we are putting a protective barrier around a city hall. The two simply do not jive, Speaker. So, I don't know, I just feel very uncomfortable with the direction in which we're going. And if you listen very carefully to the professional advice we've been given, the next step, if we're going to be emulating other governments, is security packing guns. And is that something that any of us would ever have believed would have occurred here at City Hall? I don't think so. So, Speaker, the day may come when we have to beef up security along the lines of what is being recommended, but this is not the time.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, and I want to begin by acknowledging the very wise words of Councillor Kelly. I endorse them wholeheartedly. I would only add two additional thoughts. The community I represent includes an awful lot of people who don't feel that they have equal rights to participate in our society. And often they'll want to talk to me about some problem they're having with ODSP or with their housing or with a landlord who's not following the property standards bylaw. The thing that is remarkable is the number of them who refuse to come down to City Hall to meet me. They insist that I meet them in a local donut shop or at the local library. They find already this building intimidating to come into. And I think it's important to remember that the legal issue, the hurdle we have to clear here is whether we are removing the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression, and the way it's defined has been defined in cases that are similar, is the right just to sit there and watch. You don't even have to make a deputation, and it's not good enough that you post the meeting online. That's from court cases that are out there. The freedom to feel that you can come and sit there or sit in a committee room without being subject to a warrantless search and seizure is an important democratic principle. And right now, there are Torontonians who feel that the barrier to entry to this building is already too high. In other words, some Torontonians feel comfortable to come here to exercise their right to freedom of expression, and many already don't. I deal with them almost daily in Parkdale. If we add these new barriers, we will make that problem worse. We will be excluding people who are already socially marginal from exercising their right to freedom of expression. And to me, that is an unacceptable price to pay. The second thing that we need to be mindful of when we do this is where the road leads. And Councillor Kelly talked about one version of the road. I actually think that there's a deeper problem. Already, we see voter turnout declining. Already, we see cynicism about the behavior of government increasing. Already, we see suspicion of elected officials increasing. The more barriers we put in place between us, the people who have been elected and hold power, and the rest of the community, the more severe those trends become. Democracy is a very fragile thing. It depends on all of us essentially making a blind bet that if we share power democratically in an open society, that our needs will be met, instead of all warring against all to seize resources and power. That fragile pact turns on buildings like this, places like this, moments like this where I can look into the public gallery and God bless them, I don't know why they're here after 8 o'clock at night, but members of the public are here keeping an eye on us, and they feel free to do so. That's one of the pillars that holds this fragile enterprise up. And anything that knocks one of those pillars out is something I oppose.
Councillor Hart.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Just segueing on the issue of pillars, one of the key pillars in our roles as councillors, and one of our primary responsibilities is the health and safety of the public, of our employees, and of ourselves. We've been given professional advice. I've heard some comments that there are very few people out there that we have to worry about. I agree completely. There was only one person on Yonge Street. There's very few people out there. It's not the time to do it. It may not be the time, but I wouldn't want the time to be after something happens. So I think we have to think very carefully about this. We have to think about what our responsibility is to ourselves, what our responsibility is to this building, what our responsibility is to everybody that comes into this building. When I was interviewed on this, my comments were treat everyone the same. I'd be quite happy to be searched every single day, and I think, you look at some of the U.S. experiences. I don't want to compare ourselves to the U.S., but there have been plenty of instances in the U.S. where employees have caused carnage. So all I want to suggest is that you have to think about our health and safety responsibility. Think about when we should do this. Should we do it before something happens? God forbid nothing will ever happen. But I know if something does happen down the road, those who don't act today, you won't see them for dust, because they'll run away from this issue so fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address some of the comments of my colleagues. One is this, the freedom of expression and various other rights. We all know the one thing that was missing in that commentary was what is reasonable. There is a reasonable infringement on someone's rights, and that, I would think, one of those tests is the safety of others. We heard Councillor Kelly talk about official terrorists and unofficial terrorists. Well, respectfully, I don't think that the gentleman driving the van on Yonge Street was an official terrorist. So, I don't think the person that stabbed the woman to death in the path was an official terrorist. It's the random nature of these things that we're looking out for. And to echo Councillor Hart's point, people, I think, have a reasonable expectation and a right to feel safe. Let's look at the analogy of airline travel. I'll ask you this simple question. How many people won't get on a plane because they have to go through a metal detector versus the people that won't get on a plane because they think it's unsafe? I'm going to tell you, more people won't fly on planes because their fear of terrorism, etc., as opposed to those people that won't get on because they have to go through a metal detector. I think we really need to really look at this in, I'll say, in a through a less political lens. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, we've already approved security measures. We've already approved barriers in the square. So this isn't a matter of, do we see a need? It's just to what extent. So, and I would ask Councillor Kelly, and maybe Councillor Perks might want to move motions. They talk about access to us. Well, the greatest access is actually not necessarily sitting here. It's actually talking to us on a daily basis in our offices. So maybe either of those councillors would like to move a motion that we do away with our locked doors into the second floor, and that people have full access. I encourage you to move those motions, and we'll see how council decides. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and pardon me for stepping away from the mic. I'll be really brief. Look, I'm not sure why this is such a vigorous or contentious debate. We are, in many ways, functioning like a board of directors here. We're in charge of a major organization, and we have a duty that comes with that. And it comes out in different council items. You know, we're looking at approving numbers, approving budgets, looking at audits, various things. And I'd put back to this council that we have a duty to make sure that there's a continuity of government, and it's bigger than us. And we've had some professionals come in here now multiple times and give us some advice on how to strengthen things around here to ensure that there's a better chance of continuity and there's a lesser chance of disruption. And that's incredibly important. It's not just for ourselves in this chamber or financial loss. It's about the public's perception of government in the city and the security of the city as a whole. And so I can't understand why people would want to resist things that experts have brought to us to say that these are the right thing to do in order to secure this facility and really secure the continuity of government for the city. I hope you'll think about that as you consider casting your vote on this item and why it's just so much more important than what is just inside this chamber right now.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand that right now everyone is looking at security, and I really want to support Councillor Doucette's motion. I think that the removal of people at the front receptions is a problem, and it should be the first thing. And I'm surprised that Councillor has to move that here rather than that be a central part of this approach. People keep a place safe. We talk about making our parks safer, making our streets safer, making our spaces safer. The first thing we do is we move more people into them so that there's eyes on the street, eyes in the area. Not necessarily technology or wands or opening the bags. And quite honestly, if somebody really wanted to get in this building, they could get in this building. They're not going to walk in with their purse, with something in their purse. They're not going to and if there's people who want to get in this building that shouldn't get in this building, then I'm pretty sure that the police know who they are, that through the police security know who that are. And I very much appreciate Councillor Kelly's approach. Our former deputy mayor, in our last administration, thoughtful approach has been in a number of different elected situations. And the relationship of our council, of the relationship of our municipality to the people is a very important one. So I am appreciative that staff have come back and moved their lines of demarcation only around the elevators, etc., rather than the idea of at the front doors and all the people that we were concerned about, people getting married, people going to the library, people doing this, people doing that. But quite frankly, if you really want to do something, you will do something. You'll figure out how to do that. I understand that maybe a higher glass for those councillors that sit along the back, I get that. I get that. Somebody's tapping you on the shoulder, that's fair. I don't have any problem with that. It's just your personal space. You don't have any personal space behind you. But other than that, what we're doing now, going through the bags, anybody who comes in here, their bag gets looked at because maybe they have something they're going to throw, or maybe they have a water bottle, or maybe they have things like that. Or going to the committee room, the same kind of thing. But generally, I don't support scaling up our security to the point where we're basically saying there's a lot of bad people coming here and we have to find them. There's a lot of good people coming here and we want them to come here. We want them to come in our building, especially now, in these days when people feel more distanced from government, more distanced from their communities. We want to make sure that this remains a community place. And so while I appreciate the scaled back nature of this report, I truly believe that even that is too much. Let's agree to put up the barriers or the glass for those who are sitting beside the public. Let's agree to put people back into positions where they can see who's here and know what's supposed to happen on the second floor. But let's not go through the bags of every little kid that's coming on a tour to look at who was the mayor and the beautiful art that we have on the second floor. Let's not militarize our second floor in that way. Simply, let's not do that. That is telling kids, bad people are coming here in the second floor. Got to go through your bag. And apparently, from our friend who took that case to the court about the police, if the police go through your bag and they've got your cell phone, they can do anything they want with your cell phone. There's many different civil rights that are now compromised in that way. So I would have preferred to have our new city manager be part of this discussion, but we're pulling ahead here, and I won't be able to support this report tonight.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I ask you, what are governments for? What are cities for? What was the reason for the development and maturity of the modern nation state? It was to protect its citizens, to make sure they are safe, to make sure they are secure, that they can go about their daily lives in peace and happiness and safety. What strikes me a little bit odd, although I should have asked it in the question period, was anecdotally speaking, employees or disgruntled ex-employees seem to be the most likely perpetrators for when you look at workplace violence. So it surprises me a little bit that we're not wanding or checking everybody who comes in, because certainly we have a wide workforce, and studies show that workplace violence, the perpetrators were either current or former employees. Certainly when I visited Israel over a number of times, I realized that's a world conflict zone, but you couldn't get a slice of pizza without having your bag checked. And at first, it's kind of disconcerting when all you want is a slice of pizza or falafel and you're going into a restaurant. But you know what? You get used to it pretty quickly. And you realize that they're there not to harass you, not to steal your cell phone, not to take away your freedoms, but to protect everybody who is using that restaurant or store. And it's widely accepted there. And over time, our security measures will be widely accepted here. I mean, we talk about freedoms. This is not an impediment to freedom. What about the freedom to walk around in security? What about the freedom to walk around in safety? What about to come and go in knowing that you're in a safe environment because we have a security strategy at the front door? What about their rights? What about their freedoms? Something to consider. You know, we don't want to look back at this place in time, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 3 years from now, God forbid that there be a terrible incident in this building, that people look at this council and look at this report, and they will come back and they will look at the voting record, and they'll say, people will say, as they're cleaning up the bodies, you had a chance to act. You had a chance back then, you had a good staff report, you had experts give you advice, and you didn't act. And we don't want to be haunted in that way. And we always like to compare ourselves with New York. I've been to New York many times, particularly when my daughter was living there. You know, you could not go into an art gallery, could not go into a museum, you could not go to any major exhibit of any sort without your bags being checked. And you know what? You accepted that. You accepted that. And because you knew that those people were looking out for your best interests, protecting an institution, and at the end of the day, everyone was safer and better for it. I support the recommendations before us. They can always be adjusted or tinkered with down the road, but it's incumbent on us to act now.
Councillor Campbell?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I fundamentally disagree with what my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, has had to say. I mean, there's this notion that there's a culture of fear, and God forgive us if something should happen, and piles of bodies. You know, we hear the same thing. We hear the same thing, oddly enough, in the traffic debate. Slow down the cars, or somebody's going to get killed. I don't believe that this hall is any less safe than it was 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years ago. This is not the United States. And quite frankly, if somebody really wants to do some damage, a metal detector is not going to prohibit them from doing so. I don't know how many of you go down to the Rogers Center. Major League Baseball instituted security checks at all Major League Baseball games a number of years ago. And as I go in there are thousands of people who are not in their seats as the game starts. There's a massive swell of people. Well, if I was going to do damage, that's when I would do it. So in the name of security, they create what I believe is a less safe environment for people going into the games. I concur with what Councillor Perks said. You know, voter participation is down, interest in politics is down. This is an open forum, and I think it should remain an open forum. I'm not in favor of metal detectors. Metal detectors to get on airplanes is one thing. To get into art galleries, to get into City Hall, you know, I can see it in courtrooms. Courtrooms are different. They're debating and discussing different things in courtrooms. They're debating sending somebody to jail and murder trials. We're hardly discussing issues of that magnitude here at City Council. So and the other thing, we asked the security experts, well, what do you think the security experts are going to say? We asked the experts, so we have to listen to the experts. Security experts will always say, add more security. That's their job. Of course they're going to say that. So, I'm sorry I missed most of the debate, but I do have fairly strong feelings about it. I like City Hall the way it is. I do not believe we are less safe now than when I started the term. There was one incident. There was one incident when some people came in, and I remember they approached the mayor. It was about 3 years ago, and I thought, okay, well, we could probably use a little bit more security, but at no time did I ever feel threatened. I've never felt threatened here. Some of you councillors have been around here for 30 years, for heaven's sakes. I wonder if you've ever felt threatened. Well, maybe it was from other councillors and not the public. But in any case, listen, I've had what I wanted to say. I agreed with what Councillor Perks said. That was the argument that I heard when I came back. And personally, I can agree to the enhancements along the back. But as far as these excessive security measures that have been proposed, I'm not in favor.
Okay. So do we, yes, so that's, hello, members, please. Please, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Davis, please. So that was it for the speakers list. The mayor will be the last speaker.
Well, just because I know everybody's had enough, I'll be very brief. But just to say, I would ordinarily find myself sort of agreeing with many of the sentiments expressed, Madam Speaker, by Councillor Campbell. I'm not a security zealot, but I also, and I recall the package that was brought here initially and quite properly sent back for further study, and I supported that. I just think that there is a line somewhere between doing nothing to address the status quo or doing perhaps what was initially recommended, which was, I thought, excessive. And I think here that the staff and the so-called experts have worked very hard. I don't believe that 2018 is the same as 1968 or 1988 or 2008. And I do believe that this building, it's not so much because of what goes on here, but it's an iconic building. It has authority figures in it. It's going to attract more attention than some other buildings, and I think that's just a fact. It's more likely somebody's going to come here than they would go to the TD Bank Tower. So I think that a reasonable set of measures is something that is quite appropriate to slightly enhance the security. And I think if you look at it, we agreed quite properly to do some of the things to enhance the square where we have large crowds of people that really fit into the same category as the councillor was referring to with the Rogers Centre. Inside, I think they've done their best to sort of push back the screening of bags for visitors. And I think that what Councillor Pasternak was saying is not just applicable in Israel, it's applicable in Toronto. If you go to office buildings downtown, just ordinary office buildings, or if you go to any other city pretty much in Canada or North America, in many cases in office buildings you are subjected to more security to go inside those buildings than you are at City Hall. And it's not a competition, and I don't think we should be trying to win the competition to have more security than some bank building, but I also think we have to look carefully at why they've put those security precautions in place. And I think that what the staff and the people that have worked on this have come back with is something that pushes it back so the rotunda remains as accessible as it possibly can be, and certainly accessible for our staff and for people who are coming in and out of the building all the time. And then when it comes to here, I think they've done their best. And I was saying to Councillor Mammoliti, I'm not that happy with the fact that by putting it on the bridges, you create an awkward situation with regard to the elevators and so on. But at the same time, I think what they were trying to do is push it away from here so it was relatively unobtrusive. And I've served together with a couple of other people here in the legislature, and these are exactly the same. In fact, they're actually less security precautions than one has to go through to sit in the visitors gallery at the legislature. You have to go through there getting a badge to wear, a card, and you go through a metal detector before you go into the visitors gallery at the legislature. And they have had that in place for many, many years, and it's even there quite minimal compared to other legislatures in Canada. So I'll stop there. I've said enough just to say I support these recommendations as being a reasonable compromise between what was initially suggested, which I thought was excessive, and doing nothing, which I think would be not the responsible thing for us to do in 2018. For the safety of all the people who work in this building, starting with the employees, starting with our visitors from the public, and including the people in this chamber. But I think it's those groups that we're looking to make sure can remain safe at all times here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pardon? Okay. Councillor Davis has a question for you.
Well, I just wondered, Mr. Mayor, I certainly noticed that Queen's Park changed significantly in terms of its openness and access after those security measures were introduced. Did you not also feel that there was a very different sense of that public building after?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Davis, I think yes, but I think there's a number of things that came together. One was that they now started, as Parliament had done many years ago, to direct people all in through that kind of basement entrance. And I think that had the effect of it being less convenient, so you thought it was a security-related measure, which I think in part it was. I think if you go back to the old days, and when I worked there, the first time I worked there, you could just walk in the east or west doors and nobody even sort of asked you who you were or cared. And I think subsequent to that, they've now centralized the visitor access through the one place. And I think it gives you the sense of more security. The stuff that has to do with the metal detection going into the visitors gallery has been there for years and years and years. But I think they have there has been a tightening up because they've had reason to believe they should because of the incidents that have happened at other legislatures or other public buildings. But yes, I think it has created, I wouldn't be dishonest with you in saying it feels a little different walking in there than it did 10 years ago.
And as I recall, it was after there were a great deal of demonstrations around a particular government that closed off access to that building. The second question I have, though, is that these buildings are places of business with many offices. It's a very different type of building. And I too share that concern about the elevators that are elevators to the towers are now going to be the places where we're trying to separate people working here, people doing business here, people coming to the chambers. And in fact, it seems to me that we're going to confuse and slow down the operations in this building for the business side of this operations. And it sounds to me like you share my concerns.
I would acknowledge, and I think I did in my remarks, and I would to you, through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Davis, that it's less than ideal because we have these existing elevators and the security, for good and valid reasons they explained, is going to be behind those. So it just means those elevators here become, you know, sort of defunct, and that you then mix the people into the tower elevator. So it's less than ideal, I would say that. But I think if that was used as a reason to say we should do nothing, I wouldn't agree with that either. So I just think that they've worked very hard to come up with a compromise that was meant to try to accommodate everybody, which is what you get. Those who didn't want obtrusive evidence security right here, and those who would argue, as we are just having this discussion, about it being less than ideal to put everybody on the tower elevators. So I'm just being honest and saying, yes, it's not ideal, but a lot of these things aren't.
And should this be approved, there's a willingness to look at reviewing them, the procedures.
Certainly, I can only speak for myself, and I have no more of a voice in this. I mean, I would say yes, because I think if we could find a better way, I think we can deal with the principle here of having the metal detector, which is really the biggest issue about whether people think it should or shouldn't be done. And I respect opinions on all sides. I'm not a security zealot, but I'd be quite happy to say for myself that we could begin immediately to look at the best way we can do this, including the part downstairs, which, when you were questioning earlier, is still sort of a work in progress. I mean, I think the reason you weren't getting as precise an answer as you wanted is because nobody's sure. But the bottom line for me was that they moved it back from the front door of the building, which to me was a huge step forward, to not have it right at the front door of the building, which I think would create a very different sort of environment for this building. And so certainly for me, I'd be very happy that we should be really refining it as we go, so that they're not just slapping everything up, you know, in a couple of weeks exactly as...
It didn't come out in the questioning, but one of the other features is that people entering who get beeped in the metal detector will then be wanded. Are you comfortable using wands on people who come in here?
I would see that as being possibly unnecessary. If you have a first-rate metal detector, I think anybody who's carrying something that's, you know, it picks up coins in your pocket, for heaven's sake, when you go to the airport.
Yes.
So I think if we set them properly, we would pick up anything that needed to be picked up that wouldn't be necessary to wand people. So again, I'm not a security zealot at all. And if you said to me you were going to drop the wanding, I'd have no problem with that whatsoever. Because I think a proper metal detector set properly picks up, and I'm just recalling at Parliament Hill now, I don't think they wand you. I think they put you through a metal detector and they make you empty your pockets, but they don't wand you. But so that's just my own personal view on that.
So the difficulty is these different features are not set out in a way that we can actually do that. And so, no, pardon me, Councillor, I didn't hear your heckle clearly enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to start doing.
Recorded vote. The motion by Councillor Doucette is on the screen.
The motion carries 24-9.
Okay. Okay, item is amended. There's been a request to vote, well, we're in the middle of a vote. Councillor Davis is asking that we vote on it separately. Each of the recommendations. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. So delete that vote. Pardon? Councillor Lane, Councillor Davis has asked. Well, we did, but Councillor Davis wanted it voted on separately.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor DeBaremaker and Councillor Holliday.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Davis.
Councillor.
Recommendation 1 carries 25 to 8.
Yep, so we're on part 2.
Recommendation 2 carries 22 to 11.
Part 3. Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Madlow, Councillor Davis.
Recommendation 3 carries 26 to 7.
Part 4. Recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Recommendation 4 carries 25 to 8.
Okay, the balance of the item as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
The balance of the item carries 26 to 7.
Okay, before we go to the next item, do we have any quick releases? Yes. Councillor Filion?
On page 9, MM 43.32, I'll release it just very quickly. I'd held it to, I wanted to explain it and alert people to the ability to do something called excavated decks and legally greatly extend the size of houses. If anybody cares about that, they can ask me about it, but we'll...
Okay, MM
43.44.
32.
44.
No, it can't be 4-4.
Members motion.
32.
No, we don't have
Oh, sorry, 32, yes.
32. Okay, all in favor? Recorded.
Excavated deck.
Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Councillor Palacio and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, when you're seated, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Crisanti. And Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The item carries 31 to 2.
Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker. Much to Mr. Farag's chagrin, I would like to release EX 35.33, the operating variance. You can see how sad he is.
Okay, on EX 35.33, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Carried. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC 43.21, a motion put on the screen for the Mimico Judge and Secondary Plan. Not quick? Nope. We have to go on a camera on this then at some point.
Okay. Councillor Wong-Tam?
It's page 4, Madam Speaker, CD 29.5, closing the service gap in the downtown east revitalization area. I would just move that we adopt the recommendations in the report.
Okay, CD 29.5, Councillor Wong-Tam is releasing. On favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded? Okay.
How many does that leave us?
No, actually, we're choosing not to now. Sorry.
CD 29.5, closing the service gap in the downtown east revitalization area.
Oh, sorry, and moving also the supplementary report, Madam Speaker.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Okay, but you have to...
Councillor Davis.
Councillor Filion, please.
The amendment carries 28 to 6.
More releases? Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Any more? No. Okay, EX 35.8, Municipal Greenhouse Gas Challenge Fund. Councillor Perks, do you have questions? Questions of staff?
Thank you. So just for those members of council who aren't familiar with this, this is a series of greenhouse gas reducing projects that we have at the City of Toronto. There are, I believe, 10 of them.
Correct.
Correct. Do some of those receive funding from the province of Ontario?
Yes, through the through transfer payment agreements that have been secured.
Pardon me? Sorry?
Through transfer payment agreements that have been secured by the city.
And these transfer agreements, is it possible for the province of Ontario to cancel them?
Through you, Speaker, there are termination provisions within those agreements.
And we would have to stop the project. We wouldn't be, because we didn't have funding, or else find funding from ourselves.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
I take it the social housing.
Social housing, sure. Take it as where? Social. Just
And modernizing social housing.
So, Councillor Perks, you're just releasing it? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
The staff are just making one small wording change. I'll read what we're doing. That City Council communicate to the provincial government the City of Toronto's support for the Green Ontario Fund, Green ON, and provincial support for efforts to support greenhouse gas reduction. We are in dangerous waters as a city. We have a climate plan that I'm quite proud of, and I think all of us here are proud of. But if you'll remember, Transform TO depends in many ways on provincial funding. And some of that funding we had thought was going to be provided through the cap and trade system to the City of Toronto. Given some of the recent political pronouncements that we've heard, it is entirely possible that this project, and maybe many of the ones in the future that we're relying on in order to meet the ambitious greenhouse gas targets that this council adopted, that the mayor has traveled internationally to speak about, that thousands and thousands and thousands of Torontonians participated in helping to design, are at risk. It's all at risk. And I think it's very important that we as a council take a public position that we meant it when we passed Transform TO, and that we continue to count on our provincial partners to enable us to deliver it. This is us taking a step into the economy of the future and taking a step to protect the environment of the future. And I think it's very important that before the provincial government take any action, we put ourselves on record saying we do not want the provincial government to walk away from funding these projects.
The motion on the screen, Councillor Perks's motion. This is on EX 35.8.
Sorry to do that.
Okay, it's on the screen. Do we want a recorded vote on this one? Yeah. On favor? Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Davis, please.
This is on the amendment. Councillor Davis, please. They want your vote. Mayor, can you go get him? Tell him we need him to vote on this.
Need you, Mr. Mayor. The bells are ringing.
Huh?
The amendment carries 26 to 5.
Okay, item as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Holliday and Councillor Ford, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item as amended carries 28 to 3.
So there's been a request on the item that we've dealt with, closing the service gap CD 29.5. Councillor Holliday is asking that we reopen because he wanted a recorded vote on the clauses amended. So all in favor, reopening? Carried. So item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The item as amended carries 27 to 4.
Okay, our next item is PW 30.5 Vision Zero Road Safety Plan. It was held down by Councillor Matlow. Do we have questions to staff? Are these names down here for this item? Well, okay, that was fast. I didn't even announce it. Everybody put their name down. I could have said something else. So Councillor Matlow held the item down. Councillor Matlow, do you have questions? No? Okay. Councillor Carmichael Greb, questions to staff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is the criteria for a community safety zone?
Community safety zones are designated, they're a provincial designation that can be applied to a location that's defined, and in Toronto we bylaw those. Our application of community safety zones, this first application that we're looking at is at elementary schools, K through 8 schools, public schools currently.
And is that just the frontage of the schools?
The initial review that you see before you, the list that you see before you, is the frontage of the schools, and in some cases a little bit more. We've basically done a desktop analysis of all the schools that fit that category of public schools K through 8, and we've identified typically intersection to intersection in front of the school. So if you wanted to characterize it, typically that's what it would be.
So we are not putting community safety zones in the middle of a neighborhood, say 2 blocks of a residential street?
Not currently. In future applications, we certainly might look to do that based on other data.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What criteria is used to prioritize the schools that will receive the community safety zones? Like, how do we pick those schools?
We actually looked at every school, public schools in the TDSB, Catholic public schools, and that was the first round that you'll see attached. The 754 schools were the elementary level K through 8 public schools.
But what, like, how do we pick the schools? Like, I'm sorry, like,
All of the K through 8 schools that were in the TDSB and the Toronto District Catholic School Board are included in that list of 754. Subsequent rounds, we had planned to do private schools and additional schools.
okay. I moved a motion in 2015 and again in 2017 asking to request the province to double the speeding fines in school zones. Has that regulation now come into effect?
My understanding is the doubling of speeding was applied in community safety zones. We have community safety zones in the City of Toronto. I believe in 2009 there was a moratorium put on the doubling of fines in those zones because there was not sufficient capacity for enforcement. And so that moratorium was lifted by the council, I believe, in the May meeting.
So if you get caught in a school zone speeding, double the fine.
In a community safety zone, not
Right.
in a school zone.
Great. Now, I know we have a kind of some kind of deal with Waze, the Waze app. Would it be reasonable to, feasible to request the Waze app to identify safety school zones in their app?
We can certainly have that conversation with Waze, yes.
So if I had a motion to that effect, you'd support that?
We would certainly look into that with them. They have the ability to designate special zones, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grimes. Next to question is Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Through you to staff, I wonder, why did we choose schools as the place to put the community safety zones? Because theoretically, a community safety zone could be anywhere that council picks.
Through you, Speaker, we identified schools initially, and in particular elementary schools, because young school children are amongst our most vulnerable road users. Our intention is to start with schools. Council supported us looking at schools, in particular the public schools, and so we identified all of the schools in the city. That's the ones that we looked at initially. There are probably other locations in the city that, as we expand this program into the future, certainly we would probably look at senior safety zones because we know seniors are another vulnerable population. But the first round of this is really focused on K through 8 elementary schools.
And is it safe to say there's a sort of a methodology or a strategy here that
Yes.
you're choosing the highest impact areas, and would it be fair to say that you only have a certain amount of capacity to deliver on, so you've got to go to the high capacity, the high impact places in a sequence, in a priority?
Yes, and I think we wanted to apply it sort of consistently, and we certainly wanted to use criteria. So the first round, what you see before you today that we're debating, is the frontage, intersection to intersection typically that our staff has done as a desktop review.
Right.
Once we move that forward, we will look to expand that to broader areas. So community safety zone can be beyond the frontage of the school, but we are initially applying it in the frontage of that.
If I remember from Public Works, you're actually getting a consultant to actually spend some time and figure out that detail. And the idea is there's, 750 schools plus the ones that we added in Public Works. So this is a first cut.
Correct.
It may not be perfect, but it's a start, and it has enough room in there for you to establish things like the red light camera, the automated speed enforcement in those zones where you need them.
That's correct.
Is a school zone and a community safety zone special? Like, does it convey something special to a driver when they see it? Is it?
The hope is, our goal is that we would convey that through engineering improvements, through signage, through pavement legends. Certainly at pickup and drop-off times, you'll see a lot more activity there. There's parents picking up and dropping off children. There's children present. Schools are typically somewhat central in communities, not always, but there's certainly places where communities gather for more than just school activities.
So community councils have a habit of getting into all sorts of changes and things, at the behest of different pressures. Maybe a street in a neighborhood is really upset with something, and they'd like to see their street designated as a community safety zone because they don't know, the rules, the methodology that we're talking about today. Would you have any concerns with that? about diluting the program at this juncture and drifting into other areas that aren't necessarily the places that you've designated at this point in time?
As you know, Vision Zero is a data-driven program, and our approach since the beginning is to try to roll things out based on data and information. And so one of the reasons why we're looking consistently at every school of this category in the city is so that we can keep that consistent.
And so you stand behind your recommendations in the report because you've thoughtfully put those together, and knowing that there'll be a second crack at those over time, because you can't, change the world in one report, but it's a start, and it will take time to roll this program out.
Yes, absolutely. And just for your information, the consultant work that we hope to do to expand these zones at the existing schools and potentially add additional schools will actually start this year.
And would you recommend against tinkering with it? Unless there was some sort of a gross missing piece.
I think that if there are additional streets or expansions that people would like to put forward that are proximate to schools, we will certainly pick those up in the next round of expansion.
And would you advocate that in using judgment to add certain things, we should be very careful about the concept of diluting the program and adding things that really aren't appropriate, or add some strange thought that might be something nice to add right now, just because we want to keep the school areas and the community safety zones special?
Yeah, and I think also that our goal is to take a consistent approach to how we apply this, and I think that keeps the integrity also of when we apply automated speed enforcement, that it's predictable and it's something that the community understands as well.
And discipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Next on the list to question staff, Councillor Davis.
I just have one question. It has to do with the warrants report.
I moved it 2 years ago, and so I just wondered, I know that it's clearly not here. I presume that it is going to get done. Is it going to get done this term, or?
My staff presented me with a draft version of that probably at the beginning of the second quarter, and I did not feel it appropriately or fulsomely addressed Vision Zero criteria, so I asked them to go back and do some more work.
Right.
The plan is that we would bring it forward after the first of the year.
In
2019.
First quarter of 2019?
Yes.
I just wanted reassurances on the record in the public realm, because most reports are supposed to be end at the end of a term, so you will bring it in 2019.
We absolutely will bring it in 2019.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Next to question staff is Councillor Robinson.
Hi, thank you very much. So my understanding of community safety zones is the objective was to take the school safety zone, which is only 150 meters, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and expand that so that you really create safe passage for children to and from the school in the morning and in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Our initial application of community safety zones that's before you today is as you described.
So it's
the frontage of the school, intersection to intersection, that expands the existing school zone, which is only 150 meters in front of a school.
Yeah, it's really not that effective.
It's not very big.
It really doesn't provide safe passage. So the community safety zone would do just that. And you would be looking at that and then coming back with next term, I guess, because we're out of meetings, with a comprehensive report on exactly how each of these, the context of each of these school/safety zones, community safety zones, what they would look like.
Correct, because there will be a number of specific, site-specific instances we will want to take into consideration in terms of where we have populations of people walking to school, critical intersections, high-speed corridors, etc. So that's why it's very important for us to do a deeper dive, and there will be additional streets that get added to the community safety zones, expanding that reach after the second round.
So really it's customized, tailor-made to the particular school, whether there's arterial roads, collector roads around it, you're going to look at all that.
Correct.
So if there's motions today that veer from what this report is before us, I'm assuming clerks would rule them out of order if people were just attempting to make community safety zones anywhere in the city. What is before us in the report is school safety zones being expanded to provide our most vulnerable road users, which I guess you would probably say are children and seniors, of safe passage.
Correct, that's what's before us today.
That's what's before us. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. You're the last speaker, last to ask questions of staff. First on our list to speak. Sorry, Councillor Matlow, did you hold the item? Great, our first speaker, Councillor Matlow. Go ahead. Well, my apologies.
I move the following motion.
Stay standing.
Okay. Just waiting for clerks to put your motion on the screen. And Councillor Matlow, hold your time till clerk is ready.
What's going on?
Okay, are the staff ready for Councillor Matlow? Oh, you had it on the screen? Okay, Councillor Matlow, go ahead.
I did.
Oh, point of personal privilege. Councillor Cressy.
Because I moved the motion to extend, I just wanted people to know that there are 4 party-sized pizzas on the way that I've ordered. So, as an apology, that's all.
But Councillor Cressy,
I like broccoli and pineapple.
No idea.
but Councillor Cressy, only if you put anchovies and pineapple on part of it. Okay, Councillor Matlow to speak. Councillor Matlow?
I already spoke. I just moved the motion.
But did Councillor Matlow speak? Oh, he did. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm kind of distracted here. Okay, Councillor Camargo Greb on the motion.
Are you aware that at PWIC we already added to add private schools?
I'm aware of the discussion at PWIC.
And it was a motion that went through?
I'm aware of what's in the report. That's not in the report.
It was in the report.
No, I don't.
We moved it at PWIC, it went through, yeah.
Yeah. But consideration for the 2019 budget is not in the report.
Okay.
No, it's not there. Is it? Yeah.
No, the budget consideration is.
No.
Councillor Robinson has a question to Councillor Matlow.
Yes, could I see the motion?
Can we put the motion on the screen, please?
Thank you. So, are you aware, Councillor Matlow, that at Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, we actually moved to accelerate the community safety zones to roll them all out in their entirety, 750 to 800. Did you read the PWIC minutes?
Yes, I appreciate that.
So this is redundant.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because we also moved private schools. It was either Councillor Mamalady or Carmichael Greb that moved that. So the only thing that's new in here actually is high schools. And my question to you is, do you not believe that we should be prioritizing, since it's a very ambitious undertaking, grade school children versus high school students?
What does that have to do with this motion?
It says high school students.
This isn't replacing rolling out elementary schools. This is adding this as consideration as part of the next.
Right, but we have to prioritize as a city. So what staff are proposing are elementary schools,
I
grade
think you're
schools.
confused. Staff support this.
Pardon?
Staff support this.
This is not clarification. Even though I'm Gary Crawford's seat.
It's supposed to be clarification of the motion?
Yeah, this is just argumentative, it's not clarification.
So, Councillor Robinson, thank you. Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. In drafting this motion and your intent behind the motion, did you take into account the questions that were asked and answered this evening with
Yes.
respect to this item?
Listen to the debate, yeah.
And did you take into consideration the discussion that was just had about the importance of not diluting the program and the importance of keeping the priority on school children, just said by the general manager?
I agree. So do they.
And so, do you not believe that by adding an additional layer of high schools, that is not contrary to what was just stated?
No, in fact, I spoke about it with staff and they concurred with the motion.
That it would be advisable to add an entire bucket of work on top of this?
No, it's work that they would do, I believe anyway, and it's simply to consider it during the 2019 budget process. It's not about diluting, prioritizing elementary schools, but it's about ensuring that we're also considering extending it out in the next year's budget cycle to both high schools and private schools. I believe that children are children no matter whether they go to a public school, a high school, or a private school. And so do they. And so do you, I imagine.
But you believe that the people in high school are children?
The way they behave.
I guess it's,
Have you put them in the same category as the children in grade school?
To be very clear, this is not about diluting, nor is it replacing.
I get it.
Rolling it out to the elementary schools, but it's also about extending it to private schools where
it's already done.
Children of all age. No, it's not. It's actually not done in the report. So this is about, if you read the motion itself, this is about considering moving it out to private school areas as well throughout the city,
and
also extending it to high schools where students can be vulnerable to road safety.
This is an incredibly important point. You said that this is to bring it to the budget process. So would you not agree that there is recommendation number 4 from the committee before council was to include private schools, but if your motion is passed, it would send private schools into the budget process and actually take them out of being actively considered?
No.
You don't agree with that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fragedakis to speak.
I have a motion, and it's that City Council add the extended frontages of public and Catholic French language schools listed in the attached table as community safety zones. I've pre-circulated this from about this morning, so it's somewhere on your desks. And in looking at this report, I'm going to be supporting the recommendations, except I looked at it and saw that one of the schools in my area, which I have the privilege to represent, is a school in the Viamond board. And it's not listed, and it's actually a school, an elementary school. And I think that we have a duty to make sure that we do not treat people who are Francophone as second-class citizens. I know that I was told that it was dealt with at committee, and then I looked at the report, and it said that it was actually decision advice and other information, and that it was going to be coming back, but it didn't give a time frame. So I'm actually trying to prioritize the children, both in the, like I said, the French Catholic and the French public school system, so that they are on the same footing as the English public and the English Catholic. So I hope you can support this.
Can I have the clerk please clear the screen for the questions? Okay. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Speaker. I was being distracted by something else. And did you say that French elementary and both Catholic and public schools are not part of the list of the school safety zone?
No, you're correct. They're not in the original list, and so I have moved a motion to include them in the list.
Because I asked that question at committee, as I recall, and I was told at that time that all elementary and both public and Catholic schools were.
Councillor Perruzza, there were questions today to the General Manager of Transportation, and she said that what was in the list was English Public and English Catholic. Toronto District School Board and Toronto Catholic District School Board are the only schools that are actually before us today. That's why my motion is to deal with French Public and French Catholic.
So your motion adds all of the others as well?
Yes, it does. Well, actually,
the private. Thank you. No, but I mean, it adds the elementary, the French public and Catholic elementary schools,
Yes.
all of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All the elementary, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Speak from here, please.
Okay. Can we get the mic on, please? Is anybody there?
They went home. Is anybody there? Is anyone there? Oh, I see a head. I do see a head up there. Someone there? Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's my motion, and now I'd like to show you on the overhead, please. I'm going to put something on the overhead. If we could get that going, that would be great. So I want to thank staff for this report. This is the ward I represent. All the green are the roads which were in the report, which is brilliant, excellent, amazing. However, some of the front doors to my schools, elementary schools, were not included. For instance, Rexford. This is actually the front door to King George Elementary School. Clendenin is the main street for drop-off for Annette, High Park Alternative, a daycare, Annette Community Centre, and unfortunately it does actually go by a high school, but they're all on the same street. Mount View is the main road to, again, a daycare, Keele, and Mount View Alternative. Oakmount here, again, another drop-off place where parents drop their children for Keele, Mount View, and a daycare. So I'm asking you to please support my motion. I think there was a lot of roads on this. It's just fantastic. But as I say to you, one or two in my ward were missed, and these are the front doors or the main way that the children get in and out of the schools, and the main way that the parents drive when they do drop off their children. So thank you very much. I hope you'll support this motion. I will stay. I'll come to my desk. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette, there are questions for you.
Yes, I've moved.
Councillor Campbell.
Do these schools already have community safety zones on one of the streets adjacent to the school?
Yes, so some of them do, which is the green
So-
I showed you, but it's not necessarily the road that actually the
No, okay,
children
so-
travel to get into the school.
So just to be clear, so
Yep.
you're asking for two placements of community safety zones or an expanded community safety zone for each school, which basically doubles the requirement.
Some of my schools actually
So some-
already were completely surrounded already in the report. That's why I felt putting this forward was okay.
I want to be clear.
Yep.
The effect of your motion will mean you're asking that your schools have double coverage while some schools have no coverage.
I don't believe that. These were ones which were missing, and some of my other schools, I can show you my map, they are already covered by the streets,
But they already have a community safety zone on one side of the school, you said that.
but not the street
Carmichael-
where the
Carmichael-
children actually
Carmichael
get
Grab,
dropped.
these are Shelley Carroll type gestures.
No, so let me give an example, councillor. On Annette, where Annette School does not actually front Annette, it's the playground, it's a metal fence.
Okay.
They actually go down Clendenin and Jennings to get into the school, so I'm asking for Clendenin.
But is there a community safety zone on Annette?
Yeah, it's been there since Doomsday.
So there is. Okay. So
It was one of those signs never taken down.
Okay. So I will speak to this after then.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis, questions?
I don't want to start with an "are you aware?"
You can try me.
Just because I'm going, it's the only way I can
That's
think
okay.
about it at this moment, but that the staff will look at all of the flankage and frontage streets, and I hope that Councillor Campbell will listen, that I have just spoken with the staff. They are going to look at flankage and fronting streets when they look at these zones to make sure that they're putting these zones in properly. So while we are not going to go through every school, they have not gone through every school to say this side versus that side. They will, are you aware that they're going to look at?
I wasn't aware. If I was, I wouldn't have worked very, very hard to color code my map
done
to
a
match everything in the green, what was in the report, and add the few little red lines to include it properly.
Job. And I
So no, I
asked
wasn't
the same
aware.
question, do we have to be very specific about where the proper entrances are and flankage streets? And I was assured that we don't have to do that, but job well done.
Thank you. I'm good at coloring things in. I'm sorry, we have some strange things going up on our screen here.
Okay.
There was some great Twitter.
We're trying to get through this agenda as quickly as possible.
I just can't see if there's any other
Councillor
questions.
Robinson?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Councillor Doucette, if you heard my questions to the general manager and that they're actually coming back with a comprehensive, detailed report, in-depth, deep dive, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
The next round, that will actually assess and design each of these areas with engineer and expertise. Are you aware of that?
I am now, yes.
Yes.
I was not aware, but thank you. I am aware of that now. But I wrote my motion before I was made aware of that.
Okay, so really to be aware of that is important because it affects every councillor in this chamber, is we all have areas that we need to get help. And so staff were going to make that full assessment and come back with a comprehensive, detailed report that would outline where we need school safety zones prioritized and community safety zones. So I'm just a bit concerned that we're not going to really get to those hot spots and those most troubled areas of the city if everybody puts forward their motions for their specific wards and staff don't do that proper analysis. So
the streets I've put forward are ones which I'm constantly hearing from parents that cars are speeding, they are not staying to the speed limits, and it is the front doors of where the children actually go into the property. And as I say, I think this is a brilliant report. You've covered a lot of streets, but an address doesn't always necessarily mean that is the entrance where the children actually walk in and where the cars actually drive to drop off the children. So that's the reason I was doing this.
okay, but just so the
Now
whole
I am aware of what you're saying. I do
chamber
appreciate that.
understands that
Yep.
work is going to be done over the next few months.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor, you're okay, Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, no
So
problem.
you have just gone through the list because it was a great list.
It was
And
amazing.
it listed all of the streets that would be associated with schools.
Yes.
And you found that using GPS or however that was done, there's certain logical things that are left out. And you're just asking to have those added on, and the staff would be able to consider that. That's really
I'm
all you're asking.
And I didn't have to use
You're not
GPS.
asking to go to the head of the list.
No, no, no.
You're not asking to have these as the priority.
Nope.
You're just saying, hey, just like Councillor Fragedakis, we may have missed something, can we please complete this school zone with this, right?
Just from my knowledge of my ward and
Thank
the
you.
residents I hear from, just asking them
Yes.
to take these into consideration.
Thank you.
That's all.
Just clarifying. You
Thank
weren't
you.
trying
Yes.
to jump the queue.
Oh, gosh, no.
Oh,
never.
good.
All schools should be a priority. All children are priorities.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion that's been on everyone's screen for a few minutes, that City Council add King Street West between Jameson Avenue and Close Avenue as a community safety zone. So this is Queen Victoria Public School. It's listed as a community safety zone on Close, but the entrance that most of the kids use is not off Close. It's actually on the north end of the building, but that does not show up in the tabletop exercise because there's a public park between King Street and the entrance that people use. So there is no front door except onto a park. So that's how come that was missed. This is not an effort to create a new safety zone or cheat or jump the queue. It's actually just an effort to make it go right. And in terms of whether or not this is an area of safety and concern, you might recall 4 months ago there was a cycling fatality on King Street in front of this school.
Thank you. Councillor Ajamari.
Thank you. I have a motion. Those are the little strips of streets that have been left off the list, similar to what Councillor Doucette has said. And they're all with schools in the immediate vicinity. A few weeks ago, you'll remember a little kindergarten girl who died in front of St. Raphael School in my ward. And the police investigations afterwards and the community interviews afterwards showed that it could have been avoided. This tragedy happens all too often. Apart from that, on Shepherd Avenue, 2 6-year-old twins were walking and a car sped by and hit them both. One died and one broke his leg. These are little children who are victims in our communities. There are far too many of them, and I hope to get your support on this. Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, a question?
Thank you. Because I'm not familiar with the maps and the areas, are any of these locations proposed not immediately in front of a school?
No, in fact,
They all are. Yes.
Commissioner Kristen Carmichael Grubb looked them all up
Okay.
on her map and okayed them.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just have some additions to extend some of the streets based on the knowledge of the adding. In other words, just moving it a little further. And check those, the staff helped me with those. This is not jumping ahead. This is not, it's simply expanding on the fantastic list that we got. And these would be happening anyway because we're elaborating on our zone and making it logical within our neighborhood. So that's all this is, and I ask for your support. And I'm not going to talk a lot about it. Just saying it's not queue jumping, it's just refining.
Councillor Holliday has a question.
Thank you. Through you to the councillor, are any of the locations or the streets that you've proposed not immediately in front of a school?
They're all part of a street that's already...
Not what I asked.
No. They're there. They're part of that zone that was identified.
I'll repeat it if it's not clear. Are any of them?
One of them.
One of them is not
Yes.
immediately in front of a school.
Correct.
One. Which one is that?
It's Hogarth, and it's a pass-through. It's
Okay.
the only street way to get from Broadview to Logan, where the school is, right by there.
So if I pull up a map, all 7 of them except for Hogarth.
There's only
are-
5. It's
there
add
5?
and delete. There's only 5 locations. It's how it had to be written,
Thank you. So
Councillor.
there's 5. My apologies. There's 7 items. All of them are, except for Hogarth, are passing immediately in front of a school.
Every single one is on the list that we have, and it's simply extending east or west, that basically east-west street by a block.
So what's the rationale for extending?
Logic, to take it to the next, to take it in front of logically where things break in the neighborhood.
Okay, so it's
all I
different,
can
so it's
say.
different than the logic that the
You
staff
can just vote
used.
against it, Counselor, if you don't want
No,
to.
I just like to
That's fine.
understand it
Just
so
vote
that I
ag-
can help support. the
Logically,
motion.
you know that that block, the 754 meters may be right there, but the logic is where the street light is, you know, a few meters down the road. These are all lot of small blocks. So that's really what that is just refining the list that we got at committee.
So you
That
find.
my community has
okay.
worked on and I've worked
So
with
you've
them.
gone and fine-tuned the recommendations,
Correct.
is what I'm hearing.
That's
Very good.
correct.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, question?
Your number 7, PAPE from Harcourt to Strathcona, where is that school?
It is Earl Grey, going to Earl Grey, it's going to Pape School, which is down the street.
Where?
Pardon me?
Where down the street is it?
South. There's crossing guards there. It's
Do you know
going
what the
up to.
intersection is? Pape
Pape
and-
is an arterial that runs from Danforth
No, I
to
know.
Riverdale, makes a jog, and then runs down Carlaw. There's there's a school there, and there's 2 schools down there.
I'm just looking at the map. I don't see the school on PAPE anywhere.
Well, keep looking at the bottom, Pape and Riverdale, it's right there. But vote against it if you'd like, Counselor.
Well, no,
Down at
I'm
the
just
bottom
trying
of
to make
Pape.
sure that it's,
I'm
that we're...
simply refining, I didn't know we were getting so forensic here.
Well, the
makes no
purpose of a
difference.
community safety zone is to be directly around the school. It's not in the neighborhoods. So we're just making sure that we are fine-tuning around,
We are
directly around the
fine-tuning
school. So if you,
Pape School.
Strathcona, that's fine.
Pape School. That's what we're, and where there's a crossing guard right up the street, and Mary used to go there.
But it's not, PAPE does not front the school, correct?
Pape is on the
PAPE
river.
does not front the school, correct?
Well, actually, Pape, the only entrance to the school is on Langley because it's an odd school, but the kids are getting dropped off on Pape.
But PAPE does not front the school, correct?
There's 4 sides to the school, 3 sides of 3 roads around the school.
Because it's within the neighborhood. So PAPE does not front the school.
Yes, Pape fronts the school, the playground, the entrance,
Well, it's a block in
Langley,
from Pape.
Riverdale. You know, I'm sorry, I know my neighborhood. I'm asking for that support. And if, should you choose to not support it, that's fine. Vote against it. Thank you. I am answering the question. These are schools, maybe not like your neighborhood. This is a school that has an arterial, 2 arterials, 2 crossing guards, a lot of traffic going to the Gardner, Pape, which has a drop-off zone, and Langley, which actually has the entrance, which is a residential street.
Hey,
They're very
thank you.
odd configurations.
Thank you,
We're
Council.
simply taking everything into account for these students.
Thank you.
I'm not cheating, I just want to make sure we get good coverage.
Wow, more people have added their names on. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I can ask the clerk to put the motion on the screen. It's fairly straightforward that City Council add Avenue Road between St. Clair Avenue West and Davenport as a community safety zone. And Madam Speaker, I rise to do this largely because currently there's a 1.386 meter strip along a certain portion of Avenue. And that section, we're already seeing what is posted 40 kilometers of speed between Linwood to Balmoral as a school zone, but we know that the average speed is much higher than that, oftentimes 50 kilometers per hour and 60, and I suspect even members of council here have probably flown down Avenue Road at, dare I say, 70. and maybe faster. And the pedestrianization of Avenue will only increase as the area expands. We're seeing a lot of intensification. And the city policy encourages Avenue as a pedestrian-used road as well. It should not be a surprise, Madam Speaker, that within this expanded area that I've just moved, I just want to highlight, because I know that Councillor Carmichael Greb is doing her due diligence. She's making sure that everything that we're listing is absolutely true. So let me just list along Avenue some of the vulnerable road users and where are they coming from and to. So there's a daycare called Unicorn Daycare at 240 Avenue. There's housing for vulnerable persons, including St. Clair's multi-faith housing. Majority of these tenants are seniors, people living with disabilities, families with young children. There's also St. Clair's multi-faith housing at 250 Davenport, which has exactly the same population, seniors, people living with disabilities, as well as families with children. We also have 4 seniors residents, the Bradgate Arms Seniors Residence, the Amicus Seniors Resident, the Hazelton Place Seniors Resident, the Belmont House Seniors Resident, including the fact that we've got 5 schools within this immediate area, and I'm happy to tell you they're all elementary schools from Brown Junior, Cottingham, De La Salle, Avenue Road, Mabin. We also have 3 very active places of worship where congregations are growing and not shrinking: Anglican Parish, Church of the Messiah, and the Hare Krishna Temple. And of course, we've got 4 very significant, well-used parks: Ramsden, J. McPherson Green, Sergeant Ryan Russell Parkette, and the Robertson Davies Park. Madam Speaker, I hope that members of council can support this. I would just add one more thing. In listening to Councillor Fletcher's remarks about the safety in her neighborhood, which is actually a neighborhood I grew up in, I went to Pape Public School, Earl Grey Junior Senior School, as well as Riverdale. One of the most horrifying memories that I have, that I still have, I can see it as if it happened yesterday. It actually happened when I was in grade 4 at Pape Public School. And what I saw was my classmates struck down by a vehicle exactly on Langley Avenue. And I could still hear the crush of bones. I could still see the running shoe that was left behind. And I can still almost taste the blood in my mouth when I bit down on my lips so hard in horror when I saw my classmates struck down. Madam Speaker, when we talk about school zones, and now we're talking about community zones, we're really talking about keeping the most vulnerable people safe. And that, of course, is anybody who's not surrounded by 2 tons of steel. And let's not politicize what's happening here today. Let's make sure that we do the very best that we can to keep all the residents of Toronto safe, and let's make sure that we actually adopt this report with all the amendments unanimously. Thank you.
Councillor Holiday, you have a question.
Thank you. Did I get one of the proposals right? It's Avenue Road from Davenport to St. Clair.
That's correct.
How many schools are in that area?
There are 5 schools, Councillor.
And are all 5 of them already contained in the report?
No, they're not all contained in the report, Councillor.
And do you any idea why not? Were they missed? Were they outside of the prescribed schools? What type of schools are they? Are they elementary?
They're elementary schools, so there's Brown Junior Public School, there's Cottingham Junior Public School, there is De La Salle, which starts at grade 5, Avenue Road Art School, which is primarily art classes for young children and school-age children, and Bin School, which is also elementary school.
Oh, so they're private schools, a couple of them.
Yes, and so there are some private schools.
Got it. And they are they all clustered in one? It's a 1.4 kilometer stretch. So I just want to understand the utility of doing all this.
It's a very busy street, Councillor. There are a lot of different uses in those streets, and what I've just chosen are the vulnerable people who in the neighborhood. I didn't even choose the very heavily high-rise apartments that line up Avenue, and there are many of those as well.
We're not talking about high-rises, this is
No,
all
we're
about
not.
schools.
We're
Okay,
not.
so
But it
you
just-
fine-tune them again?
Well, just given the placement of where these different institutions are, they just happen to be scattered along that street.
Thank you.
How they got on that street, I don't know, but that's where they are.
Thank you.
Try to move on. Yes?
A question to the clerk's department.
Yes.
Division. I'm confused about all these motions that are coming forward simply because, as we see in the report before us, it's community safety zones around school safety zones, which is 150 meters. And so I'm not sure why some of these motions that are being placed are actually in order, because that is not the report before us. The report before us is specifically related to school safety zones, prioritizing those by creating community safety zones around them to create safe passage to school. So I'm very concerned about what's happening on the floor, because the last motion that was placed was an 8-block radius. That is not what is before us in this report,
Okay,
and they
Count-
should be ruled out of order.
Well, okay,
So
thank
who's
you.
doing, I guess, who's doing the assessment?
Well, I mean, it's obviously the members of council are speaking to the staff. Are they speaking to the staff? Yeah. Yeah. So,
Every member of council who's placed a motion have run it by staff?
I think most of them. Yeah. Councillor Robinson, I don't know. I really don't know. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions. That City Council add Mimico Avenue between George Street and Station Road as a community safety zone. Two, that City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Service to request ways to distinguish school safety zones in their app, identify the speed limit and other traffic calming measures for drivers using the app in real time, if possible, preclude navigation through these zones during school hours. So with that, I'll start off with the first one, adding Mimico Avenue. We just added bus service. This is a very short street that runs between Lakeshore and Royark Road. It's got John English School there. It's got a PXO there. We've just added another buses. The Mimico 176 just got added starting on Monday. And during the peak zones, there's about, I think there's 12 buses running on that route. So the neighbors are very concerned and the school community is very concerned. So with that, I ask for your support on that one. And the other one, the Waze apps. We've talked about this community council all day long. You know, people are seeing traffic come through their neighborhoods they would never, ever see before. With this new Waze app, it tells you the quickest way to get somewhere, and they're going through Councillor Doucette's ward and my ward and Councillor Rosemary's ward. People are seeing traffic come through that they've never seen navigate through these zones before. So I'm asking staff to talk to Waze and see if we can identify that in the app. Thank you.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, I just want to let members of council know and staff, there's pizza and drinks behind here. So help yourself. Councillor Holliday, did you have a question to Councillor Grimes?
I do not.
Okay, well, your name was there, so I don't know. Councillor Cressy to speak.
I have a motion. It's very brief. It's to add Avenue Road to Davenport as part of the community safety zone, and that's all I'll have to say. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Robinson. Okay, Councillor Robinson, you have a question to Councillor Cressy?
So you're aware the report before us is for school zones, and that's what we're prioritizing because school-age children are most vulnerable road user?
I'm aware of that.
So your motion is around what school?
Brown School is in the vicinity of this.
Vicinity?
Yeah.
But, can you give me a bit more information?
So there is Brown School, which is an elementary public school.
Is that at St. Clair?
It is south of St. Clair. We have at St. George, Church of the Messiah as well. We have a childcare facility, which is immediately there, which is south of Davenport in this immediate area.
There's no schools there, Joe.
Councillor Holiday to speak? No? Okay, after Councillor Holiday speaks, then we'll take a little break.
Placed your motion? I can't place mine. I've been having some order problems.
Councillor Holiday, are you going to speak?
I don't know if there's someone else that wants to speak. I'm just trying to get a motion in order, and I'm having some trouble with that.
Okay, let's just hold it down then. Councillor Robinson, are you going to speak? Did you want a 5-minute break so you can go get food? Well, Councillor Rob, I don't know who wants to speak. Councillor Holiday's not ready. Councillor Robinson's not ready. Councillor Campbell?
Say a few things. Listen, you know, Madam Speaker, I found this whole exercise very bizarre. You know, if I have to work something out with staff for parking regulations or changes to community safety zones, I don't know why motions are needed. You know, we have professional staff that identifies the areas based on data. If they identify an area based on data, and the local councillor who knows the area intimately feels that it's not sufficient, you pick up the phone or you send an email. I don't know why there's this flurry of motions. I don't understand it. I guess it's an election year or something. So we can put everything until, you know, when we're out knocking on doors, say, well, we extended the community safety zone. Now we have it on streets that are adjacent to schools. It's all about protecting the children. I mean, that's the job of staff. That's why we pay these people. That's why we staff up. That's why we have, you know, a chair of public works. I just find the whole way that this has been handled is beyond bizarre. You know, everybody's got their laundry list and their menu of options that they're adding to their own wards, and I think it's not good governance. So there, I've used a few minutes. Maybe Councillor Holiday's motion is ready.
Councillor Robinson, are you ready to speak? Okay, you know what? We need to get this agenda complete. Like we're really playing. Like people want to go home. Like Mayor Tory.
Here I'd say on a point of order, we're here at 10:30 at night. If
Yeah.
people are not ready to speak, they should be taken off the list. I've never
just
seen
don't
anything
get
so
it.
unbusinesslike in my life.
Like this is ridiculous. We're holding up, and everybody wants to go home.
Apparently not.
Take a 5-minute break that Brooke can get the pizza.
No, they said no. Councillor Holiday, you ready to speak?
I am. I'm rising.
Okay.
I'm standing here. Thank you, and I'll be very brief. I will only urge members of council to just try to exercise some discipline. We knew at the committee when we looked at this item, we knew that staff had done their best job to bring forward a report with the resources that they have. They took a first cut at about 750 schools across the city. I mean, it took me half an hour just to go through the report to identify the schools in my own ward to make sure that we got them all. But one thing that I agreed to do, and what we've tried to do, is have some discipline in not trying to pick apart and tear apart the report, knowing that they're coming back with some detail in the future when they got some time for people to do more work and in depth on that. And that's what I saw on the council floor tonight. So, you know, really this council has no idea what they're approving right now. And I suspect there are probably streets in here that don't even have a school on that. And the problem with doing all that is you're diluting the entire program. The whole point of creating community safety zones is to draw the attention of motorists draw the attention to bad behavior and risks right in front of them. But somehow we just fall down this slippery slope and throw in this street and throw in that street and stretch this here and stretch this there. Never mind what the staff think, we're just going to do it because we know best. I think it's wrong. And I think it's just heading in the wrong path. And I can see it over the next year. We're going to have streets added here and there. It has nothing to do with schools. So please, I will ask through you, Madam Speaker, to members of council going forward from this day, please exercise discipline in this. Do not ruin it by adding a whole bunch of things onto it. Think about how important it is to protect the children at the schools and keep your focus there. And then as the future waves occur, as the general manager said, we will get to all of this in sequence and in priority. And that's the principle behind all of this, prioritizing the spots that need it. Thank you.
Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just keep this short. I just want to echo what Councillor Holliday has said. We really need to make sure that we are not watering down a community safety zone. Yes, there were some streets that were missed. That's all going to be reviewed. I had one street that I've talked about, Avenue Road, at Allenby School. It was missed. We added it to the list at Pewick. But if we're adding streets that don't have schools, then the program will not be as effective as it should be. And we need to make sure that we're keeping children safe around their schools and that that the program can work, and when we have photo radar, that we can implement it in the right spots, because one of the tenants going through the legislation for photo radar, it almost did not go through because there were concerns about, well, what if it ends up everywhere? It went through so that it could go next to schools. And if we put community safety zones everywhere, then we are not working with the intent, the true intent of what a community safety zone is. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got two motions. The first is a technical amendment that staff have given me to place, I guess at Public Works and Infrastructure. The report indicated their incorrect chapter. So it's the underlined portion of that motion. I'll move to my second motion, which is motion B. And this is basically to address the concerns that have been relayed to you by some of the members of Public Works and Infrastructure. What this motion does is prioritize the community safety zones so that the zones immediately adjacent to kindergarten to grade 8 schools within the city are implemented first. So this is a priority. If you look at who our most vulnerable users, road users are in the city, it is young children, school-aged children, and seniors. And so that's why last fall we launched school safety zones. And now we are expanding that into community safety zones because the school safety zones are only 150 meters and it just doesn't cut it. So Public Works did a lot of work on this. Firstly, we asked to accelerate the school safety zones, to roll them out across all 750 to 800 schools. We did include the French language schools, but somehow that's been misinterpreted. But we did want to make sure all French language schools were included, as well as, I think it was Councillor Perruzza or Mamalidi, or maybe it was Carmichael Greb, I can't remember, moved that we should also look after private elementary schools. So that is before you as motions that were created by the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee and are before you in the minutes of that meeting. So a lot of good work has happened, and what we are looking forward to is the next big step where staff will come back with a comprehensive report on and looking at the context of each of these schools. So for those of you who are putting forward various areas in your communities that don't have a school in them, you are not going to be able to detract from our objective, which is getting to the school areas first and making them a priority because they are our most vulnerable user. So I'm sorry if that's something you wanted to focus on, but this report before us is school zones, community safety zones, and protecting kids and creating safe passage to and from school. This is serious business in our city, and we need to really focus on this. So your motions may pass today, but this motion will ensure, if you support this motion that I've placed, will ensure the most vulnerable road user is protected.
We have a question for you, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you. Why did you not include preschool, which is right before grade school and kindergarten, or perhaps daycare? Like oftentimes a parent would be, a parent may have 2 or 3 kids that they are bringing to schools and different multiple drops. And so their kids are going to be with them as they're traveling back and forth. So just curious.
Well, because
Childcare, daycare, and preschool.
we adopted the staff report, and they identified this as the priority, and I'm absolutely happy to spread the wealth, but we wanted to prioritize where there's major numbers of children, so I guess it's a numbers-based thing. Where are the most kids being affected in their ways to school? We want kids to walk to school. We don't want them to have to be driven. We want them to cycle and walk to school and feel safe. So if you look at where the big quantities, the big numbers are, it's in the school systems. And absolutely, do we support daycare kids getting to and from? But they're usually accompanied by their parents, and they're in a safer space. So we're looking at how do we protect the most kids in the city, and that's what we've done.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm not criticizing. I'm only asking if there, for example, maybe there's a way to expand it so we actually capture, since we're talking about children, all children, childcare age children, preschool age children. Would you be amenable to adding that into your motion? So therefore, I can support that and say, okay, we're supporting all children, all children.
So we have to prioritize. We have 750 to 800 schools to get to.
Some of the
We want to accelerate that program, and so staff have done an assessment and identified that the number one thing we have to get to is public schools and Catholic schools and schools where there's big numbers, and we want to protect those children.
Then what about, so let me just ask this question, then what about children who are in separate schools, or children who are in private schools? And the reason being is because I recognize that there are some schools that are easier for us to identify because they belong to the TDSB school system or perhaps the Catholic school system. But in many communities, including the communities that I serve, there's actually schools I didn't even know about that are actually in church basements, that are perhaps in some type of semi-private community spaces. And there are people who actually...
Is there a question?
Well, my question is, would you be amenable to amending to your motion to ensure that we capture that population?
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're 3 minutes.
No,
Okay.
but I need to
Yeah,
answer.
Councillor Robinson, respond, yes.
So thank you. If you look at the minutes from Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, Madam Chair, could I answer the question?
Yes, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Councillor Rob. Don't speak to Councillor Wong Tam, speak to us.
Okay, I will. Thank you. So if you review the minutes from Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, there are 5 or 6 motions that were passed. And the number 4 motion that was passed was City and Council include community safety zones, the extended frontages of private elementary schools. Because as it was debated at PWIC, is they're all kids, they're all children. And so we want to do our best to protect all children. Thank you.
Okay. Are we voting for them in numeric order? Okay. Okay, if we can put the first motion on the screen, please. Councillor Holliday.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a point of order and understanding on motion number 1. This directs that, that private schools be considered in the 2019 budget process, but I note that private schools are included in recommendation number 4 coming before council. So by passing this motion, do we negate number 4, which is to include them on a positive basis right now?
This says consider, and you're already a part of it, right, Stephen?
I don't know.
Yeah,
What a ruling.
you're right, it is in the recommendation, so, but the yeah, at every school. Okay, it's before you, Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 30-2.
Second motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Holliday, please. The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Do we want recorded votes on all of them? Huh? As a package? Okay, let's do it as a package. What do you mean, no such thing as a package? Recorded vote. But do we need a recorded vote, though? Okay. Because, you know, like, it's 20 to 11.
Recorded vote. Hey, you voted for the ninth session. Recorded vote. The senator has spoken.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 31-1.
You see, this is what happens when people want to extend to finish the agenda, and okay. Okay, but all in favor? Carried? Okay, go ahead, the next motion. Okay, recorded vote then. No, this is on the item.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The motion carries 31 to 1.
Okay, Councillor de Bermaker, please remain in your seats. We have to get this, through this, really. Yeah, I know, I just, okay, come on, can you put the next motion on the screen? By Councillor Perks, all in favor, carried. Okay, come on, Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Come, he wants a recorded vote on all of them, so recorded vote. He's asking on all of them, he wants a recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Councillor Palacio, thank you.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Recorded vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Recorded vote.
Councillor de Bermaker, please. Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 31 to 1.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Fillion, please. And Councillor Robinson.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Speaker, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Giorgio, please. Councillor Matlow,
Councillor Crisanti.
The motion carries 27 to 5.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Fragedakis and Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Is that it? Is that it? Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor, thank you.
The motion carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Item as amended. All in favor? Recorded vote. Item as amended. Well, Councillor Fletcher, you voted to stay, didn't you?
Councillor Doucette, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Fillion,
I heard
please.
you. I heard you.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
I could read lips, too.
The item as amended carries 31 to 1.
Okay, before we go to the next item, do we have any quick items? Releases? Any releases? No, you voted to stay. Okay, no, Counselor Fletcher. Because we voted to complete the agenda, and that's what we're here to do. CC 4313, Counselor Matlow. (2161) Young.
Madam Speaker, there's some more work to be done on this. I'm going to defer to the next meeting.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to be deferring it to the next meeting.
Okay, Counselor Matlow is moving to defer.
I move it to the next meeting. 2161.
All in favor? Carried. CC 43.20, proposed sale of 20 Castlefield. Counselor Matlow.
No, I have a motion.
Counselor Fletcher, please. Counselor Matlow, we're at CC 4320.
I'm aware of that.
Yes, what would you like to do?
I'd like to move a motion, please.
Okay. Motion is on the screen. Okay. Okay, you have questions to staff, so let's go for questions to staff.
Questions need to be done in camera.
Are there in cameras?
I have no clue. I don't know what we're talking about.
So, well, it depends what your questions are, Counselor.
Just if staff support the confidential amendment. Well, I know the answer.
She doesn't ask questions, she doesn't know the answer to.
So through the Speaker, our preference would be the recommendations that are in the confidential attachment that staff presented, but we could live with the amendment.
That wasn't the answer I got previously, but okay. No, I heard it. I heard it. That's a different answer than I got previously, but thank you.
Are there any further questions to staff? Well, do you have questions in camera?
The report.
But it's just proof of why you're not here late at night, because you're right, no.
Okay, if we're going to go on camera, we'll hold the item down, and the
item down.
the in-camera items will be the only items.
We have one in camera too, Mark.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one. CC 4321, Councillor Grimes.
Motion I'd like to move, but I think Councillor Perks wants to go on camera, I believe. I'm not too sure.
Did you want to go in camera on this item too? Okay, so that would be held down for in camera. MM 43.4, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, if it pleases the council and is acceptable, 43.4, 43.10, and 43.52 are all concerning road improvements. And my questions are universal. If I can ask the questions on the first one and then we can vote on all of them, I'm happy with that.
Brilliant.
Should speed things along.
Okay.
So my question to staff, just in looking at the recommendations of 43.4, 43.10, and 43.52, they all ask you to look at some road improvements, and then they all have sort of a component that says we authorize you to go and make some changes. And I guess my question to you is there any authorization in these motions that you don't already have?
Anything that we would have to do that would require bylawing or something that council would have to take an action like a signal or anything like that, we would have to bring back to council. So the content of these motions are all things we can accomplish without further council authority to do.
And you can report to council or to committee as you need to and as you see fit, and on an urgent basis if you saw something.
Correct.
You could walk a motion onto the floor and say, you know, We see something here that needs to be changed, we recommend a light or a camera or something to be installed, and you can bring that to us because you're constantly watching for improvements that you need to make, and you evaluate them and you bring them forward.
Correct. Any implements or elements or devices that would come out of any investigation or accelerations that would require council approval, we would have to come back to council to approve.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to speak, and I'm happy to speak to them universally.
Okay?
So I did talk to the general manager and the staff about these motions. I'm not going to place a motion or anything contrary to them. I just want to express frustration with the use of the council process. There is no content to these motions, and in fact, in my humble opinion, they are a lashback at staff. I have come to trust and appreciate that staff are constantly watching the streets in our city, and this is how it works in the Etobicoke York District. That when there are things that need to be dealt with, the staff are free to bring it forward, and in fact, they're free to make the change. They don't need our permission to repaint lines or make adjustments to intersections.
Paula.
It happens. And so, there isn't any value to these, and I don't think they should be coming to the council floor. It's just, I call them newsletter motions, and they're frustrating. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against them because I want to deny having a unanimous vote on this, so nobody can go and pat themselves on the back. And, again, to reinforce the point, I think this is insulting to staff. I think that we should be able to trust them, and I would expect no less of them to bring forward changes when they're needed. They don't need our guidance. They don't need our prompting. If there's something wrong with one of the configurations, they can go ahead and bring it forward, and then go ahead and bring forward a report to one of the committees when it's needed. And I trust them when they do that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll vote on them so on MM 43.4, Councillor Holiday's releasing. Did you want a recorded vote? Yep. Recorded vote. Oh, you want to speak to this? Councillor Holiday is just releasing it.
Well, it's the next item up, and I'm speaking for 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So I do want to speak in light of the comments that were made by Councillor Holiday. Councillor Layton and I have brought forward a motion related to looking at immediate and as part of the permanent design, which is under design process right now for implementation in 2019, changes to safety on Bloor Street. A week and a half ago, we had a cyclist riding in a bike lane who was struck and killed by a truck in an intersection that has a bike lane on St. George and a bike lane on Bloor. What we don't have in the City of Toronto currently are protected intersections. As we go through the permanent design, which is underway right now, which is being installed in 2019, Councillor Layton and I, through extensive consultation with both residents and the cycling community, have identified the need for intersections to be safer. And we are directing and requesting that staff work towards that in both the immediate and long term. That is anything but a newsletter motion. It is anything but an insult to staff. In fact, I would find what is truly insulting is the claim that it is a week after a death, as Councillor Layton and I work to make Bloor safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Just picking up on where Councillor Cressy left off, apparently Councillor Holiday missed the all three of the recommendations, because what they actually started with was saying, look at this corridor and make improvements. Right now, only under plan for improvements is the area of Bathurst and East. It doesn't include West. This instructs staff to include the western section of it, including the highlighting specifically of intersections. It also, perhaps staff don't need the legislative approval for it, but often staff do come to us and say, well, what do you think about this? Do you think we should implement this? They go to the local councillor and seek that advice. This is actually saying, look, we trust you, staff. Take whatever initiative you need, because we're going to be out there knocking on doors or do what we do during elections. And we trust that staff will have public safety in mind. The third point alone could stand as a motion saying, take whatever you find and you need money for and put it into the budget process, which I'm sure the budget chief would appreciate, that we're not trying to circumvent that. What we're saying is accelerate the planning, the plans, expand what you're looking at, and bring it back in the budget process. I don't see why there's anything wrong with us asking those things, and in fact, that's what council should be doing. Thank you.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote. This is an MM 43.4.
The item is adopted 31 to 1.
MM 4310, recorded vote. Yes. Councillor Kelly did. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item is adopted 31 to 1.
MM 4352, recorded vote. MM 4352.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Members' motion. By Councillor Bailao and Councillor Robinson.
Mayor Tory, please.
The motion carries 31 to 1.
Okay, MM 43.5. Councillor Robinson, you held the item down for the art gallery. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, so my question is, is there somebody I can ask a question to?
I don't know. Who can answer the question? Pardon? Okay. Ask the question, somebody might be able to answer.
Maybe it's about the appointment process. So my understanding is there's 2 city councillors that are able to sit on the AGO board. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
And they're basically put it on their selection sheet that they'd like to sit on that board, and that the decision is made by who?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. It appears on the canvas of members' interest that goes to the striking committee.
To striking committee. So striking committee makes that decision?
Striking committee makes a recommendation to council.
To council, and council makes the final decision. In the past, has one of those 2 positions been the local councillor, or has it just been councillors at large?
I believe it has been both over the years.
So could you expand on both?
Well, in some terms of council, the ward councillor has been represented, I believe, and in other terms, the ward councillor has not been represented.
So is there some stipulation?
No, the composition of the AGO board is actually set out in statute. It's not a council-established terms of reference, if you will.
So is it a council decision, or is it the decision of the institution, i.e. the Canadian Film Centre or the AGO?
No, in this case, under the Art Gallery of Ontario Act, the city is entitled or is required to nominate, or to appoint, I should say, 2 members to the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so Councillor Robinson, you'll just release it? Councillor Robinson?
No, I wanted to speak on it. I think Councillor Fletcher did as well.
Okay, you held the item down, so you speak, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Yes, I'm not going to be supporting this motion simply because I'm currently sitting on the AGO board, and I also sit on the Canadian Film Board. But prior to me sitting on that, Councillor Shiner sat on it. I'm the local councillor for the Canadian Film Board. Councillor Shiner was the representative from council on that board, and it worked very beautifully. I was able to still work with the Canadian Film Centre on any issues they had related to their land, their buildings. We've even worked on some water issues that they've been having through the Economic Development Division. And just simply because an institution is in your ward, I'm not sure that really stipulates that you should indeed then be the one to sit on that board. So I think there's a lot of councillors in this chamber would be very interested in sitting on that board. For me, it's been a very wonderful experience, and I'm not sure the institutions should be dictating who sits on the board. So, you know, in great respect to Councillor Cressy, I think that it should remain open at large to councillors, and council should be making that decision, not the institution making the decision. So I think that pattern should continue.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I think we're just codifying what has been a pattern, which is that the local councillor has been on that board. I recall when Councillor Vaughan was here and on that board during the time of the redevelopment of that site. And then there was the park to the south. And then there are a whole number of traffic and transportation issues. I think it's a very wise idea for a large institution, cultural institution like the AGO, that often has development plans or other things that are very much related to the city. It's very useful to have the local councillor on there. I'll draw and remind you that our theatre boards have the local councillors on those boards, and that's stipulated in our who's going to be on there. So Councillor Troisi is on the board because she has the Sony Centre and St. Lawrence Centre in her ward, and Councillor Filion is on the board because he has Toronto Centre for the Arts in his ward. And then there's a number of us, Councillor Crawford's on there, I'm on there, 4 councillors, 2 of whom come from where the institutions are. And I recall when Councillor McConnell was there, how important it was when development ideas were being brought forward, particularly for the St. Lawrence, that the perspective of the local councillor around an 11-story building or a 25-story building on the site and the impact on the park, the local councillor knows the neighborhood in which that institution sits. And therefore, I think it's actually quite a wise idea, and I'd just like to continue that. And I think I'd just like to have that vote now. It just makes sense to do that.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to rise and speak in favor of the motion. And I want to just say that the AGO is unlike many cultural institutions in the city. Not only is it attached to a very busy and dynamic park, which actually is in my neighborhood, but they have enormous cultural events that literally sometimes engulf an area. And I say this with a lot of affection for the institution, but I also know that it means that the local councillor has to manage a lot of those communications with the many elevations, let's just say, of the AGO. And I cannot imagine a councillor who is not part of the neighborhood, who is not in regular contact with the many different stakeholders, being able to do the same job that a local councillor would be able to do. Because it actually becomes a conduit. One of the reasons why we have local councillors sitting on these type of boards is that councillor becomes the conduit and the connective tissue between the local community and the institution. So it's not necessarily about getting into the program or perhaps the curatorial vision or perhaps the exhibition acquisitions. It's nothing to do with that. I think that might be fun, and any councillor can probably participate in it in many different ways through the community opportunities that the AGO will afford to any member of the public, and I suspect if you are a local council, or if you are a councillor, you'll get the VIP access. But for all the management and logistical things that come with the AGO and the neighborhood that hosts the AGO, I can tell you it's not a small job. And that's why I think that it would be more than appropriate and more than logistically I guess technically accurate to have the local councillor there. In the absence of that, I think it just becomes another layer where you, as the local community, we have to go to another councillor or try to get the information through a different source, and it's just not as efficient. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 30-1.
MM 4323, the emergency meeting regarding increase in gun and gang violence. Councillor Cole, you held it down? Councillor Cole?
Yes, I did hold it down, and I had moved an amendment, and Mayor Tory moved an amendment. They've both been placed, and they're in front of us to vote on.
Okay, so can we put the amendment on the screen? Okay, Councillor Perks wants to speak after. Councillor Perks, you want to speak on it?
Very good. If I could just have Mayor Tory's motion up for a moment.
There it is.
Right. So if you read to the very bottom of Mayor Tory's motion, it talks about if the above conditions were met, then a person should not be granted bail and should remain in custody until the charges have been disposed of by the judicial system. All of us have had conversations with our local police division commanders about the problem of people who get arrested and then get back out in the community and then reoffend. We've all had those conversations, and I understand the concern. But I am alarmed that this council, without any legal advice or anything like that, would presume to try to give sentencing advice to the federal government and how they construct sentencing within the criminal code. It's a big step. It's a step which not only would I want legal advice on, I would want advice from our social development department. We have a number of programs where we take people who have offended and try to get them involved in youth programs. We actually have hired many of these people into our recreation department on these kinds of programs to try to get them re-engaged. It's a diversion from gang program that we do. So there are far-reaching consequences in terms of how sentencing is done, far-reaching consequences in terms of many of the social development programs that we do, in terms of getting people out of gangs. And I'm being asked to vote on this motion that was simply placed no staff advice, no opportunity to ask questions of staff, no review about what the impact to the City of Toronto would be, and I urge you all not to support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we're just, yeah, three. Okay, any further, okay, Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, I realize
in the first instance that, and in fact, I had handwritten a change onto a previous version of this that I think in clearing off my desk I threw away. But let me make it clear what this means, because to me, you know, I don't think we need legal advice. And by the way, this is asking for authority to write a letter to the other governments, asking them to review something. And what it was asking them to review, and I think the wording that was perhaps less complete than it should have been, which I could fix now by way of a friendly amendment, but is that those who are being charged now, today, tonight, for example, with a firearms offense, if they were someone who was already on bail, or if they were someone who was previously convicted of offenses involving the possession or use of illegal firearms, or if they were previously convicted of the use of a firearm or in the commission of a crime, I believe that this is actually quite accurate in stating the sentiment of this community. And I don't think you need to talk to the people you suggested to talk to. And I don't think you need to talk to too many more police officers, because they've told me loud and clear, that it is people who are over and over again being arrested and convicted, or arrested and out on bail, who are then being arrested again with a gun. And those are some of the people that they tell me are shooting people in this city. And so all I've asked for here is that the two governments who are responsible for the justice system should review this, and all they do, as you know, I'm sure, through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, all they do is they give guidelines to the Crown attorneys, because in the end these decisions are made by judges and justices of the peace, as to circumstances in which the Crown should be opposing bail. And I will tell you, I have no difficulty speaking on behalf of the people we represent. I don't think it matters who the people are. If they are someone that is being charged with a firearms offense and they're seeking bail, and they've previously been convicted of a firearms offense, or they're already out on bail, so therefore by definition they're violating their bail conditions, or if they've been previously convicted of the use of a firearm in the commission of a criminal offense, then I feel very strongly, and I think the vast majority of the people of the City of Toronto feel very strongly, those people should not be allowed bail. The people don't get to vote on that, but they certainly can ask their elected representatives in the governments that control the justice system to issue guidelines that make it clear that that is the community's view. Those are not the kind of people. So it isn't about the first offender that you were implying, that is someone that just happens for the first time. I'm favorably disposed to looking at instances. In fact, there have been councillors in this chamber that have helped people on their first charge to have that charge diverted away from the justice system. But repeat offenders, no thank you. I say those people, if they're repeat offenders and they're charged again, especially if they're violating bail conditions, should not be back on the street. Those are the people that are causing mayhem in our community. Those are the people that I have pledged to work with the police chief and others to do everything we can to get them off the street and to keep them off the street, because they are causing the numbers that people are so concerned about, including me. And so that is why I think to give me, and I'll make it clear that the people I'm talking about here are people who are charged now and who have one of those characteristics: already on bail, already convicted of offenses involving possession or use of illegal firearms, or already convicted of the use of a firearm in the commission of a crime. Ask me, I would say, and I think ask most of the people we represent, including the councillor, they would say those people don't deserve to be on the street. They deserve to stay in custody until their legal proceedings are dealt with, and then if they are found not guilty, fair enough. So that is all that's being asked for here, is to write a letter, and I would like to have council's support in writing that letter, but I will write the letter as the mayor of the city anyway, because I've said I will do everything I can and leave no stone unturned to make these streets safer. These are repeat offenders, and they're people who have shown no regard whatsoever for the law or for obeying the law even after they've been in trouble the first time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the amendment on the screen, we're ready to vote. Yes, put the amendments on the screen. That's... Okay. Okay, on favor? Recorded vote. Yes, Councillor Kelly is asking for a recorded vote on everything.
Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor Davis, I'm sorry, we've closed the vote. How do you vote?
Did you add her? Okay. The amendment carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Okay, the second. Okay, recorded vote. That was Councillor Wong Tam's motion.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor Holliday, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Okay, the next amendment. Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, thank you.
Councillor Fragedakis, please.
The amendment carries 30-1.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Matlow, please.
The item as amended carries 30-1.
Okay, MM 4330, Councillor Holliday, you held it down.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can have a microphone. And I think, Councillor Ainsley, you're going to speak after me, right?
Yes.
Great. I'll be extremely brief. I will thank whoever circulated the copy of the coroner's jury report because it helps understand what this motion is saying. There are a number of recommendations in there. However, I will point out two that I have some struggle with. And the first is a recommendation to look at increasing access to rooming houses in the city, which I believe is a very sensitive issue, and I'm not sure that everybody can support that. I know I cannot support that at this juncture. And the other one was to increase things, including laneway houses, and again, an item that I have grave concern with. So because of those two, I'm not able to support the report. But I thank you for allowing me to speak on this.
Okay, recorded vote. Pardon? You don't want a recorded vote? Oh, Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment to this after talking with staff. So recommendation number 1 in the report now read, City Council direct the City Manager to report back to the City Council on the implementation of the coroner's jury recommendations established on June 11, 2018 on the inquest into the death of Grant Faulkner. So the recommendations for the coroner's inquest were distributed yesterday. There's 35 recommendations. Grant Faulkner was a 49-year-old gentleman that died on January 20th, 2015. He died in a hut behind an industrial building in Scarborough. It was a lean-to hut. He was homeless, didn't want to live in a shelter. There was another gentleman in a hut beside him. They think Mr. Faulkner is using a propane heater or a gas or a candle. The winds, when he was sleeping, caused his hut to catch fire. He died in the hut. So this inquest was done. It's one of the first that are being done. At this time in 2015, the night he died, it was minus 20 degrees out. He was one of 4 men that died in Toronto homeless on our streets over a period of 8 days. The coroner's inquest has 35 recommendations that we consider looking at. Staff have told me this is the draft recommendations. They're still waiting to see the final copy, and they would like to report back on the recommendations to council, which is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Recorded vote on the amendment.
Councillor McMahon, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Item as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Oops. The item as amended carries 29 to 1.
MM 4348, the development charges, Councillor Shiner held it down. Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Shiner moved the a recommendation. Did you want to just move that? It was
Just move that.
circulated?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It's 4348. So can we put it on the screen? Okay. On favor? Recorded vote. And then we have one more, and then we're going in camera.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Holiday. And Councillor Fragedakis, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Okay, MM 4356. Councillor Al-Jamari, you had a question. Councillor Al-Jamari?
My questions were answered. There's just a mistake in the top. It should be 200 Rockcliffe, not 20. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that amendment, change it to 200 rather than 20. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, your vote, please.
Motion to adopt the item carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
On camera. Councillor Grimes?
Yes.
Councillor Grimes, will you read the motion?
The council recesses public session to meet as a committee a whole in closed session to consider CC 4320, proposed sale of 20 Castlefield Avenue and 565 Duplex Avenue, Yonge Street, Eglinton Avenue area. Read for confidential information about the proposed terms of commercial transaction and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege relating to the proposed transaction and potential litigation. And CC 43.2 on Mimico Judgment Secretary Plan, east of Roy York Road, appeal of 39 Newcastle, 25 Audley, 23 Buckingham, 1, 2, and 10 Audley Street, 8 Newcastle, and 29, 31, 59, and 71 Portland Avenue site-specific appeals, request for further direction, reason for confidential information, advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege.
On favor?
Carried.
Carried. Now, if I can ask all the public that's in here if they could vacate the council chambers. There's nobody here. Oh, there's two. There's two.
Scarborough Community Council, including our deputy chair or speaker, are gone.
Councillor Lane, everybody that voted to stay left.
Hey, I voted to stay.
Okay, members, City Council has completed its closed session consideration of the following items: CC 4320, proposed sale of 20 Castlefield Avenue and 565 Duplex Avenue, and CC 4321, Mimbico Judson Secondary Plan. City Council issued confidential instructions to staff in closed session on item CC 4320. All right. So on CC 4320, okay, Councillor Campbell, you're moving the staff recommendation? What?
Sorry, no.
Oh, Councillor Matlow's, he's already moved it. As amended. All in favor? Recorded vote. This way we can show everyone that we were here at 1 o'clock in the morning.
The motion carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, CC 4321, Councillor Grimes. Oh, item is amended, on favor? Recorded. I thought you wanted to go home, Councillor Perruzza. Pardon?
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 27 in favor.
Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A motion. Motion's on the screen. City Council delete the recommendations, adopt instead the following new recommendations. 1, City Council adopt the confidential instructions to staff attached to this motion. 2, City Council authorize the public release of the confidential instructions to staff attached to this motion. And 3, City Council direct the confidential attachments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 report June 9th, 2018 from the city solicitor remain confidential. So with that, Madam Speaker, my community was not consulted on this. This from the get-go was taken out of my hands, out of Community Council's hands, and taken to Planning and Growth, and my constituents are going to go bananas if they saw this pass. There is no way. This growth plan came in last year. They know nothing about that. When they see these traffic counts, it's unacceptable. They'll get a greenway along the railway corridor, a bridge over Royal Road, a park at a GO station. It's not going to be accepted, and I'm not accepting it on behalf of our community. We are capacity. There's a 2-lane road. I know the mayor's been out there to San Remo's Bakery, one of the most popular bakeries in the city, and those traffic counts are ridiculous. There is no way we can support this. We've heard about Humber Bay Shores, the complaints from our community about no infrastructure, no investment. Well, I don't see how we can approve this right in the middle of Mimico. So with that, I ask for your support, and I let our solicitors and our planners go off to the board and fight this and get it back to mid-rise where it should be.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe there's a supplementary report that has to be moved. And there's the motion. Thank you. You don't care about the supplementary report right now.
Okay, that's it? Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These are always awful moments for council and particularly for the local council and the community. The Ontario Municipal Board process is shrouded in entirely too much secrecy. Frankly, applicants have far too much power, and communities are left out in the cold. I wish that I could support what Councillor Grimes is urging you to support, but I can't. We had a lengthy discussion in camera. I can't share the substance of that. But I will remind you, there is a substantial downside. There is a substantial downside if we take Councillor Grimes' recommendations. We could wind up with something far, far, far worse than what Councillor Grimes is saying is already unacceptable.
Okay, so we'll put the motions on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please, and thank you.
Councillor Palacio, please. Thank you. Councillor Filion, please.
The motion carries 21-6.
Okay. That one. On favor? Recorded. Huh?
Councillor Campbell, please.
Councillor McMahon, please, and Councillor Layton.
The motion carries unanimously, 27 in favor.
Councillor Ainsley? Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Davis.
Oh.
You have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Oh, no, you finally gave me some responsibility, and I blew it.
There. I just like to clean up.
Okay. Yes. That leave be granted to introduce Bills 752 to 826 and 828 to 848 inclusive. Yahoo.
And a point of privilege.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote. Councillor Matlow, not in the middle of a vote. Councillor Matlow, what?
Thank you. It's come to my attention that not all members of staff had an opportunity to eat while we've gone this late into the night. And I would just ask us that if we are to ever do this again, perhaps we won't, but if we are to ever do this again, to check in with the clerks and check in with staff and just make sure that everyone's had an opportunity to have a sufficient break so that everyone has an opportunity to, get what they need to be able to be productive and well. It just came.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? We should have thought of that on people that voted for it, that shouldn't have voted for it. Recorded vote. Yes. I didn't vote to stay.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 27 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perks. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Cole, please.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 27 in favor.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 43 on June 26, 27, and 28, 2018. No.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill recorded vote? Oh, yeah.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
The motion to introduce the confirming bylaw carries unanimously, 27 in favor.
Shall this, we have one more vote. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw recorded vote?
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Cole, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, I would like to thank the staff, thank members of council, and meeting adjourned.